Hey, Fat Naka. How you doing? Oh no. Hey, Prev. Hey, Evil Bunny. How y'all doing? Happy Sunday. Hey, Quad Villa. What's up, Mind Your Manners? I gotta take these boys off and wash them. Okay, y'all, let's get set up for today. So today, I've been thinking, and it was on my heart. I guess I had a moment like the moment you had the first time you ever watched Roots. And I think, what is this? Okay, anyway. But yes, I think it's time to remind everyone the history of the so-called white American. Because for some reason, hey, no shirt, for some reason, I don't know, after we do this history lesson, and thank you, hey, Zandria, after we do this history lesson on white Americans, I just want to see what the immigrant thought process is then, you know, because I just feel like y'all, either these people don't know what they looking up to and or what they trying to get close to, or they just don't care. And today we're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to find out. Let's see who this is. Yeah, we're gonna find out today. Toledo,
They respectfully fuck all them white people and them
hold
foreigners.
on, hold on. What's your ethnicity?
Real ass nigga.
Okay, you coming up here, you gotta use YouTube friendly language. Do you think you'll be able to do that?
My bad. Yeah.
Oh, so today, you said you a what? What's your ethnicity?
The RAN. Real ass ninja.
Okay. All right. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so we're gonna be letting people up. Hey, Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your ethnicity?
Uh, Black American.
All right. So my whole point and my objective today is to try to teach people the history of white America. Okay, whether they're Anglo or whether they're immigrant. But today we're gonna talk about it. Okay, that is my mission today because, like I said and I already stated, all these excuses that immigrants have for white America is insane to me, and I don't
Well,
know
we're
if
talking
they.
about true white American history, not the sanitized version.
Exactly. I have
Okay.
my whole timeline and everything. We're gonna take this. We're not gonna just do willy nilly. Let me thank you, Jay. So let me address this. 4 pages in order, starting from 1492. That's gonna be the first starting point. Because these people who come to our country, obviously, they don't know history. They don't know American history. They don't know the history of Black Americans. They don't know or they don't care about the history of white America either. So today we're going to do our part and try to educate some people. And I'm probably going to get educated myself. This is going to be a learning panel today. So if you're not into that, please exit now. Okay, but we learning today. We learning and teaching. All right, y'all. Okay, let's see who else we going. Let's before we even get started. Toledo.
Hey.
Hey,
What's up?
do you know the history of the white Americans in the United States of America?
Maybe not the whole history, but I know a lot of it. I know enough to know we don't need to be nowhere near these people. We gotta send their ass back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. Let me let my mod up. Okay, so Charles, if you're not busy, can you come up here today? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start. First, let me do my mod break. Okay, there she is, my beautiful mod. So we're gonna start with thanks for the taps. Everyone, please get your daily heart me. Continue Oh, I'm sorry. So continue to tap the screen, follow the host and any panelists you might hear today, and also share the live out, y'all. That'll help us get engagement, and hopefully we can get some white people to come in here and debate their history, or at least tell us their experience or what they think they know about their history. So we're going to start talking about, well, I wasn't even supposed to start to 11, so we'll just start at 11 like I said I was going to do. Hey, Mila. Okay, so hey, Prev.
Hey, how you doing? Good
I'm
morning.
fine. And Prev, what's your ethnicity for the room again?
Haitian.
Haitian. Okay, Grand Rising Miller. And hello to everyone. Hello, Chosen. You say do you think you know some American history? White American history?
Yeah.
Prayer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna be starting at 11. Who is this? This is Pablito. Hi, Pablito.
Hey,
Hey, what's your ethnicity?
I'm Hispanic.
Okay, what type of Hispanic?
South America, Bolivia.
Bolivian?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Welcome. Hey, so
Good morning, Miss Love.
good morning. I hope we have a great debate. I hope this is a great conversation. So, like I was telling people, I need to know. I want to. It kept me up last night listening to people panels. And actually, it kept me up last night looking at my own panel. So, looking at us,
Mm.
because let me tell you something. I've come to I watched about 5 videos yesterday, clips of us. And let me tell you something, either immigrants who come to the United States of America do not know white American history, as far as from the beginning, since 1492, or they just don't care about us and they just don't want to understand why we keep fighting or why we the way we are. You know what I mean? Because I heard so many times on them clips. You know what I mean? We need to forget about the past, stop causing trouble. What else did I hear? Nobody likes y'all. Um, Dream. I think it was Kalima. Kalima. White people are considered safe to me. White people is not the problem. You talk about race too much. You'll never get reparations. Blah blah blah. So I said in my mind, y'all, chat and the panelists, do these people not know who they fighting with here? So do you think they know or they just don't care?
They just
I
don't
think it's a
care.
mixture of both. I think it's a mixture of both, Miss Love. I don't think they really know, it. I mean, it's in the dictionary. It's in a dictionary how they say that, the Europeans came over and found copper colored people to be here first. You can't find the people. We were already here. We never needed to be found. Or they use the word discover sometimes. They discovered this or they discovered that. We were already a nation before they decided to cross over.
Yeah. Let me
The
share
white
the
people,
live.
the
Go
white
ahead,
two
prayer.
people, the white two people around 1400. They're coming from Norway. In England at the time, that's the white. That's the it's two different white two people. The one that came from Norway, they were in England fighting for territory because they couldn't go no food in Norway. So once they desperate looking for land where they can grow food and feed their people. So they desperate them Norway people.
So
So
you
that's
prayer,
when
you Haitian or
yeah,
Jamaican?
I'm Haitian.
Okay, so are you talking about the experience what they did as far as where Haiti go?
I'm talking about how they come to America.
Oh, you mean to the Americas?
Yeah, here how they become Americans. How they come into this land where we're in right now.
You talking about the United States of America?
Yeah.
Okay. You got anything to add, Pablito?
Nah, I think they know. They know exactly what they're doing, and you can hear them when they come up. They just bring up the same talking points, same speech, same damn shit. They know what they're doing. They don't want to know. They don't want you guys. They don't want the truth out because they're still benefiting from all that stolen stuff to this day.
Who you talking about?
those fake Indian and white tea people.
No, what about the immigrants though? What about the I'm because man, let me repeat myself so I can make myself
You talk
clear.
about the white people. We're not talking about none about immigrants.
No. See, y'all not. We are talking about them, but the reason for this educational space right now is because I don't understand. How immigrants come here knowing or not knowing. That's what we're gonna figure out today. The history of white Americans, but a lot of immigrants come here. Melanated and the non-melanated, and they try to get close to these same people with the history we will demonstrate today.
You
I
That's
know
mean,
what I'm
that.
trying to figure out. Why do they come to this country and side or try to get close to whiteness? And I mean, do they not care about the
You
history of the
you know
Black Americans or what? I'm
you
trying to
know
figure that out.
you friend
you
with
know
them. You
no
friend with them. You have baby with them. Why can't we play with? Why can't we shake hand with them? What's wrong
you
when we shake? Why can't we
Who
shake hand with
who
them?
have babies
You
with
have baby
them?
with them. Y'all there
Don't
with
crash
them.
out,
You Black
prayers. Don't
Americans.
crash out
Y'all,
because
y'all bring them to Haiti. Y'all bring
hold
them to
on,
Haiti.
hold
Y'all,
on, prayers.
y'all give us Christian. We're not.
Who? Hold on, prayers. Wait, don't crash out because I mentioned we're gonna be talking about it's because it's an educational moment for
you know
Black
that
Americans who don't know, and for immigrant populations who come over here and they whole goal or they think their achievement is in life is to get close to whiteness. But don't get upset because
you
I
know
don't know
that
anything.
I'm not
Go ahead,
upset. I'm
Pablito.
not
hold
upset.
on, Prev. Let me say something. You know
Mm-hmm.
that McGraw-Hill textbook they
Wait
teach
a
in
minute.
that
Wait a
McGraw?
minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see if she connect. Nicole.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Look, you over here now?
Yeah, I've been over here. I just don't know how to work it.
Really?
So this is my first time coming on.
Do I? Yeah, I follow you. Girl, welcome. Okay, let me get back. That's Nicole from
Hello.
X Spaces. She brings the heat over there. All right. Yeah, so that's my point of talking about this. Either
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, go ahead, Pablito.
You know that McGraw-Hill, Jeffrey Epstein, like distorted history textbook that they teach here? They
Mm-hmm.
get that same exact textbook translated to Spanish and teach the whole thing in South America too. So they don't even know. And they've been doing that for like so long. So they don't, that's why we don't know.
Okay, y'all, let's open up the panel. Let's open up the discussion. We're going to be starting today. We are going to be talking about the history of white Americans from the colonies to today. So if we have any historians, y'all know some stuff, y'all are more than welcome to chill on this panel because this is probably going to be going, a long stream because we starting in order. And let me tell y'all right now, I want to keep it in order too. I want to keep it in order. I don't want it all over the place because who knows how many different people gonna watch this playback. So we want to be, we want to be kind of, act like we got some sense, okay? To the best of our ability, because I already know this gonna be, you know what I mean? This gonna be something. So we gonna try, all right, mods? We gonna try. We gonna try. That's all we can do is try. So we're gonna be starting off with 1492 through 1606, the European exploration. Okay. Christopher Columbus reaches the Caribbean in 1492. Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands began exploring and claiming land in the Americas, which Prev mentioned. Diseases introduced from Europe devastates many indigenous populations. Okay, anybody want to expand on that segment?
I think a newfound thing was that Christopher Columbus was not a Spaniard. He was a small hat person.
How did they get that information?
It's a little bit in the translation of back then during the Exodus and then they had their golden age. I don't really know much about it yet, but I'll look into it and then I'll come back some other time.
Okay, because Pablito, somebody came up here yesterday. I don't know if it's true, and I could have sworn they said Christopher Columbus was black.
Yeah, I'll look
No,
into it.
that's dead wrong. I
I'm
mean,
for real. Somebody,
But I said that's the first I heard.
well, maybe I'm mistaken.
Have
Yeah, it
you
was the black slaves that discovered it. He didn't discover it. Maybe that's what you heard.
Okay, well, my bad. Okay,
Hey,
anybody
Queen
else?
Mother, let me
Hey,
clarify something real quick.
okay, go.
Pablito, you're Ethiopian, correct?
No, I'm South American.
Okay. Yeah, we're not going to fight battles for you. A lot of people are trying to make this all about the small hats. Christopher Columbus was a European that came over here, just like every other European, to colonize this land. We're not going to just start throwing random accusations out there. We're going to talk real facts, real history. Because again, a lot of people are going to watch this playback and they're going to wonder, when did Christopher Columbus become a small hat? So no, his hat might have been small coming over here. He might have just wore one of them things or something. But he is definitely a European who came over here to colonize our people. All right. Matter of fact, Miss Love, let me add to that real quick. When Christopher Columbus came over here, correct, he didn't even know what he was going to find exactly. It was the Moors that navigated him to come over here, the Spaniard Moors, who, they didn't know how to come over here, right? White people didn't know how to come over here. They didn't know what was on this land. Christopher Columbus actually told the royal crowns over there that he got sponsored by, that he was making an expedition over to East India, which is India at the time, right? Well, India now. They were already doing trade with them back and forth, and they were already starting to colonize the East Indians, right? All those Punjabi ones over there. When Christopher Columbus got over here and he saw that we had it all figured out, that's when he decided to stay. But when he went back over there to Europe and they found out, hey, you didn't go to East India, they actually imprisoned his mind. But that's a whole nother story. But as far as coming over here, Christopher Columbus pulled up on those shores and the indigenous population helped out his sorry butt and all the rest of them because they were real dilapidated by the time they got over here. So again, we're not going to talk, fake history here. We need to keep it very much what can be proven and what is documented.
Hey, to piggyback off of Maroon just real quick, most of his sailings and travels were failed attempts to reach other places. Most of the time when he sailed out to go somewhere, he ended up in the wrong place that he was trying to go. So most of his trips were failed attempts to reach somewhere else where he planned to go. So I just want to put that out there. He was a bad traveler. He didn't never know where he was going.
And can I
Right.
just add one more thing, Maroon, before you finish? Benjamin Franklin wrote about this in his 1751 essay. If anybody need, facts or resources, it's called Observations. The Increase of Mankind will also give you some details about the truth of how many white tea people crossed over.
Okay, and to add to that, since this is an educational lab, it's not mandatory, but if you could put sources in the chat, that would be helpful in case people that's in the stream, would like to check it out. All right. Anybody else have anything to add to this segment?
I would say the Vikings. The Vikings is the people from Norway. That's the first people come here, and they were financed by England because they didn't have money or boat to bring to their people over here. That's why United States had the battle with England, because the Vikings people were financed by England.
And prayer, what year was that when the Vikings came to the Americas?
What?
I
Around
heard that before.
around 1400.
Do you have a
What?
source?
Yeah.
There were no Vikings in the 1400s.
They were
Yeah.
people from Norway.
Yeah.
They were people from Norway. That's what the
From
Vikings are.
Norway?
No, sir. They're the
What?
first
Yeah,
people.
he's completely wrong.
Yeah. No, sure. You could go ahead because I'm getting dressed right now. Please.
No, it's just source up, because that's completely wrong information. Just source up.
The first people to ever explore this land outside of our people who have been here for thousands of years, as far as my research has been, was a couple people from the coming over from Siberia, but they stayed over in what is now called Alaska. And then we explored this whole land and just kept doing trade amongst ourselves between South, Central, and North American continent, right? That includes the Caribbean. They're part of the North American continent. And then when the Europeans came here in 1492. So that's at least far as my research went. And also, too, to keep it classy, Christopher Columbus never made it to the United States of America. He never touched this land here. Ponce de Leon actually came to what is now called Florida. See, we learned this a lot growing up in Florida. They teach us a lot of Florida history. The Spaniard conquistadors came over to conquest our people. So that's not true, Prev. Let's not just throw stuff out there, a plebiscite. If you can't cite sources, everything I'm saying can be looked up in the Library of Congress. You can go to St. Augustine. There's a fort that's still there. You got Fort Pierce. You have a bunch of forts in Florida, right? So let's just keep it, you know what I mean? We're at the beginning of the timeline here. Let's just not throw out random stuff, please. Library of Congress is a great place to go to if you need some information on this stuff. The government has all the documentation. It's still there.
So the forts were already there when they discovered America?
That's not what he said.
Okay. What South American country are you from, sir? Because I don't know if you're equipped for this conversation.
Bolivia.
Yeah, you're definitely not equipped for this conversation. Bolivia's education system is horrible. But when you come to the United States, they have the Library of Congress, you have the Smithsonian, you have forts that are still here already, forts that our people built that are still standing to this day. You have forts in Virginia also.
So the forts were there before they discovered, or what? Quote
Listen to what I'm saying, sir. When the Europeans, we're not even there yet, but when the Europeans got here, we're just talking about who was discovering the land. Matter of fact, they also have paintings in the Library of Congress that the Spaniards made when they got to Florida. They said they saw a whole mosque on top of a hill over in Florida. So yeah, there's whole paintings of what they saw, and the indigenous people they saw were all what you would call today black. All the people who are reclassified today as Negro, people with afros, people with straight hair.
Yes, I know.
All right. So.
Okay. Well, thank y'all so much. Anybody got anything else to add to this segment? 1492 through 1600, the European exploration, before we move on. No? Okay. All right. Next, we are going to go to 1607, Jamestown. England establishes Jamestown, Virginia, the first permanent English settlement. Then it says colonialists rely on trade and sometimes conflict with the Powhatan Confederacy. Y'all know who that is?
Yep.
Years this, Miss Love? My bad, I was getting dressed.
1607. I guess this is between those states.
Oh, Jamestown.
Yeah, Jamestown.
Okay.
Okay, you know who the Powhatan was? Those the Native Americans. Who was those people?
I live near the Potomac River, so I think that's a native word.
Yeah, a lot of these names you're going to come across, Miss Love, are definitely going to be indigenous names. Most of the United States is named after indigenous names. So
I thought they were Englishmen.
It's Powhatan. Yeah,
how's it spelled?
Yeah, it's Powhatan, Confederacy. It says first they establishes Jamestown, Virginia, and then it says the colonists rely on trade and sometimes conflict with the Powhatan Confederacy. Like it's a tribe. I don't know if it was an indigenous tribe or
well, we did have confederacies, you know, besides the Confederacy that they remixed and, you know, did during the Civil WAR. So it's very much possible. I would guess that, yeah, that's probably an indigenous tribe. So, or some kind of confederacy that a multitude of indigenous tribes had, to be honest with you.
That's how you guys got the different states, but they're autonomous to each other. There was 9 tribes, and they all were one tribe, but each 9 tribe worked autonomously to each other. That's how they got the word confederacy.
Yeah, I don't know what he talking about, but just like somebody in the comments just said, I've always known that to be Indian tribe. Those people that you're talking about right now, and just like she just stated in the comments, I don't know how people are missing this, but that was supposed to be Pocahontas people. Those were the first people that were basically encountered and traded with the colonists that came over. Those were the first Indians that they traded and stuff with like that. So that's what I've always known.
So, but I'm curious.
Yeah, the Packers. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, so but I'm curious, like this gonna bring in the indigenous part. Virginia, is that considered the South or no?
Yeah, it's right.
A lot of people. Well, I'm from Texas, so I'm gonna speak for. I'm not gonna speak for the whole South, but I'm gonna speak for my area. We do consider that the South, but it's more like Um, I think the South has changed now, but it's definitely the South.
The reason why I asked you that no shirt is because so y'all saying that was Pocahontas like an indigenous or an American
Yes,
Indian?
yes,
Yes, she
yeah. She's
was.
American
Yes,
Indian.
yes,
She's Aboriginal.
To
Yes,
the
yes,
and it's
Potomac
to,
River.
to clarify, if it's below the Mason-Dixon line, it is the South by the
true,
United States.
true story.
Yes,
Yes,
by the
that's a
United
fact.
States government standards, it is the South. So Maryland, Virginia, and all that, North Carolina is also considered the South.
That's
So
a
is it
fact.
safe to say they ran into the American Indians?
Yes, all this was indigenous land, Ms. Love. All
Yes,
of
she
this,
was.
even Arkansas. I mean, it's Ohio. All of this was
Yes,
indigenous land.
yes, yes, yes.
We had our own government too, so you have to find out exactly how they have this situated. See, the United States Corporation wasn't established into the 1800s, so you have to understand that all this colonialism and all this stuff, the colonial society was not fully established until the early 1800s. So they were frontiers. My granddad, he was 108 years old. He passed in 2000. He explained and gave me all the history, and I'm gonna tell you that these folks were number frontiers, and the English language is our language, whether y'all know it or not. The Englanders just had what you call a special kind of language that was similar to ours, but everything the words mainly most of the words used today is from the indigenous people. They don't want to tell you that. That's why they brought all these other folks over here. But Pocahontas was from the Powhatans, is what they call the Powhatans tribal people, and that's what they based their story around. Notice their history around Powhatan. They never talk about all the other indigenous different societies and tribes that was going on that was here before they even made it here. So you have to understand that's why they did the Dawes Roll. Before the Dawes Roll, there was the Chapman Roll in 1841. And that Chapman Roll is when they discovered what all we all had as indigenous people to this planet. And that's when they switched it up in 1842, when the government decided to take everything and start marking everybody off. So yeah, Powhatan was one of those people who were close to the Yamanese and to the Chickasaws.
Oh, wow. I love history, y'all. Okay, anybody else got? Oh, so vintage. I did have something to ask you when you were saying about we spoke English, right?
Oh yeah, they speak English. We were not Englishers. They use our words and called it English. See, they flipped everything stripped on us. Like the brother said, we had Confederates, we had the Constitution, we had the government and everything and stuff, which was called the Confederates. Just like they had colonial societies, like you was asking about Virginia, sister. I'm glad you brought that up. Virginia was a colony. You have to understand. Tennessee was a colony. Texas was a colony. They had presidents of these different colonies. That's how when they try to lie and say that we came from Africa, they sent all of them over to the colony society, the colonial society sent them over to West Africa. They were trying to trick us into believing that we came from there when we didn't. They stole our government because we had our own Congress and stuff, what you would call Congress and stuff, which was the upper and lower constables, which was considered the Confederacies. And a
Could you
lot of people
speak
don't
on
know
that
that.
Confederate flag, sir? Because that was ours too.
It sure was. Exactly. I was going there. But a lot of people misconstrued and made it different because now they want you to believe that their history is our history. So, that's why they say the history is a lie agreed upon because they stole all our stories and turned around and made it theirs. They always flip the script.
Hey,
Okay.
vintage. Where
That's a
can
fact.
people find this information at?
Oh, it's all over. I
Let
actually
me
got
just like
something.
one place somebody can start to
There's a
I'll
podcast,
give
The
you
History of
online.
Virginia.
Hold on, Papalito. Let them answer. What you
Oh yeah,
say?
let me give it to you. Online, I gave a lot of documents to the sister named Soul Sister. You can go up on her page. She got all the original documents on her.
No. Is it somebody? No, is it some kind of reading or something?
No, I'm giving you the reading. It's the readings, the actual from the Congress,
Okay, where did you get where did you get
from
the
the
readings from, boss? Just name one.
hold on. They come from the United States Congress. They come from the Smithsonian Museum,
Okay.
which was our original documentation
All
that was
right.
filled.
Well, y'all heard them from the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian Museum, right?
That's the only thing I believe in listening to and pay attention to. And some of
Okay, well, that's
listening
where you
to.
can find all your resources, y'all. Anybody looking for a lot of sources? Because I'm not gonna be you know what I mean. We ain't gonna be source, all and stopping it. Start there. What was that? What was that? So, the Library of Congress. And,
Library of Congress and the Smithsonian Museum.
yes, y'all start
Smithsonian is
checking
our
there.
actual museum. We owned it. That's still
What
ours.
the Smithsonian?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
why. That's why.
Really?
Excuse me, but that's the reason why you have DT sending JD Vance to go try to destroy all the original his documents.
Exactly. I was just about to say that,
You
Vegas.
know,
I was
because
just about
all
to say
our
that.
true documentation is in there. Besides the ones that I have, the ones that I had from my great grandfather and stuff, because we still own our land and stuff. You know, and he is what you call a ancestor, which y'all call Chief Black Hawk of the Zoe Indians and stuff. So the thing is that you have to go to the Smithsonian. That's why they went at the Smithsonian's before the Library of Congress to destroy it, because that's where all our real true documentation is at. You can go and ask and go in those private rooms and pay to go in there and get copies of those documents and stuff. And you'll find out. And look at some of the old tax records. If you want to find out if you still got land, because we patented our lands was patented. You know, the original Indians, we had patented our lands and we heirs to the land, and they still owe us payback and everything from that stuff. So yeah, you have to do your research, but start with the Smithsonian more than anything. Because the United States Census Bureau, I have a little stuff on mine, but you have to go back to the United States Census Bureau because they pulled a trick on us. Everybody talks about the Dawes Road. You should not be talking about the Dawes Road, because the Dawes Road was after they brought Ellis Allens over here because we were kicking their butts. Listen, they wasn't that simple. They wasn't winning the war against us. We were beating them at the WAR. That they had to let the Ellis Islanders all the
Okay,
defected.
hold
And
on. We ain't at that timeline in history yet.
I'm
We
sorry,
gonna
sister.
say, yep.
Okay,
I know you passionate. I hope you can stay up here with
okay.
us.
I will, sister. I see. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else got any thing to talk about
I
as
just
far
want
as?
I just want to
Go
say
ahead,
this,
no
love.
trouble. Mm-hmm.
The information that you're giving out right now, I don't understand how people don't know this. Everything, even though you've only went through probably about 200 years right now, even though you only went through a short time span right now, this is something that I learned in elementary. You know what I'm saying?
What?
And this
Oh,
Everything we
a lot
just
of people
heard?
need to learn it now.
Wait,
and
everything we just heard?
yes, ma'am. I learned
I
this
don't
in
remember a lot of this.
I I
They
I,
talk
I
about the Indian
I
Confederacy.
learned this in elementary, and that's why it's insane to me that people don't know this information because
Hey, chat. Hold
this was
on, no
basic
shirt.
information.
Chat. Drop a one in the chat if you knew all this information, and drop a two in the chat if you didn't.
Elementary school.
And drop a 3 if you did learn it, but you don't remember it, and it's good to revisit it. Like, come on.
Because the Smithsonian, I don't remember none of that. I mean a lot of this I'm learning today. All right, no shirt. So bear with us. Bear with us, okay? Because we learning.
No, I'm not saying that to demean anybody. I'm just
Yeah.
saying like I didn't know people didn't know this. That's what
Well,
I'm
see,
saying.
yeah. Well, we gonna learn something today, and now you see a lot of people. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't know what
I
to
have a
say about
question,
it.
Miss Love.
Go ahead, so.
I just wanted to know: do they sit in Indian style in other countries, or is that just for our country? Were they
Um,
taught to sit Indian style?
Definitely was taught that.
Who was taught to sit that way? So
Everybody here.
everybody where?
In America,
Not
I was.
in
I
yes,
thought
in America, but not in other countries.
Indian style.
Yes,
What
that's
ma'am.
what they
Yes,
call when
crisscross?
you
Indian
ma'am.
pull on
style
your
is
legs,
crisscross
sitting down,
Crisscross
applesauce.
listening to the
applesauce.
teacher.
You mean like
Yep.
cross your legs?
Yes, crisscross
Oh,
applesauce.
okay,
That's
okay.
Indian style.
I thought that was a black thing to do, a church
It
thing.
is.
No.
That's why
Thing.
we call it crisscross applesauce. We don't say Indian style. Come on
Right,
now.
that's why when she said Indian style,
We
I was
did say
like, what is
Indian
that?
style. We did
But
say Indian
you
style.
know why they changed it to crisscross applesauce?
Why?
Because we no longer are Indians. The Native Americans, they gave it to the Native Americans. They gave them our title. We are,
Classification.
yeah, reclassification, gentrification, all that.
That was
Yep.
just a part of the erasure. So
I remember Indian
we
style.
I
Oh,
didn't.
that's what it was because the word Indian, Miss Love.
Really.
High school mascot used to be an Indian, and they changed it.
Let me
I
just
bet
say
they
this.
did.
Let me just say this before we keep going. Y'all got to understand. There's different parts of the country that has different educational curriculums, and they change the curriculum almost every year. They take stuff out, they put stuff in. You see, and I grew up in Florida. Florida, we learned a whole lot in elementary school in my generation about indigenous stuff. Now, the generation after me, they are not getting that at all. Ron DeSantis completely took out a lot of the indigenous um, literature and curriculum as a whole whenever it came to Florida education. So you're gonna have people that grew up in Washington State, people that grew up in Oklahoma, people that grew up in Kentucky, New York. They're going to learn stuff completely different. Somebody in New York is not going to get the same education about Ponce de Leon as I did in Florida, right? I was in the belly of the beast. So everybody just keep that in
But I
mind
learned that
whenever we're
at
talking.
home. I'm from New Orleans. My mama taught us that at home.
Yeah, but they're not going to teach everything at home. Some things are going to have to be taught in a public school system, which most of us went to public school system. So we got to be realistic whenever we're talking about history here. This is a great educational topic and a good chance for everybody to learn and cultivate some knowledge right now today. So let's just
And
keep things in
also,
order.
yeah, and also I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I don't know, maybe it was different in the South, but we rarely was taught about, especially indigenous. No, we was taught about the mother Indians a little bit, but other than that, no, like Indian style, it was just cross your legs to me, and you know what I mean. But I didn't know it. I thought it was just like a black Baptist church thing. You know what I mean? Like how your grandparents and
Exactly.
everything.
Right.
I didn't know it had nothing to do with indigenous people. Go ahead, Nicole. You were trying to say something.
No, I'm just saying I'm from New Orleans, and it was like we was taught a lot of that stuff on the outside of the school. It was just like a normal thing to do. My mom used to play a lot of like hand games and stuff with us, and we learned like that. So I don't know about the school. I don't think I learned that in school.
And you know,
White,
Nicole.
wifey in the room.
Hey, up. So hold on, Bone. Nicole. Soul from New Orleans too. No, yeah, Louisiana.
I'm from Lake Charles, Nicole.
Okay, well then we know. Well, we do know that like living in Louisiana, the cultures are different, and I love that. So like as you go through the different cities and stuff like that, we do things differently. The music change, the accents change, a lot of the culture changes. But it's all Louisiana though, but it's different.
Yeah, and so I guess us in the Midwest is totally different from people where Louisiana is, and Florida, and deep down South Mississippi and stuff. Even though we carry it with us because of our ancestry, but some of the things that I learned here from y'all, especially this whole indigenous thing, like you know what I mean. I'm really, really learning.
Most
So yeah.
definitely. Most definitely. In Chicago, I'm from Chicago, and let me say this to you. We had
I'm
48
sorry,
schools
y'all.
that
I
were
gotta
named
go.
out of
Okay, Nicole,
Thank
come
you.
back anytime.
we were
Okay,
named
thank
that
you.
Are you
we were
welcome?
named after our schools named after all black people, okay,
Yes.
black Americans. And do you know once I left Chicago after I had went to court and won the case against in Brown versus the Board of Education to keep them from closing DuSable High School, which was a black school that was for black Americans and stuff where most of the black multimillionaires come from. And I went down to North Carolina. Rahm Emanuel, which was the mayor during that time, him and the small caps, the board member right now, his name is Sachs. He's still over the board right now. They got rid of all of the black American names so that they could erase our
Yes.
history and try to make it look like we were Pan Africans, like all of us came over here on the ship when we know that Ellis Islanders
Yes.
came here on the ship and it wasn't us. Okay?
Hold on, y'all. User. Okay. Go ahead.
when it
You
when,
know,
when it
still
was
coming then, because I
when
got
it
a
was the
question for
Ellis
you.
Islanders that came over here on all those ships. If you look at the Titanic, you could tell who all really came on the ships, and it wasn't us. Okay, but they used that. They played that. That was all about J.P. Morgan Chase. Rothschild and Rockefeller and them, they designed the educational school system to flip to make it look
Yup.
like we came from Liberia and from Africa when none of us came from none of them. When this was originally our land and still is our land right now today. Like they say, if you could trick them, you could fool them. So that's what they pulled on us.
So can
He took
somebody tell me
all the
exactly?
patents and land
Hold on,
grants.
Pablito. Hold on. Can somebody tell me what was they trading with the Pocahontas people, Powhatan people? What was they
Fire
trading?
water, fire water,
Fire and water?
fire water, alcohol.
Oh, fire water.
See, this is what they don't tell you about. This is why everybody is sick. That's why, see, we're melanated people. Melanated people, we can't consume alcohol. That's why it destroys our liver and kidneys and all that stuff. Europeans can't because they have a different makeup from us, okay? Because they recessive genes does not have all that melanin. But listen, they changed, they traded fire water for all the resources for the gold and some everything. I mean, I can go on and on, but that's what they did. They used, once they hit that first, because we was smoking the peace pipe. You know what I'm talking about. It's still the peace pipe.
Is that the greeny green greens?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And we still do it right now today. But if you notice the alcohol consume us, that's still the same fire water that's destroying us right now today because they know that fire water was not no good for us. And they traded with the Powhatans. They was called the Powhatans. And they were like, whoa, this is good. And so that's how they tricked us. And that's how they beat us because they got in with us. And John Smith and those frontiers were not heroes the way they tell the story. They were scavengers and they were raiders and, oh my God, vicious criminals. They
Savages.
didn't want to tell you the truth about them devils. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
But to answer your question, Ms. Love, there was a multitude of crops that we were trading with them. To answer your question, yeah, they had corn here. That's number one that everyone already knows. But you had other goods like cabbage. You had other goods like sweet potatoes. You had different things that they were trading with these people. So it's not just one thing, right? And a lot of people get that misnomer is that they think it's just one thing we were trading with these people. No, it was a multitude of things. So
Also plants and medicine type things too, because you got to
right.
remember at this time that when they got here, a lot of them were passing off because they wasn't from this land. So the diseases and stuff like that they brought with them was also taking them out. They couldn't heal themselves. They couldn't eat because they couldn't grow things here. So they was doing a lot of trading just to survive over here, not just because they trying to get along. They needed the help.
Thanks, helicopter.
But that's all I had to say.
Okay, final say. Anybody else got anything else to say on this segment?
We did trade a lot with them. They didn't have a lot to trade with us because they were sick and they was hungry. They were starving. Let's just keep this
Exactly.
real. A lot of people don't want to tell the truth about what really happened. They didn't come over here as no heroes, as Captain Saver, you know who what. They came over here begging. They needed to barter with us. They only had their fire water. We had everything, okay? So, I mean, like the brother say, FBA Maroon said, we had a lot of things. Like the other brother said, we had herbs for healing and stuff like that. They were almost like K9 dogs. I'm not going to try to be funny. I'm keeping it 100 with y'all. We had to teach them how to act civilized, and they call us uncivilized.
Near me, near the Occoquan, they used to farm tobacco, and before it was used to be called Lower Marlboro.
Okay, you all. Let's go to our next segment. 1620, the Pilgrims. Pilgrims arrived on the Mayflower and established the Plymouth colony. They receive assistance from they receive assistance from local indigenous, this is the words they use. They receive assistance from local indigenous people, including members of the Wampanoag, Wampanoag. Or is that why? Y'all know who that is?
Yup.
Where the Mayflower landed on us, let's just be honest about it. Their story about the Mayflower was not true. The Mayflower landed on us. We were some very peaceful people. We was trying to be nice, trying to show a little mercy towards them, and they ravished our land. They did everything they could to destroy us. Okay, so what I'm going to say to you is that when they was trying to help them, they were unaliving them. I can't say really what I want to. This stuff was so graphical that they did to us, because a lot of those was incestuous people, sick, messed up people. They had mental illnesses and everything and stuff. But they tell you, they call them frontiers in history. My grandfather called them the frontiers because he said those was the ones that was the troublemakers. The frontiers came over here ravishing the land. The reason why my people survived is because they did not let them colonize. They unalived them before they even came into their land. So, like they did us during the Civil War, we had to do the same thing to them, unalive them and bury them. Nobody never knew where they went, that's just the truth. So the Mayflower landed on us.
And they were the worst of the Europeans that came over here. I think people missed that part of the story too. Those wasn't just travelers freely, willy-nilly coming over here. Those were people that had got exiled from their land. So of course they came over here being savages. People, the place that they came from didn't even want them.
Right. The Northern Europeans didn't even like the Southern Europeans. So just let you know. And that's another thing we have a problem with too, because y'all think that all white people is white. They not. That's an ethnicity. White and black is an ethnicity, but they start using it as a race. See, we're not a race. We're ethnicity. We're black, but people don't want to discuss that part of it. But see, the whole thing is that they came over here ravishing this land because they were slaves in their own country.
And for context, let me just add, when Ms. Love spoke about the indigenous people, according to Noah Webster's Dictionary of 1828, they're speaking of those copper color races that were found in America. So the indigenous people are the Indians that they're talking about.
Exactly.
Just also wanted to make known that it's very important when we're talking about the forts, that probably is the meat of evidence that is still here today, right? And a lot of these forts that they put the knowledge on around the walls of them, okay, a lot of the forts are on the coast. Just like Vintage said, they couldn't make it inland. It was the same thing that was going on over there in Africa when they were doing the quote unquote transatlantic slave trade they keep telling us about, which me personally, I don't believe it fully, but that's here nor there. They couldn't make it inland. They could not handle the diseases and the tropical climate that was going on to this very day. When you go to Virginia, that's along the East Coast. When you go to Florida, that's along the East Coast. South Carolina, that's along the East Coast. They could not make it inland.
Maroon. That's why my family interviews like that. We'll stop the shit out of somebody for real. We'll stop the shit out of somebody.
Oh,
And yeah. I'm from the SIP. That just our energy. We're really correct them people, and they incorrect. They
What you call
are
it? That
incorrect.
fire water?
Yes,
Vintage.
yes, that's
What
firewater.
you say, Miss Love?
Fire water.
That fire water. Hold on,
Miss
Mississippi. Okay.
Miss Love,
Well,
I'm telling you how we do this shit in Mississippi. I'm telling you, it ain't like that. What everybody bring up on your panel, like everybody get along, like the white folks and black folks get along. It ain't like that. It's not like that.
no, dog.
And
We
I
know.
and I and I land my helicopter or my plane or my jet. I land all of it.
um,
They don't know, man. They don't know. They don't know.
they don't know, baby. They don't know. Okay, so let me mute you. There you go. All right. What was I about to say? It was so important too.
We're at the Pilgrims, I believe, correct? Or which ones were you at?
Oh, yes. This is what I wanted to know if somebody can explain it. It wasn't that many. About how many indigenous people? So when you, because somebody told me yesterday, I learned that I guess the states were their own countries.
Basically,
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, they were. Yes, ma'am, they were.
They
Okay.
were.
So in these white people, they only went to one country, or they just started coming to
no, they
countries
came to the coast. That's what they were just
for
telling
the
you. They
whole
came to
coast.
the
So about
That's
how
what I
coastline.
was
many
trying
of
to
it was
say.
it?
You
How
said
many
what?
of it was it about?
How many pilgrims came?
Yeah, like how many white people? It was indigenous here. About how many? What was?
They
Because I know
weren't
we
indigenous here.
talk
Them white
about
people was
Africa
from
a
here.
lot. Wait, we
They
talk
wasn't all.
about Africa a lot and how they can let white people come there, and there's so many of them over there. And how can they let these white people take over? Okay, how did we?
Okay,
Let us go
so
to FBA. Go ahead. Take it, brother.
yeah, well, no, I want vintage to add and no shirt as well. But something we have to remember is that when these people are coming off of ships, what's the number one way and the easiest way to colonize a people?
Colonize people.
If there's already hundreds of millions of people here, right? That's my prediction. Let's just say we had 200 million of us here. You got people coming with these foreign diseases, these foreign illnesses that we don't even know how to treat like that. And that's going to start unaliving our people because we don't know, we don't have the technology or the medicine or well equipped enough to fight off these different diseases. So that's one of the ways that they did attack our people was through illness, right?
Okay, let me ask you another question then. Okay, I don't
Mhm.
mean to cut you off, but my brain is like going right now. Okay, so were we? I hate to look at us like this. I don't know because I guess these people, I guess they had their own language. I don't know how they washed up here. But what kind of people do y'all? Anybody know what type of people we were? Were we smart people?
Yes,
Yes,
agricultural,
Yes. Oh,
peaceful.
yes.
very tough. We invented everything. If you look at everything, even up to today,
But
5G,
how they
and all that is
outsmart
created
us?
by,
We need to
by
Invented
go
Jesse
to
markets
Helmer.
and
hold
invented
on, I'm
money.
trying to wait. Well, how did they outsmart us like
Oh,
that?
okay. No. Can I?
FBA was just telling you how they outsmarted us. They used diseases.
They am.
That's just
They.
one of the ways they did it too. And then they also started politicking, like the
Yes.
story. Yeah, go ahead, no shirt. Go ahead.
That,
Go ahead.
well, I'm gonna just input this. They, like he said, they started politicking. So basically, in short story form, they got a few got here, realized what was here. They also brought diseases and things like that here, but a lot of people forget about the part of the story where a few of them went back and told what they saw and what was over here and grouped up basically and came back. You know what I'm saying? It was like a tactical war ambush because the people over here that they encountered first, they were they wasn't how can I say it? They're friendly.
We were very friendly,
I'm
xenophilic.
gonna say that. I'm gonna say they was friendly,
Mhm.
and when those, like I
Okay,
said,
tell
those
me
people.
something.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're not gonna call them dumb. They definitely weren't dumb, but they were the ones that they encountered first were the friendlier ones. If they would have, trust me, if they would have encountered the quote unquote Comanches or tribes like that, they wouldn't have lasted long. But they encountered some of the friendlier ones, and and that's kind of how things took a turn.
Peaceful, I
Yeah,
think is the shirt is the word that no shirt's looking for. We were a
yeah,
peaceful
yeah.
people. And then also too, Ms. Lau, I was going to run down the timeline of it. So not just disease, right? But just like no shirt said, they went back, got a lot of their cousins, made the voyage back again because they knew how to make it at that point. Now also too, something a lot of people don't really want to talk about is how some of these tribes actually dealt with the YT supremacists, made deals, and started betraying our own.
Facts,
So that's
facts.
one
And
of the
and
biggest
that's
ways.
It's
and
facts.
that's kind of what they're doing today, which is called
Correct.
chain migration.
And so a lot of people don't understand that when those five civilized tribes, and it wasn't everybody in the five civilized tribes who sold out, but you could still be a Cherokee that's over in Alabama or Mississippi. You could still be a Blackfoot that's over in Alabama, Mississippi, Chickasaw, so on and so forth. So yeah, we got betrayed by our own people. They gave them a lot of the knowledge of us. So that's one of the major things to keep in mind.
We're the five tribes.
I hear you, Pablo. I don't know your name.
I said, what were the five
we
tribes?
we are we are still here. Y'all coming over here. We are still here. All the things that we done went through and everything like that. We don't flee. We don't flee or fled or whatever. Past tense, future tense. We never did that. You hear what I'm saying?
We still here on our
We
land.
are here. We
We're
are
still
still
here.
here. We are still here. Y'all, people
What
like
the
people.
hell?
Y'all come over here. We never fled. We're not a
Okay,
fleet.
let's get back to the show.
Hey,
We
Pablo.
were talking about the five colonies.
Well, Pablo asked about the five civilized tribes. I
Okay,
was
go
gonna say
ahead.
this about that. Me personally, I don't conform to that because those five tribes are stolen identities. So I really don't.
It's still a part of our history, dog. We
Yeah,
can't
oh,
take
oh,
it out. But I know what
definitely.
you're saying, though. I feel you, and I'm not too far away from these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those. Okay, so another. I'm actually glad No Shirt said that. So a lot of these tribes have gotten co-opted. Though you sell out against God's people, things are going to happen to you. That's just a fact, right? So now a lot of them are feeling it because they're not the same people. Like Jesse Jackson, cold and Cherokee. You know what I mean? That's a perfect example. And naming us African American, that's
Facts.
diabolical.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I'm glad, and I'm glad that was mentioned because I am an ancestor of Chief Black Hawk, who was not a chief of the whole tribes of the Sioux Indians. He became a chief because he was doing WAR against all of them, the colonizers and the traders. So I could tell you a lot about that trading stuff. They did turn on us. There were certain ones that sold us out,
I
and,
don't. I
and
don't
we
give a
hit the
fuck
fight.
where
Man,
you
come on, don't
from.
do that
I
right
don't
now,
give a
sir.
fuck
Don't
where
do that
you
right now.
from.
Mississippi, don't do that right now. So the thing is that he fought them until they captured him. And the only way he got captured, according to my grandpa, was because some of the other Indians told on him. And they were the Cherokees. So now you know why Jesse Jackson of the CIA was calling us African Americans, because his folks was the main ones that traded on Chief Black Hawk. So I'm just telling you, it's evidentiary directly from my family line that they sold Chief Black Hawk off and he got caught and they made him a Roman Catholic, and he wasn't a Catholic because we still did our things underground.
A snake always a snake, huh, Vintage?
Oh, definitely. And right now today, that 5G, let me just let y'all know, and since I know we ain't talking about it, but this got something a lot to do with it. That whole 5G is with the small caps is doing, putting them data centers up so they can go from 5G to 6G and they can melt our organs from the inside out. So they still doing WR on
allegedly,
us.
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah, you can say allegedly, but I can actually pull up a document on that. But the thing is that so allegedly they are planning on doing that. So that's why they got so many data centers coming up, and they're gonna make us pay for our own so-called whatever. But we still the same indigenous that's been here forever. We do know how to handle everything because you got to remember who created technology. And that's why all your bills is gone, by the way, because bills knocked a lot of that 5G stuff out anyway. It interrupted the frequency of the air.
You just said some facts that they don't know about right there, but we're gonna move on.
To the first slave traders, Miss Love. I mean, the first slave catchers, Miss Love, were those 5 civilized tribes. They
Facts,
were the
sister.
only people who knew the
That could
land
track
well.
them. Yeah, they the only people that could track other indigenous people, because you got to remember at this time those Europeans and colonizers that was coming over here, they literally couldn't live without them. So you think they're going around and traveling this place without having a guide? That's where Sacagawea and um what's those dudes? You
Buckworth
said,
taught them how to get over the pass. It's a whole lot of stuff that we taught them. So
yeah, but that's where Sacagawea comes into play. She was definitely a big guide to I think his name was Lewis and dang. Yeah, I'm a digress. I'm gonna fall back.
Lewis and Clark.
Yes, Lewis and Clark. But there were many more people like her that helped these people navigate the land, and like FBA Maroon said, also help capture their own.
Good, fam. How y'all doing?
Hey, hey, everybody. Hold on. Can y'all do a mod break where y'all can have open discussion for a minute?
Yeah, I
go ahead,
just
Soul.
Let's do that mind break. Come on, Maroon. Let's get it.
All righty, yeah, this is a good time. We got 148 people in here. All right. We got 28.2K taps. Y'all already know what I'm about to say. Y'all enjoying the show. This is a great prompt. This is something we need to actually start talking about more, because whenever you know how your enemies, quote unquote, conquered you, you won't repeat the same mistakes again, right? Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, load up the peace sign. All right, let me stop. But yeah, y'all go ahead and tap that screen, family. All right, we're going to get to it. Let's get to that 100K taps today. let's not take too long to get it. It's a beautiful Sunday out here in the good old state of Texas. And yeah, this is definitely a great prompt. All right. Let's go
Okay,
ahead and tap that screen, family.
we have Boss Talk 80 saying that I'm fact checking as people are misinforming the audience. Come up, sir, and come talk to us.
No, that's a tether. Tether's unequipped with that third world brain, as helicopter say, for this kind of conversation. Oh Lord.
But we ain't ducking no smoke, so you know.
We not, but you gotta find out who started fact checkers and who owned the company. And it ain't us. Y'all better be careful now. Y'all going to listen to those Europeans and thinking that they're your friend and your enemy, actually.
Hey, I just
So
want to say
who
too,
started fact checking? Who started that? Vintage.
The small caps.
of course,
Go
of course.
figure.
And I just want to say too, this information is not hard to research. It's not hard to find. This information is, you know what they used to tell me, and I know y'all probably heard this a lot. You want to trick a nigga, put it in a book, and y'all niggas is not looking in no books.
I agree.
Nigerian.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all context. Boss Talk is a hostile Nigerian. He's not us, by the way. So just make sure put that out there. He's just upset that a lot of us know our history. We could trace our ancestry. They can't do that in Nigeria. Only thing they could trace their ancestry back to is their parents, and after that is a rock. Some rock over there in Nigeria that they done found and started skipping over a lake or something. I don't know. But yeah, they can't trace their ancestry like that. So just to give context.
Yeah, the 43 foods that they eat right now today came from over here, from our land, from over here. We took it over there and showed them how to use it. So a lot of people don't know that. See, so while they think that we come from there, they actually are surviving because of us. And they didn't have no world say into the 1950s when us Black Americans gave them that kind of permission, in a sense, while we were doing our WAR with this so-called United States corporation. Because this is a corporation. Y'all remember that. This is a corporation. And it's been resolved. I don't want to get deep in detail of that, but this corporation was resolved by your president, Donald Trump, on June the 26th. Fact check if you want to. He dissolved this United States corporation. Now it's the United States of, guess what? It's going to be United States of I.
Y'all can fact check that, or fact check all the information that you hear here. That's up to you. Y'all can fact check if y'all want to. If I was y'all and y'all want to be sure of something, always fact check. Okay.
And
Damn,
this
who is
look,
that, Maroon?
this is the chief of the Yamasi tribe.
He
Okay,
look
some
like
people
you a
say
little bit.
he do like a little bit, but if you grew up on the East Coast and you all understand what the Yamasis are, you have to be indigenous on both sides. Both parents have to be indigenous to this land, let alone from the same tribe. Back in the day, right, talking about hundreds of years ago, from the research I did, is if you were not on both sides a part of the same tribe, you cannot become a chief. Now, I don't know if they still practice that to this day, but again, this man just became mayor of Allendale, South Carolina, the first indigenous mayor of South Carolina. And I just wanted to put his picture up there because the drawings and paint. Yeah. One of the paintings that I saw in this, I got to find the book again, but they have a multitude of paintings of the people that they found over here in this land. Ponce de Leon in Florida would have found people that looked a lot, well, I was not going to say a lot darker than him, but they were darker copper toned than him over there in Florida. So yes, our dark skins don't even look the same.
Miss Love, some people in the chat is asking Vintage, what did he say? He said United States of what? They couldn't hear him.
Okay. Well,
I can't say the word, but I said the United States government just gave their military over to certain people, and you can get ready within the next 5 months, well, 4 months coming up now. It's going to be the United States of I, and if you know what the letter I stands for, you already know what it is, and that's why they over here on the takeover right now. But do y'all know who they coming after? All us indigenous. Just let y'all know. They predicted and said it last year and the year before last that they
so
make the
you
biggest.
saying, hold on, no disrespect, but you saying in the next 4 or 5 months, the United States of America is going to become the United States of small hats?
Me to tell you
You
why?
can't tell. You can't tell. They already done took over
Hold on a
Congress.
second, bro. Hold on real quick. Hold
Yeah.
on, dog. How many Americans are in America right now?
A
So are you
lot.
talking about true Americans, or you talking about the people that
Just the
live?
American, the population of America right now. What's the population of America?
I don't even know what.
350
million.
million.
350 million. Okay, cool. What's the population of pew-pews in America?
I
3
don't
to
have that
1.
number, but I have my own, and
It's
everybody else
about
has.
1.5 billion. Okay, it's about 1.5 billion pew-pews that we have access to in America, right? What's the total military and police force of America?
Yep. But the thing
Okay,
is, they
the
own the
helicopter.
patents and the land
What's the
grants.
total police force and military force of America, sir?
Don't know, but
It's
I'll
about
say this.
five. It's about 5 million. So you want me to believe 5 million people that can only shoot one pew pew at a time is going to take over 350 million people that have access to 1.5 billion pew pews? The scare tactics don't work here, sir. You got to use some logic, man.
It's not. It's no. I'm using logic because you know who's going to be heading over the Pentagon, sir.
Uh,
Let's go there. Who's going to be the
who's
head of the
gonna get
Pentagon?
It's going to be
1.5
BLK folks that's
trillion?
independent. You know what happened the last time they gave an order to go in Iran? What happened when they did that? The Pentagon, the general said, nope, that's an unlawful order. We're not doing it. And them soldiers, they kept their ass on the coast. And they still ain't been in Iran since. So who's
Trying
gonna
to
be the
get the
one in the Pentagon?
1.5 trillion.
Who's gonna be the one in the Pentagon that's gonna carry out the order?
So in 5 months, you're going to have them to take over the Pentagon. So you telling me that they're not going to follow their orders? You say use logic. Now I'm using logic. I'm using law. The Congress did pass the law for them to come and take over and become part of the United States. They emerged together. So when they be take over the full head right now, they got a head guy work with the Pentagon right now. But when 5 months come, they're going to take over the Pentagon. So are you telling me that they're not going to follow the orders of the small caps? That's going to be in leadership. Just like right now, the data centers, do you know that Microsoft and all them have they people in the Pentagon right now?
Uh, Chat GTP.
Well, I'm using
Let me
logic now, sir.
let me
Come
let
on
me
now.
tell you from my logical brain as a foundational Black American, I ain't going. I already told people about this, bruh. Listen, I don't care what kind of tactics or fear tactic, whatever they try to do. Listen, I think I speak for most foundational Black Americans. We don't give a damn. You try whatever you want to try with our people. I ain't going.
Me
And I'm gonna
neither.
leave it
I'm
like
with you
that because I
100%
got a
on that, brother.
certain, huh?
But we have to be prepared and get ready because it's going to go down, brother.
But that's what helicopters just saying. We got access to everything we need. You know what
You
I'm
know why
saying?
they're doing that?
And I'm gonna leave it like that because again, this is a history lesson, so we don't really need to get in that kind of stuff. Miss Love, I put up the This is one of the first emblems of America of the way they depicted the people they came upon these shores on the East Coast of. I couldn't get the whole picture and frame, but I looked it up real quick. This is one of the emblems of America that they created to depict the indigenous population. So
So
everybody,
it's just a drawing, though, because if you look,
Go. Hold on, Rogue. I'm gonna let you unmute as soon as I say this. Don't look like the Siberians to me.
no, it doesn't. And this is again a painting. That's why I wanted to pull up the picture of the chief of the Yamasees. That's 2026. This is 14 what 97 or something, or 15 40, you know what I mean? Because it's
Thank you,
just so
Armin.
much. Yeah, after you get through slavery and all that, now you're going to have people that start to look like us. You know what I mean? You're going to have start to, especially with the Louisiana Creoles and now what they look like. You have certain tribes over on the East Coast as well, where a lot of people are lighter skinned. There's a lady on here called Chief Mimi Olam. She is fully indigenous and does, I think, holistic healing and also deals with the history of the tribes as well. So she's on TikTok, Chief Mimi Olam. She is currently registered and everything, registered cardinal. Jesse Jackson, again, with his high cheekbone self, he looks more like this lady facially than, one of the Siberian people that are now, these chiefs and whatnot. Even the Navajo tribe is YouTube videos now claiming that they're from Asia, that they're not from here. So, this is all stuff going on. He's a Navajo historian that is saying this.
The
Okay.
Asian eyes and the Asian hair.
Huh? What you say?
Those Navajo who they claim that they're Indian. If you look at their eyes, it's like Asiatic, and their hair is also straight black.
Yeah, like Siberians, right?
Yup.
These people
Yeah.
are Asians.
If you
Yeah.
ask me, they some daggone Latinos and Asians. That's what they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he said too. He said the Navajo tribe. I'm glad Helicopter said the Navajo tribe. He claimed for it to be from what is now called Mexico. He said that's his words. This
Hey,
is
hey,
not.
hey, Maroon. So there, this is not a secret, right? People do
Well,
know this, right? That I mean, well, maybe I should ask Love. Love, you were taught when in elementary as a kid, you were taught that Indians were Siberians, right? That they came across the Bering Strait, right?
no,
You
I
were taught.
wasn't
You
actually.
wasn't.
No, I
Oh,
wasn't.
they didn't
I
teach us
was
that
taught
either
as
in
a
Wow.
Florida,
They
kid.
don't
dog.
teach that. They actually don't in
Wow. They
Virginia.
didn't teach all that in Florida either.
No, they
Wow.
just said about the
Virginia
indigenous
neither.
people of Florida. That's
Wait a
what they
minute.
taught us.
Yep,
We
hold on, no
wow.
sir, hold on. Hold on, everybody. Rogue, I'm about to mute up. Go ahead.
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm
Road.
sorry. Good morning. I just wanted to comment that painting that FBA Maroon showed was from someone who had never been to the Americas, who just painted it to reflect what they thought America was. Because if you looked at that painting real closely, the woman is wearing a leopard shawl, and of
Top
course,
down.
leopards don't come from the
Wrong.
United
I have
States.
wrong. I have the book
Straight up
that
Wait a
painting
minute,
bullshit.
came
hold
from.
on.
That's not an actual painting. That is the actual drawing of the description. That book is called America, being the latest and most accurate description of the New World, where they documented a description and it gave a description of all the tribes and colonies that they encountered when they came here. That book was written by the colonizers in the 1500s. I have a copy of it. And that picture that he displayed, all these pictures that you see of the Native Americans and stuff like that, the indigenous like Indians, that came out of that book. Those are actual, real, written down documents that they put together in a book and published that book. That book was like $18,000 about 15 years ago. So no, that ain't no painting that somebody depicted that they thought what it appeared to be in their brain. No, that's what they actually saw, sir.
Get this disruptor
So who
down.
is
He's
that
only
person that
talking about
actually came over here and saw that? And they also drew
No,
it?
no, 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 no,
So they
no,
were a
no,
painter
no,
that came
road.
over,
Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Just let them ask his
a
question.
painter as an explorer,
I
and then
wanted
they
to
went
ask him a
and then
question
they
because
painted it.
Miss Love, he made a statement.
That's a
Hold
representation of
on.
some.
Miss Love, I wanted to ask him a question because he made a statement on what I said.
Okay,
And
good.
he said that the person never made it to America. So I want to know who is the person that painted this that never made it to America, Road? Because you just make a statement, you don't have no source.
There's a name. There's a name of that painting, and I'll get back to you on that once I look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
See,
what I
you
thought.
prove them
Stop coming
wrong,
up here
and
with.
then they go, "Oh no, he's gonna do this the whole time. Just throw out fake stuff, and then we're gonna stop learning, and then he's just gonna be happy about that. That's what he lives for."
Well,
You know
Rogue is
him?
a.
But you can tell them they're the same all the time everywhere. They just put out the same script over and over again, man. It's so boring.
Okay, Rogue. Go find that information for us, okay? We want
You
to
on the
hear it.
timer.
Sure
You
do.
got 5 minutes. You on the timer.
Okay,
It ain't
y'all
that
go
hard to
ahead.
find.
Can we move on to the next segment or
Yes,
no?
please, please, please.
All right.
Because we could spend a lot of time on that, and then we got Rogue up here. He's a rogue Bucci cat on the loose. He's just up here mad.
Great facts.
He allergic to you, Maroon.
Yeah, he don't like the truth. I bring that demon up out of him, but we gonna rebuke that and cast it out on this lovely Sunday today. Amen.
Amen. All right, so we going to 1630 through 1670. The expansion of English colonies. More English settlers arrive. Colonies expand, increasing conflicts over land with indigenous nations. Events such as the Pequot, Pequot War, 1636 through 1638, and King Philip's War, 1675 through 1676, result in heavy casualties and major changes from both colonists and indigenous people. Anyone want to elaborate on any of those?
That's what I was talking about earlier, love, when I was telling you how they were here. They started unaliving and trading and stuff like that, and then they left and told what they saw and what was great about this new land over here, and they came back with help. That and like you just said, from your documents, they started conflicts and more conflicts and expanded inward to new territories and started more conflicts with the natives of the land. That's basically what you just went over. I think we covered that, but anybody else?
And let me just reiterate it. That's why we're gonna go in order. We're gonna go through timeline because let me tell you, I didn't learn that in school either.
That
Yeah.
hey, that is blow my bad, Vintage, but this right here is blowing my mind because I'm from East Texas, deep in the heart of Texas, and this stuff right here is like not, and I'm not demeaning anybody or they systems of learning anywhere else they in America, but I'm just saying this information right here to me, this is basic knowledge. My 6-year-old daughter right now, I know a lot has changed with the curriculum, but my 6-year-old daughter right now is in kindergarten, finna go to first grade, and they're learning this same stuff. That's crazy.
No
Yeah.
shirt. Could you please educate the chat on that? That Texas have Jaguars because I don't think they
Yes.
know that. So maybe that print that lady had on up in that video, in that picture, in that painting, maybe that's from
Pe-
Jaguar skin or
People,
something.
okay, I'm gonna just say this real quick about Texas. Texas is big, okay? We have mountains, we have snow, we have deserts, we have wetlands, we have everything in one state. We have bears, we have jaguars, we have mountain lions. Oh my gosh. I really shouldn't have to. People, do your research on your homeland. And when I say your homeland, I'm talking about America. I'm talking about each state in America. You're trying to go outside of America to go visit and travel. How about you learn about this land that you're on first? And I'll lay my plan right there.
Well, no, sure. The problem is a lot of these people are tethers, right? And they're trolling because they're on backup accounts and don't want to say where they're actually from. So when we're talking to certain people that are ill-informed, like just the other day, I saw a bobcat literally walking down the street, and I'm in northern part of Dallas, so we have coyotes, we have wolf. I mean, there's so much stuff in Texas. Texas is like 8 states in one. It's huge.
Exactly.
So, people don't understand. Florida's like 3 states in one or 4 states in one, depending on how people want to cut it up and slice it. But even on the East Coast, we've had bobcats all the time. We had Maine Coons. I don't even know if anybody knows what a Maine Coon is. But that's kind of like a hybrid animal between a couple different ones. So, yeah, it's a lot of things over here in the United States of America. We're not just one people. But back to what you were saying, yes, they brought their degenerate cousins back over here to wage WAR. The Europeans did the long game when it came to colonization. You don't just wake up one day and then you're colonized. No, they kept moving more and more inland and kept doing more and more colonization and keep creating more and more conflicts for our people. Ms. Love, as we go down this timeline, you're going to see a multitude of WARs. Even the Yamasees, that chief I just showed you, his tribe, there was a whole Yamasee WAR that happened in the 1700s.
Correct.
I want to say something. I want to say something too, real quick. And let me tell you something. No, sure, you do got a point. We do, as Black Americans especially, we really do have to get back into history. But however, I can believe it now that I've been doing these panels and I've been learning more. But however, like this whole war that they did, like you would believe you came from Africa because all you saw was those, native so-called, the Siberians fighting all these wars against these white people while you somewhere in chains. But knowing, like, we was fighting them too. Like, that's amazing to me. That's amazing history. Like, we the indigenous people.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
a lot of
Exactly.
pictures that we see in no shirt, and I'm glad you brought that up. The Pequods was, man, they were. I'm talking about, they was desecrating them. That's why King Philip sent all them folks back over here. Okay, see, you're accurate with your data, love world, because King Philip and them had to run and go back and get some more help because they was like, whoa, they called us savages because they thought that we were going to be the same type like the Pilgrims and stuff, was going to be nice to them. The Pequods was just desecrating them. And they had to go back, and King Philip, he blessed and sent his folks over here and stuff. It was not a simple thing when they try to say that we were slaves. They lying about that. They not telling the truth. we were desecrating them. And some of our folks still doing it right now today, but I can't go into that. I'm sorry.
And
Go
you would
ahead.
never make me believe a squared Siberian fought off all these people while we
But they
were
used
in
them.
chains.
But so they started taking pictures of them back in 1902.
They
That was more J.P. Morgan Chase and Rothschild and them started taking pictures of them and putting them up like they were the Indians. So I'm just letting you know what they did. This was a part of their scheme when they were creating they school system over there in New York. Because see, we had the free schools. Y'all they just started trying to say it was the African free school. No, we had free schools. Okay, so I was homeschooled at home, so on our land. But the thing is, we call them free schools. But the thing is that they did that because they had to try to distract and try to convince everybody that the Indians was them. Those folks the Siberian Huskies and stuff that they brought down. Sorry, I had to say it that way. But no, they were the ones that created all this stuff. And that's why we need to pull our children out of those school systems and create our own school systems and go back to the free schools and teach our children the truth, our story. I don't want to say history, our story. We need to tell our story to our children, our generations. Then they can know the true facts
Okay,
of what's going
man,
on.
you're playing dog. Go ahead, Charles. I know Charles been waiting to say something.
Yeah, you said a lot there. The thing about it, the Siberians didn't actually come into the 1900s till they brought them over on the boat. The only way you can actually believe that story of his story about the Siberians walking over through the freeze, if you believe that we actually live on a spinning ball, that this earth is a spinning ball. And also they would have to be going to the moon, which they're not. If you Google, it depends on how you ask Google to get the correct answer. Siberian is is Russia. If you ask Google, what is the farthest east? Where's the farthest east? It's going to give you Russia. Russia cannot be the farthest east and also be in our Pacific. You understand? In order for Siberians to come to Alaska, they would have to be in our Pacific and in our East at the same time. It does not make sense. But they play on your intelligence, and they figure that if you believe and you buy into the whole doctrination that this is a round ball planet spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour, that you would have to go with their logic. It doesn't work that way. My other question I wanted to ask Vintage, where are your people from?
My people's originally from here in Illinois and down in Mississippi. Yeah. We the souls. Yeah, we the
Well,
souls.
my last name is Moxie, so you can tell where my people were from. You got to spell it Moxie. And we are of the land here. The Moxie River and all that stuff. The Moxie Fall
Yeah, I know all about
of
them.
this land. Original. Yes,
I,
sir.
I just want to say real quick too, for the people that keep questioning whether we had Jaguars here, a lot of these sports teams are named after wherever they found the indigenous, inhabitants of that land. Okay, you have the Washington Redskins, you have the Cleveland Indians, you have so on and so forth, so many sports teams, right? Florida Seminoles up there in Tallahassee at FSU, right? You got the Florida Gators, you have the Jacksonville Jaguars, you have the Miami Marlins. You have a lot of different sports teams that are named after what they, what they found in those indigenous inhabitants. All right.
You had the Southern Jaguars, Southern University. You
Southern
had
University
Washington Marion
Jaguars.
Indians in Lake Charles, Louisiana. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Who's saying the Jaguars didn't exist? We got Jaguars now. They're called Cougars. Like, what are we talking about?
It's somebody in the comments. We're not gonna keep paying them no mind.
Okay,
This
I'm
is
like,
basic.
what are we?
This
Okay.
this is
Kind of
basic
confused the audience.
information.
That's the only reason why I addressed it.
They probably
Basic
said the painting was fake
information.
because he had a Jaguar skin.
Exactly. Helicopter. The person keeps referring to the, I would say cloth or covering that the lady had in the emblem of America. They keep saying, oh, there were no Jaguars. There were no leopards. Okay, then why do we have the Jacksonville Jaguars? They just randomly chose a name out of Africa. That don't make no sense.
And the state of Florida is lying when they say the Florida leopard. Is that a lie from the state of Florida?
Shoot. Florida. We grew up with Florida leopards. Florida. We got bobcats. We got jaguars.
Hold on 1 second, dude. I know I just told everybody not to look in the comments, but I made a mistake and I looked down and dude said Raptors. First of all, there's Toronto Raptors that has nothing to do with American names, American states. Stop doing that stuff, bro. That stuff is retarded.
If he wants to be damn a smart ass, a raptor is actually a bird. It's called bird of prey. It's called raptors. That's a bird of prey.
But yeah,
Yeah, that's a Haitian.
Yeah, can we move on with the conversation?
Yes,
This
please.
stuff
Thank
is
you.
Yes, please.
Okay, y'all ready? I mean, anything else on this segment? Thank you, Game 6. Anything else? Somebody? Okay, so we'll move on to 1619 through 1775. Growth of chattel slavery. And do y'all think it'd be interesting, just a poll? I would like to take a deep dive in the continent's role in history. I mean, in slavery. That might be another live stream coming
My
up.
bad. Say it one more time, Miss Lowe, because
I
I
would
was
like
trying
to
to.
take another deep dive on the continent of Africa, their history of slavery. Like I would like to,
Yes.
you know,
Yes. And Asia. We need to do Asia as well
Asia.
because the whole Eastern civilization had a lot of degeneracy that we're still seeing to this very day. And it affects us because with them conflicting with each other really affected us over here. They just brought the degeneracy over, right? And a lot of people like to say we were WRing with multiple tribes. I still have yet to find that documentation. I haven't found that in the Library of Congress yet. I haven't found that. I found us being betrayed by some of these tribes, but I haven't found us WRing with other tribes. I could be wrong though. I'm not saying that ain't true, but when it comes to the eastern side of the world coming over here, that's when I start to see WARs, as we're going to see on our timeline here with these Easterners.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And it'll show how they're all connected.
yeah,
Most Africans look Asian.
I was gonna say to what Maroon just said. Again, I'm from East Texas, so we have there were a few different tribes in this region, right? And I don't know about the WARs between different tribes, but I know for a fact that the Comanches and also it's I'm losing my memory right now, but the Comanches and also the Cherokee, they came towards this region and pushed the Blackfoot and the Apaches and the Natchez Indians out of their area, out of their territory when during the time where the Cherokee was getting pushed out of like Mississippi and stuff like that because of the WARs that was going on up there between land and territory, a lot of them came towards Texas and pushed some of the more peaceful tribes out of their land. A lot of them did stay, but a lot of them did migrate because they was peaceful. They didn't want they didn't want the static. You know what I'm saying? But as far as WARs between different tribes, yeah, like he said, I can't really find where they just was in combat with each other for a long period of time.
They
Okay.
weren't.
Okay.
They
Go
weren't.
ahead. Go ahead, helicopter.
And I was gonna say this period that you're bringing up now, this is the period in which my paperwork stops.
Okay,
I
hold
was
on,
able.
helicopter.
Okay.
Let me read it for you, and then you can read. Go ahead. Let me read the whole thing out. Okay, so 1619 through 1775, growth of chattel slavery. The first recorded Africans arrived in English Virginia in 1619. Colonial laws increasingly create a race-based system of hereditary slavery. Plantation economies expand, especially in the South. Now, mind you, you hear them say the first recorded Africans arrived in English, but we already spent a couple of hundred years talking about the indigenous boom. All right, go ahead, helicopter.
So this period of time right now, that they're actually talking about my ancestry. That part of Virginia that they arrived in was the Port Tobacco area. That's why they called it Port of Tobacco, because that was the region where all of the tobacco, those were the very first people that were enslaved in America, technically on paper, if you want to go by, you know what I'm saying, the antiquities or whatever. And also This is the period in which I can't go back any further than 1755 for some reason on my paperwork. And the ancestor that I found, my like sixth great granddaddy, he was actually shown up in two places, Central Florida, and then 10 years later, he showed up on a plantation in South Carolina. So I'm putting two and two together. At that time period, we did have the Seminole WARs going on, the Negro WARs. All of these different tribes was at WAR with the YT man. So it would make sense that I had an ancestor in Florida that was captured when the U.S. Army came down to Florida and waged the Seminole WARs. It would make perfectly sense if I was to connect the timeline and just use logic. So all of the stuff that a lot of us got going on as far as our indigenous, a lot of that stuff happened in this period that we're getting ready to talk about right now.
I just want to say you said something to Game 6, Miss Love, and yeah, what he's saying is true. Those were POWs.
And and just to state, I'm glad Helicopter brought that point up that about everybody that was doing the wars that was going on, WARs that was going on at that time. Also, people want to know how they conquered the land. They started conquering the land by what you call county
Thank you, King.
bounties warrants. They had
What?
bounty warrants for counties, for whole counties. That's how they started conquering the land right during that time, because our people was at hard work, WAR against them, and they put out warrants against them so that they can move other folks in, if you know what I mean. So they did it through what they call county bounty warrants.
Also, too, like I was saying earlier, when Miss Love was asking how do we get colonized or conquered as a people, essentially, it was Miss Love. The picture I was trying to paint earlier was that it took a lot of time. It just wasn't overnight. The past 500 years has been them trying to fully colonize us, and it didn't work right because now we're waking up. Now we're recognizing who we are. We're doing our genealogy. We're trying to track down documents. Over in Rome, Georgia, a courthouse was burnt down last year, just out of nowhere. And something I found out through doing my grandmother's genealogy is that she also had ancestors, and I'm still going down my rabbit hole on her side, right? But she had, no, I'm gonna keep claiming black. She had one of her, I think, 3-time great grandmothers were born in Virginia. So I still need to go further down. I'm still tracking down more documentation. So it's just very interesting when you start going down your own family tree, like Helicopter said, you're going to start to put pieces of the puzzle together. You're going to start putting 2 and 2 together, because if we weren't already enslaved, how in the world are we going to be on documentation? That's something else people need to start thinking about. But it was an overtime mission by the YT supremacists in order to be supreme. They wanted to conquer. That's the whole point of YT supremacy, is survival. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing also spoke about this. YT supremacy is actually YT survival. It's them just trying to keep themselves alive, which is the first thing that they did when they got over here, was try to keep themselves alive. And the indigenous inhabitants did that. And with us not putting a cape on for them no more, well, everyone's crashing out. That's why we get a lot of trolls, a lot of DNC ops and whatnot. So we have to. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So Maroon. So during this period is when they came up with the idea of race, right?
Well, what I found out through my own research is that King James actually was one of the people
Well,
who
race-based systems.
yes, they were starting to believe in YT supremacy back then in the 13 or early 1400s, around there. King James started coming up with certain things from my personal research, and that's from National Archives of, I gotta find that again, but it's like National Archives of something.
Well, it actually says colonial laws increasingly created a race-based system of hereditary slavery. So I guess that means like generational slavery, right?
Right.
That means.
Oh,
Go ahead.
well,
Go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
I was just trying to say, yeah, that was where they came. That was going to say that time period is where they came up with the whole idea of we're just going to keep these people enslaved forever because, again, they're the ones who are keeping us alive. But go ahead, no shirt. That's all I was going
Yeah,
to say.
yeah. I was gonna say, well, basically, yeah. What you were just asking about, love, is basically that's again. This is crazy that I'm saying this because I be forgetting that I'm forgetting that y'all didn't learn this information. So
I'm gonna need you to
uh,
remember, no shirt. Okay, we don't
exactly,
know. We don't know.
exactly.
Okay, just
So
accept it. Okay, I know it
yeah,
hurts you. I
so
know it
so
pains you that
yeah,
we
it's
don't
true.
know. But
Yeah,
well, not all of us. I'm speaking for me
yeah,
that I don't know because I don't know
yeah.
what nobody else know. But I'm like,
Exactly. So what they're talking about right now is that term. I think it's a term that born a slave, you are a slave, right? So that's where this basically started. Now, from that period, right? That basically is saying that if you're born a slave, now you're a slave. You know what I mean? Like before that time, that wasn't a thing where if you were born into slavery, you're forever a slave. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say?
yeah,
Yeah, that's where they started right there. Basically, that's what I'm saying. That's where that stuff started.
Hold on real
Generational
quick. Hold on
slavery.
real quick, y'all. Yeah, Dare, what in the hell you got going on, bro?
Hey yo, I'm FBA. I'm
Yeah, get your
Foundation.
punk ass out of here. You a punk. That's what you are. You
what was that?
Hey, I didn't even notice he was up there. I
dude
didn't
had
even
a
count.
I was looking at the profile. I said, is that what I think
yeah, dude a
it
whole punk up here trying to get us to vote for bussy benefits for the next 4 years. That's what he want. Ain't happening.
Oh my goodness. Okay, back to the show. I'm sorry, y'all. I was being nosy. My bad. Okay. Let's see. I'm distracted. Go ahead, Maroon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say FBA for him starts for foundational bushmeat akata. All right, stands for flies, bushmeat, and antelope. That's what FBA stands for him. He's an African punk. So yeah, we're just gonna leave that there. Oh, what was the next segment, Miss? Oh, actually, I feel like we need to expand on that a little bit more.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and also the we haven't even touched on the plantation economies expanding, especially in the South during this time. We got a lot to still talk about, I think, here.
yeah, this is the meat of the sandwich. I would say is, or one of the meats, right? Because we really have a triple cheeseburger on our hands. But when it comes to slavery and the way it happened, they were capturing indigenous folk over time, over time, over time, over time. These people are not going to be like, and I really don't want to get spiritual with this, but God is not going to punish a people as severely as what's to come for these people just because of one time, one off thing they did to us. No, they did horrific things to us. And when it comes to the five civilized tribes and a lot of the reservations that you have now, a lot of them are on the DURGS is heavy and the lick or the fire water, right? For so long now because of the lies that they're trying to keep up. This is when they tried to erase our identity. The movie Roots is a fiction, correct? But one can actually say like, hey, this is some of the techniques that they used on our people in order to try to get us to adopt names that were not ours originally. They tried to erase our identity mentally on plantations. It's like No Shirt said, generational slavery, correct? And what that entails is we're not going to have you speak the indigenous tongue that was used, even though we still did it anyways on plantations. We're not going to have you read documents anymore, even though we still found ways to do it on plantations. We're not going to have you even be connected with your family. A lot of our family members started getting traded off to different regions that we didn't even know where they were going, to be honest with you. When those chariots or whatever carts or whatever went off to Tennessee or went off to what is now North Carolina, because Carolina was just one state before the Civil WAR, or before they seceded. They're going from Virginia to Georgia is what I'm seeing on my ancestral tree. Some people went from South Carolina on my ancestral tree to the Trail of Tears over to Dallas, Texas. And some people even now live in California. And there was also multiple stops along the way, multiple slave auctions. There were signs that I've gotten to personally see through the Library of Congress and actually the Smithsonian. They say 17 Negroes and 4 Africans. So even when they did the transatlantic slave trade, which I don't fully believe, they had a separation of us and they knew exactly who was who. Right. So it's a lot of things that went on in this time period from 1619. As a matter of fact, 1619 is really when the English got their stuff together. That's not when slavery began. That's just when the English had the plantation set up and ready to go.
I also want to piggyback off that and say that a lot this time period also is this time period also a lot of undocumented and documented reclassification was going on at this time. So what I mean by that is, like I was explaining earlier about the tribes that were pushed out of the lands in East Texas, pushed out of their territory in East Texas because of the Trail of Tears and stuff like that, and the WARs between the tribes in the Midwest and the Europeans there, and getting pushed south this way. And you know what I'm saying? A lot of the people that were down here captured were reclassified, and that's how they became enslaved as well, because they was capturing them and making them slaves. And then when people came and been like, hey, who are these people, they called them something else. You know what I'm saying? So people wouldn't know that these were the people of that land. They thought they was just more uh slaves. A lot of that was going on. A lot of that was going on at this time period. A lot of undocumented and documented reclassification and enslavement was going on at this time, and a lot of land was being stolen at this time as well. You can't forget that, because a lot of these people that were enslaved, they were enslaved on their own land. That's why it's coming back around in 2026 when people look up their history and they go down these genealogy lines. They're fighting patents for land that they already live on because it was their land to begin with. That's another story, but I just wanted to point that out.
That's why you got to be careful doing those genealogies, because they're looking for these bloodlines because they are now the new owners. And if you figure out you're a previous owner or you're a chief, they wouldn't want you to go and claim your birthright.
Correct on a lot of that. One thing, this is the age of awakening. And so you got to kind of take into thought this 14th Amendment. This really doesn't apply to us because we were already here. So that doesn't make us a slave. The only person those 14th Amendment applies to are the immigrants that were here. And those immigrants were white people. The Slavic people, that's where the word slave comes from. They were indentured servants. So as being indigenous people to this place that we call America, we would not have been slaves. We would only be prisoners of war. And that is so when everybody comes to the awakening, those that fall under the 14th Amendment won't be deported. I land there.
One more thing I wanted to touch on. During this time period, you had a mixture of tribes going on, right? Word has broke out that these YT supremacists are doing this on the land. The Yamasis, right, are actually a mixture of other tribes now. They're not just one set people. So you have some people that might have even been Blackfoot who finally made it over to where the Yamasi had grounds, or you might have had, people that are Cherokee, what people now call in Creek. A lot of these tribes were also renamed. These are not the original names of these tribes. They just saw some Negroes by a creek and said, okay, y'all niggas are Creeks. Okay.
Exactly.
You got people that are, Blackfoot. They saw some people with black feet. They said, okay, boom. The word Tuscaloosa means black warrior. So, and that's an indigenous term. So yeah, people got to keep that in mind as well when we're starting to talk about who these tribes are in today's standards. It's just a lot of remixing that was going on in these different plantations, a lot of remixing of our genetics, remixing of our names, remixing of the names of the tribes. Nothing that we see today is fully original unless they are like Jesse Jackson being a Cherokee. He would have kept his phenotype for the majority part, probably got some YT mixed down in his DNA. But still registered Cherokee nonetheless.
Hey, to piggyback off real quick on what FBA Maroon just said too, is that during this time, well, I'm gonna say this. A lot of people like to think that these indigenous people didn't keep records, documented or orally. These people did know things. They did know who each other were. They did know the different tribes. They did keep records. But also at this time of enslavement was going on and reclassification was going on, you got to remember these colonists and colonizers were destroying that same history that people love to say that we don't have. Oh, you don't have no documents to prove this. Oh, you don't have no, you don't have this to prove that. You don't have this to prove this. At this time, that's when a lot of this stuff was destroyed and being renamed and being reclassified and all this other stuff. Like in my neck of the woods, there were countless tribes over here in my neck of the woods. Still, and you can prove it just by the names of the counties in Texas in East Texas. You can prove that just by the counties. The counties are named after the Indian tribes of that area. But like I said, trying to look up your people, you're going to have to just do your genealogy, because the documents that the people kept in my area, I don't know about anybody else, but the documents that was kept in my area, those courthouses and stuff like that mysteriously were burnt down in the 1700s and stuff like that all over East Texas. So when you try to go back and do your documented genealogy, you will come across stumps to where you got to just go ask your great grandmother, hey, who was your dad? Who was your grandpa? You got to go to do that. And then after you do that, you got to go to the grave sites and walk down that line. Because like I said, the documents have been destroyed. But hey, that's just what I did in my family to find out my people. But hey,
Can I just add, in Florida, Maroon, if you can touch on that there are cities, national parks, and rivers named behind the indigenous people.
Yeah, one of the discoveries they just found, I was talking about earlier, in the Osceola River. I don't even know if I'm saying that correct, because I gotta ask.
Osceola. I'm living in Osceola County right now. I'm about 5 minutes from the Osceola River.
No, not the Osceola River helicopter. This one is like Aucilla up there near no, it's so many, they sound so similar, like Tallahassee,
So
Chattahoochee.
it'll be pronounced like Wa,
Yeah,
like
so
Wachita, Wachilla, like that.
I
and
gotta drive down real quick, y'all.
okay, bet. Um Peace helicopter. So yeah, they're over in the Asiwa River, right? Um the Florida State University archaeological team just found some artifacts that they're saying are estimated to be 13,500 to 14,500 years old, of tools that were handmade by indigenous people. And they're saying Florida was actually 2 times the size that it was. So there's a lot of things that have gotten buried. Just like No Shirt said, we had documentation here already, but they burned it down. That was a part of colonization. And this is not alleged. They literally have photos or paintings or drawings of them burning down documentation of what was already here, like the original Bibles and whatnot. And I'm not going to get into that, but there were documentations here. If there was a mosque when Ponce de Leon got to Florida on top of a hill, one would say, well, what were they reading inside of that mosque? Did they just sit there with robes on, with their hands, cupped, singing, oh, or whatever they be singing in these mosques or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So we have to keep that in mind. Osceola, like Helicopter just mentioned, Osceola was one of the warriors and one of the prominent leaders of the Seminoles, the Florida Seminoles, the real Florida Seminoles, not the YT ones they show you during the FSU football game, right? That they just give scholarships to, act like they're doing humanitarian work with these Siberians, or YT supremacists, rather. So you also have Orange County, you have Kissimmee, you have Miami. Miami is actually named after an indigenous tribe as well. A lot of people don't know that. The state of Massachusetts, most of the names in the United States, I would actually argue are indigenous names. Wyoming, Utah, different things like Oregon, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Minnesota. Yeah, a lot of these are indigenous names. People going back to Texas, like No Shirt said, Waxahachie. Texas actually has a lot. I actually, we're doing a documentary, I always talk about, we made a freedmen's town called Joppa, and it's not spelled the exact same way as Joppa in the Bible, but it's the same thing as Joppa in the Bible. So, and that's a freedmen's town established in 1872, and the stone is still there of where they say that. So
Okay, so let me ask you something, Maroon. So it says the first recorded Africans arrived in English Virginia in 1619. I wonder how long did it take them to start learning English, and how was that relationship? I'm wondering. I'm trying to picture the relationship the indigenous had on those plantations when those Africans was coming over there.
that's actually incorrect, Miss Loves. The first Africans that we know of actually came way before way before 1549, because the first ever marriage, quote unquote Christian marriage, recorded on this land. Y'all can go to St. Augustine, Florida, again, visit these forts, visit these historical monuments, because they still have documentation there. The first ever Christian marriage was between an African
Well, they talking
indentured
about the
servant.
African slaves, though.
Oh,
So
yeah, she
is
okay,
it
so
because they said the first recorded African Africans, I guess, to arrive for chattel slavery.
so
So that's not true.
oh, okay. You're not talking about the ones that came with the Spaniards and indigenous servants. You're just talking
No,
about the enslaved
right.
Africans.
We on that time period.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
got you. So I think, and this is just my opinion, I think we knew they were different. I think we knew they were in need. You look at today's world and the way that we treated these Africans when they came, and how we sent 5 cents a day to feed these hungry niggas. And, we treated these people with open arms. That's been our biggest downfall as we go through this timeline, is how much we've helped out people in need. Um, I think when they got on the plantations with us, because we were already on plantations, some of us, not all of us. And again, it was overtime thing, but I think we just welcome these people, and we need to stop doing that. I think we fed them, try to nurse them back to health, because you got to think they just went on this huge voyage for what could have possibly been a year or maybe longer than a year. Some people try to say 4 months. That's what like a naval ship in present day, that those ships were not able to get over here that fast. And we fed them, we clothed them, we tried to teach them our language. Um, and I think some of them actually were still maybe even some kind of sellout. Like when you think of with Harriet and her needing to leave people behind when she was trying to help them get off these plantations on the North and South Underground Railroad, even the Water Underground Railroad, she had to keep that pew pew in order to regulate people that would have, sold us out. And a lot of these Africans, again, were already doing trade with the YT supremacists. Now, the ones who got sold, who might have been absorbed a little bit, I don't know if our people did mate with them. Some people might have. We might have had some African admixture. That is a high possibility if we're going off the transatlantic slave trade. But again, I think we just helped these people out. I think we just did the same thing. We've been repeating history because we didn't know. We just didn't know what these people were going to bring, what the Hamites were going to bring over here to us. This is my prediction, by the way. I'm not saying factual. I'm just going off of modern day and, previous histories.
Hey, Maroon.
Go ahead.
Hey, Maroon.
Yes, sir.
I think the number's a lot less, no more than probably 30 at a time. Because if you ever been to a nursing home, if you see a person that has not been able to turn over or in the bed for within a couple weeks of time, they develop neuropathy and bed sores. So I don't understand how a person at a mass number of 300 defecating all over each other, tied down to the ship for 4 to 6 months, sometimes 8 months to make that voyage would be anything salvageable. It's unrealistic. So the numbers of the people that would come over, they couldn't be no more than 30 at a time, if that much, because the boats, they were a lot smaller. And you got to realize those waters, those are treacherous waters. That's why you don't get them floating over this way on the inner tube.
I
Hey,
agree. Go ahead, no shirt. My bad.
I was just about to say about the treacherous waters thing. So, yeah, those were treacherous waters, and also the sharks still follow that pattern. So just think about how many enslaved people they were either jumping or tossing unalived off those boats, that sharks are still following that trail today. Now, just think in the great scheme of things, how many people were going into those waters? Like he's saying right now, even if they did capture all these people and had all these different people on those boats, now just imagine how many didn't survive the trip. And sharks are still, today in 2026, sharks are still following those trails. That's a lot of people that didn't make it here. So I do agree that it wasn't that many people that made it actually to the mainland. It's just logical, common sense. I don't know what people are missing, but I land my plane right there.
And also, too, going back to Roots, right? And this is why Roots was such a problematic series in our community, even though I watched it as a kid because, my mother, she was like, you need to sit down and watch this, and I went to school pissed off. I was ready to throw blows with some white tea people at like 8 years old in elementary school, especially going to a black elementary school, Tira T. Small in Daytona Beach, Florida. Shout out Miss Powers, our principal at the time. Phenomenal Queen Mother, and taught us a lot. She had a lot of these indigenous people coming around us, teaching us stuff outside of the regular curriculum, right? Make sure we get a proper education. But again, like Nosra said, like Charles said, that's what I was trying to say is the small amount that came. If you have slave auction signs that says 17 Negroes, 4 Africans, let that sink in. They already knew who was different and who was who, let alone the lesser amount is Africans. And it wasn't that, because when you're WRing with people, you're trying to unalive them. You're trying to lower their numbers. You can't enslave a people if they have bigger numbers than you. That doesn't make sense. So they, over time, had to keep trying to unalive us, right? Which is exactly what happened with these WARs. It's all out WAR. And they, like Helicopter said earlier, they had pew-pews. I don't know if our ancestors had pew-pews. I don't think we did. Even when it comes to the the Seminole WAR, we had to go and steal the pew-pews and go get them. Or when you talk about the abolitionist, the one-off John Brown or whatever his name is, Jim Brown, whatever it is, Jim Dandy, I don't know. They had to steal pew-pews as well. They had to steal the firearms. I love TikTok Shop. But when it comes to the Africans coming over here, again, like both Charles and Noshirt said, they would have been weak. They wouldn't have been profitable. They wouldn't have been any kind of labor-ready people to come to this land and work on the farms, let alone the new diseases that they're going to encounter because they don't have the same immune system as us. Even when these people come over here now for immigration, modern day, they can't stand the climate of Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina and Georgia and Louisiana and Texas and all. I'm from Florida. When I got out here, y'all don't have the same humidity as we have in Florida. My body is adapted to a Floridian climate. And now it's kind of adapting since I've been over here for a year in Texas, where it's a lot more dry. And then I'm about to be in Great Lakes for training. That's going to be with snow. The first time I ever seen snow was over here in Dallas this past winter. So I'm about to get to a whole nother snowstorm and my body's going to have to adjust over there in Great Lakes over the next couple months. Right. So, yeah, it's just certain things that people have to factor in when we're talking about Africans coming here for slavery. It's just not true. And in Roots, do they even show the tree of forgetfulness and the voodoo ceremonies in order to keep people asleep to make the voyage and all these different things? Do they even show that in Roots? Because that's very fictional if they don't. You got to factor in all of that. There's a whole lot of factors. It's just too many. The rabbit hole is so deep. The common sense ain't making sense. You have to have the slave dungeons, the tree of forgetfulness, the Africans capturing each other, the Africans WRing with each other, because that's how it happened. And I believe if they did sell the small amount of people they did, I don't think they were recognized as fellow Africans. Knowing how Africans operate in today's world and the shystiness of them, they don't really, how do I put this? They'll WR with another tribe, right? They don't go and take their own people per se, quote unquote, their own people. They look at themselves as very different. So I think the people that they would have sold would have been some kind of people who are more of a holier class, so to speak. But that's alleged. I don't know. That's just my prediction, just based on how they act now with their savage mindset. So it's a whole different vibe when you start bringing in Africans to the Americas.
Okay. Anything else on this segment?
Can we get one more break so we can
Yeah,
reach the
I just want to ask
100K?
Maroon. Ask another.
Yep. Then after Charles, we can do a my break.
I wanted to say for black Americans before you got a chance to see that movie. It was a movie called Roots. How much about slavery had your ancestors told you about with white people? Because I think that was all part of indoctrination type of thing. Because once they showed the thing about roots
I agree.
on the television, that's when I noticed that the school system started talking about it. I land there.
I never saw it, Charles. And in my adult years, I never watched it either.
But yeah, no, what my grandmother, I remember when I came home from school one day and my grandma, well, I went to my grandma's house, right? She didn't stay with us, but I went to my grandma's house in Skeeter Creek, Daytona Beach. And she had which is a indigenous name all in itself, but she had, I remember she told me, boy, we ain't from no damn Africa. I remember that like it was yesterday. She was like, boy, we ain't from no Africa.
Nobody
So
never told me anything about slavery. We never talked about it. Nobody. I can never remember a time growing up before Roots. Y'all said before Roots, right?
Exactly.
Nobody was talking about slavery in the cotton field. I mean, not in like, massa and all that kind of talk. Was y'all saying, was it people saying massa?
No, ma'am.
I don't think
Uh,
that's how it went down. I could be wrong, but I just don't think that's how it went down.
um, I'm gonna just say again. I'm only speaking from my point of view, my neck of the woods. Um, my mother. I grew up with my great grandmother, my grandma's mom. That's who helped raise me. Um, we we knew our grassroots, our indigenous side. Her grandfather, they called him Big Daddy, was a big, tall, Blackfoot Indian. So when we start to talk about slavery and stuff like that in my household, it wasn't a big part of the conversation. What was big of the conversation is the racist treatment. Now, slavery wasn't such a big deal because I can't find too many slaves on my mother's side, and that's the side I kind of grew up with. On my father's side, I found some, but I don't really. I haven't dived too deep into that story. I dived deep enough to know that they go back to the 1700s before stuff started to get erased, and they have all of this land in Mississippi. My mother's side is of the indigenous people of Texas, and so yeah, I really don't know too much about the slave talk, I guess as you would say, before that movie. After that movie, I saw more people talking about it as if everybody was a slave or stuff like that. But in my household, that definitely wasn't the talk. I mean, they definitely talked about how the racial tension at that time, or whatever the case may be, people, shitting on them, looking down for them for being whatever. But as being enslaved, actually enslaved treatment, it wasn't a big talk in my household.
Schools were still segregated back in the 90s. All the blacks went to their schools, all the YTs went to their schools. So I'm not sure if it may be because I had all black teachers, but yeah, we wasn't taught that at school or in the household.
Okay. Y'all ready to go to the next segment or y'all still got some more to say? Because, we can stay here for a while.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think we do need to talk about it a little bit more because this, not to mention the free colonies of black people. I'm just now finding out again through now doing my grandmother's, being from Valdosta. I'm just now finding out that Valdosta is what Rosewood is to Florida, is what Valdosta is to Georgia. I did not know that. I don't know how I went over that, doing so much research on all these different black towns that were disparaged, right? But you also had,
Hold on, not to cut you off, Maroon, but you said you in Dallas, right?
yeah, I'm in Dallas now for right now, but I'm about to get shipped out.
Hey, all you gotta do is type in black towns of Texas, and you're gonna pull up. You're gonna go through at least probably about 100 to 120 black towns. They're not actively black now, but black towns that were just like Rosewood, where they
Wow.
were their own black communities. But you know what happened?
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm actually about to go back down to Joppa, dog, and I'm gonna take some pictures because I have my meta shades on, but I couldn't take video like that because these are still people's houses. But I'm gonna take my actual camera down there and start go around there, maybe knocking on door to door at or seeing whoever's outside. You know how we do, and just say, hey man, can you tell me about X, Y, and Z? Because the houses are still there in Joppa. I mean, you could clearly see, you know what I mean? But what I was going to say was there were free colonies of Black Americans. You had the Great Dismal Swamp around this time period. You had, my bad, go ahead, Miss Love.
Oh, no, I was just saying thank you to April. Pablito, I'm going to rotate you down. Thank you for coming up. You can come back up, though. I just got to start rotating people in the queue. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, CBA just got up here, too. I don't know what. I was going to ask him something. Oh, okay. But, where was that? Well, anyways, my point is there were different free places of Black Americans on this land. Again, some of the tribes started mixing because a lot of people were getting off plantations and they knew obviously had to know the tongue, right, in order to communicate with these indigenous people. That's something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, is that we had the same tongue for the majority of tribes, at least the tribes that I've learned. So when you got people that are free, some of the people on plantations, people coming off plantations, going there were people getting free and coming off plantations way before Harriet. All right. Harriet is just one of the prominent figures that they prop up because of the Underground Railroad. So yeah, there's a lot of different avenues and angles and different things that we need to talk about when it comes to people who were free and, you know what I mean, got away from the enslavers. And then some of them also came out of the Great Dismal Swamp and the different free areas and went to the north once the civil WAR broke out between the white T supremacists, because they stopped war. They never stopped WRing with us, but they were trying to make business decisions, and that's how they crash out about it. They just a bunch of historical crash outs, the biggest crash outs in history, to be honest with you.
Okay, hold on, Maroon. Hold on. Ro, did you want to add something to this time period? Rogue. All right.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
This was in response to the painting that FBA Maroon put up. It's called Emblem of America, and it's called an allegory. And the allegory is a poem or a story or some political ideology. It's not a real depiction. So that painting is not a real depiction of someone in America.
Okay, African. So do you want to cite your source again?
TheBritishMuseum.org.
Yeah, and nobody's ever heard of this place except you now. So everybody could double check that. I just wanted him to go in and get that BS off real quick. Rogue, that's not what happened. I said name the painter. You couldn't even name the damn painter. Okay, so ain't no
It's a British painter. You can look it up.
Ain't no allegory, nothing. And change this damn cat picture. African. You're clearly African. You done claimed Louisiana yesterday, and you claiming Detroit today. Then you gonna claim Mississippi tomorrow. Stop.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to come up to Michigan.
Get rid of that recording device.
Can't wait for you to come up to Michigan.
Yeah, have a nice day. Your phone is not compatible with TikTok, dude. You got to do something about that.
Okay.
I think CB wanted to speak, Miss Love.
I did. I
Go
do.
ahead, CB.
What up, CB?
Hey, what up? What up? So last night I was looking at my genealogy. I usually, on a late night on Saturday, have a little bit to drink and then start doing genealogy. That's how it is. So basically, I was able to track a. This is a sixth great grandfather in North Carolina. He's on the first United States Census, which is 1790. And that whole family was listed as free white persons. And I had not really thought of the concept of why we would need to uh, put that kind of designation on somebody who was just white. But I think what it really did was kind of reveal a new component of history that I'm really super interested in now to figure out why that was the classification. Now that group ends up connecting with my fifth great grandmother, who is a Choctaw Indian on the actual Choctaw Nation census, and she's listed as white, and then is changed to mulatto, and then marries black, and then becomes black in the census. I thought it was just really interesting. Was looking at the history of white Americans. I think it's not a very cut and dry story, and I think even the classifications of who we would consider white today was different back then, and I never really was able to connect with that idea until recently, that not only have we been reclassified, but some of them have been reclassified as well. So I land my plane.
Can I just add, my grandmother was born in the 1930s, and if you wasn't a married woman back then, you couldn't receive adequate health care. Like you couldn't have your baby in a hospital if you wasn't a married woman. So her birth certificate says, another name when it's not her name. She had to lie and say she was married to receive health care, to have my mama.
And what era was that? So,
My grandmother was born in 1930,
oh,
1934 to be exact.
okay.
To piggyback off what Gifted said, he's totally right. Even the white people that we call white today, they also reclassified themselves, because at that time, even though if it was different for us, at that time for them it was all about status. So yeah, he's definitely on to something with that.
Yeah, so we're looking at, like, when we start looking at these documents and we see white, it the definition of white and even the definition of what that classification represented changed. So you're seeing white on here, and it's more related to caste, or like a class system 200 years ago, and than it is now, which is a racial classification that represents mostly European ancestry. But yeah, back then it didn't mean that, and so you had immigrants who were free, but they had to wear basically a badge federally to indicate that these were free white people. So yeah, that's very interesting.
And let me just tell y'all, I have my own experience with that. My cousin, we're trying to get our genealogy together, and he comes to us and tells us that he found this the 1700s. I don't know, great whatever. He found our ancestor who was born in the Mississippi territory, but I didn't believe him because he was listed as white.
Well, Miss
And
Miss
like they
Love,
said, that was Indian territory. Well, I guess indigenous territory then, Choctaw or something like
Big
that.
time, yeah. Choctaw,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a big one. And
And
then,
they
like,
were saying 9 times out of 10 because he was born there. He was born on that land. But I'm still researching it. But I was like telling them, no, this says he was white. He couldn't have been. You know what I mean? But now I hear this, so I'm gonna have to go take another look at that.
another thing to look at with Mississippi is
Yeah, he was more
it wasn't a
likely
slave
black.
territory either. And so we have a lot of upside down knowledge of Mississippi. It was not the historic slave territory that some of these other places were. So there's a lot to pick up on, and I'm right there with you. I'm doing the same thing.
Hey, love, can I ask you something about that?
Yeah.
Now you said when your cousin was looking that up, right? They all took a deeper dive and they said it was white. Uh, was you was talking about the land? You said the land he was born on. Do y'all still
Because
have
my
that land?
cousin actually found a land patent or
Oh,
something. And he
okay,
was explaining, he had showed it to me and everything, and it was saying something about it's not to be sold or whatever. Anyway, it's like it was a minute ago. It was like 6 months ago. I got to
that's
get to
probably
that point.
that's probably why he got to keep that land. If you understand what I'm saying.
But we don't have it. But my cousin was saying he wanted to figure out this is our land and this and that. But what threw me off and me being the skeptic of the whole situation and probably making other people doubt was that white thing. And he was like, "I'm telling you, I traced it." He was telling me he traced it, and I was like, "Let me see, let me see." And every time I saw it, all I can think about is because I asked like about this person, and it was listed him as white. You know what I mean? So, but he
That
was still born on the Mississippi territory, and they said that was highly populated by the people in that Choctaw, I think, tribe or whatever. And I just left it alone.
we see that a lot. We see that a lot in our demographic of people. We see that a lot where our people, especially our elders and ancestors, were reclassified for some civil reason. It happens a lot. So don't let that. I'm talking to the chat. So don't let that discourage y'all from going down your genealogy, because that's the only way to know who you truly are. But you're gonna come across that. I've come across that in my genealogy. I'm pretty sure a lot of other people have too. You're going to come across reclassification. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and I just want to interject, little word. Y'all need to go ahead and get back y'all land, because if y'all have the patent of this, say white or whatever it says on there, that still is y'all beneficial rights to and air rights to that land. Okay, so whoever is profiting off of that, whatever's going on, you all need to stay on top of that and don't let it go. And by the way, I also wanted to say that we hit a lot of black counties all the way up to the year 2000. So that's when a lot of black counties was broken apart. So we still have a chance of getting a lot of these black counties back up and going again if we want to. So, so we need to look. They did it through bounties, county warrants and stuff, bounty for county warrants and stuff. So we need to go back, and you need to stay on top. Your cousins need to stay on top of that. Don't get lost to that classification thing about this white thing. That's y'all land. Y'all need to get on top of that and stay on top of
And
that.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna get in contact with him this week and figure out. I need the papers myself. I need to see him. I need them. He needs to send them to me.
Yes. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Have them send it to you, Miss Love. You check it out for yourself first, and then you can understand the full context of everything.
Or at least
Ain't nothing.
ask some of y'all too. Like, what this mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And when it going back to what CB was saying and these different colonies and stuff, I thought for years growing up listening to these Pan Africans in my family as a kid, me not knowing no better and how to do the proper research, I thought Florida was one of the most gruesome states when it came to slavery. Come to find out, Florida was still owned by the Spanish for a long time. The Spaniards were trying to hold on to this land during the whole Seminole WAR. Well, that's the next time period. Where in the timeline are we at, Miss Love?
Right now, we are 1619 through 1775.
What's the next part?
It's 1776, the American Revolution.
Okay, I'll save it for when we get to that time, because
Okay, we can
that's
go
something
do
we
that
can.
now.
Okay.
Okay, 1776, the American Revolution. The colonies declare independence from Great Britain. Ideals of liberty coexist with the continued existence of slavery. Hold on, let me see if that's, I think that's it. Yeah, and that's it. That's all we got. We can add to the timeline if y'all know something that happened within this period too, the Revolutionary War.
I just want to say before everybody else go, I just want to say this. So we haven't even really even touched the tip of my people yet down here in Texas. If we still at 1776, it's crazy because
Wait,
down here.
wait a minute. So which time period is that? No shirt.
Well, at this time, during these times, you got to understand that Texas was still a republic, and we still was having our own things going on outside of America, quote unquote America, because we were fighting the indigenous people of this territory. We were fighting the Spaniards, the French, and we had civil battles within ourselves. So that's why I was saying like this is crazy that that's where we stopping at, because we haven't even got to where Texas was added into that.
Okay, well, hey, let's go ahead. I mean, because look,
No, it's cool because the
no,
conversation is
because
just
I
gonna.
want to know. I want to learn. Look, because I'm telling y'all, this is the order that they give the history of white Americans.
No. What I'm
I
saying is
want
because
to tell you.
the conversation is gonna flow. I guess the conversation is gonna flow into there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
because they ain't got to go
that's why I was
together.
waiting
Yeah,
too. No
I was
shirt.
just bring.
That's
Yeah, I was
yeah.
just bringing up how we haven't even made it there yet. That's
Oh,
how. That's
okay.
how. Yeah, that's how I
Deep it
know it's.
goes.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's so much history.
But I just want to say too, now the YT supremacists got mad at their cousin them over there in Britain and said we want to be our own thing. I'm gonna get this to y'all in a in a ninja perspective. Our ancestors fought this WAR as well. Without us, they couldn't have won 1776. And a lot of foreigners like to try to include themselves into this history in recent times that we've never heard of. I call it foreign plebiscite. No, it was foundational Black Americans who helped win this war for the YT supremacists over
Wait a minute.
here.
And that's where it gets
Hold on,
really
y'all. Hold
complicated.
on, Gifted. Hold on 1 second. The destined to
Yeah.
Sami.
Hello. You could call me Destiny or the Destin. It doesn't matter. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's your ethnicity?
I am a Black American.
Okay,
My
hold
great
on.
great 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 grandmother. My great grandmother's great grandmother was born in America.
Okay, hold on. Okay, y'all can go ahead.
Go ahead, CB. I'll go after
Oh, yeah,
CB.
no, I was just going to say this is where it gets really interesting because foundational Black Americans fought on both sides of the civil WAR. So we're looking at an area that was being colonialized. It was being invaded by the French and the Spanish at the time, and then the English. And so what we saw emerge was coalitions of tribal leaders, tribes that were down there.
Hey,
This actually
we talking
predates the
about the
five.
we talking about I'm sorry, excuse me. We talking about the American Revolutionary War?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I
okay,
said I said the wrong thing. Sorry.
oh.
The American Revolutionary War. So what you end up in is you end up with people that are protecting Indian land. And that's where some of the forced treaties start showing up. That's where the land being co-opted starts showing up. But prior to that point, when they describe it as like the red versus the blue, the English versus the Americans, there was Black people on both sides of that war.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about the Revolutionary War. I wanted to add into that if that was
Okay, go ahead.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing my own personal self-history study, and I had stumbled across this. I found out that the Moors were responsible for building a republic and what we know is now as the Americas. There were actually 4 melanated groups of people fighting in the Americas for the land here already. So we were already here having our own tribal and civil wars within America within 1776, and that was well documented. There was a tribe called the Oneida tribe, which was based in the New York through Connecticut region of America, of the States. And in 1775, during the Revolutionary War, there was a speech made by the head tribe of the Oneida tribe, which I want to point out was a women-led tribe, which most of the tribes in America were pre-colonial, colonial era. But the
Really?
tribe, yes. Oh, I have so much information. Anyway, the tribe made
Wait,
a speech
hold on,
and
sis. Hold on, real quick. So, where were your people at during when this was happening?
okay, so based on my history so far, my people were in Louisiana, they were in Texas, and I'm tracing some of them to New York. I know that my grandmother's from South Carolina, so that was my focus, but prior to her, I'm finding my roots in Louisiana, Texas, and New York.
Okay, if you don't
So,
mind me asking, what source can people do? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying for the audience, right?
yeah.
We're just trying to keep it going. What sources could people reference to if they wanted to look up about tribes WRing with each other before the
Okay, yeah.
Europeans came?
So I was right. So I was going to get into that. So, the Oneida Declaration of Neutrality. Back then, because the tribes, the melanated people, they weren't savvy to speaking English or writing English in the way the colonizers were, or speaking their language. So they would speak orally and have a translator speak to the government for them. So you can look up the Oneida Declaration of Neutrality. This speech was given in 1775 during the Revolutionary War. And it's often mistaken for the Great Law of Peace, the Great Law of Peace, which is also another epic oral constitution from the Iroquois tribe of New York. The Oneida and Tuscarora nations sent this speech and a handwritten letter to the governor of Connecticut and the leaders of New England. This is in 1775. It stated their desire to stay out of the war between the British and the colonies. They were melanated natural people of the Americas asking the British and the colonies to not be included in the war and to preserve their friendship and a chain of love. So I have put side notes to, the Great Love Peace.
Wait,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm reading through my notes, so I'm trying to keep it relevant so I could focus on.
hold on real quick. So, where I'm saying, you said before colonial times, there were civil WARs between tribes, correct?
Right. And I just named some of the tribes so you can
No,
put
but
in
I'm
the names
saying,
of these.
but then you jump to 1776. I'm just trying to say at that time period, right before colonial times, what tribes were WRing with each other, and then what source can people use to go and start researching so they can understand you better?
Okay, the Iroquois tribe, I don't know how to say it in its natural. It says Haudenosaunee. I don't know how to pronounce these tribes. I would have to write it in the chat, which I'll do right now.
Looks like Haudenosaunee.
Yeah,
Like that.
Haudenosaunee. Huron is another name of the tribe. Huron. That's another name of an
Can
indigenous
people go
tribe
to
in America.
But can people go to the Library of Congress, the Smithsonian,
Yes, these are.
National Archives?
Yes, like I stated. Hold on, let me read earlier because
Why
I'm
you
just
have an
going through these.
accent? Where
Yeah,
you from
it's.
again?
I think it's a
I'm from New
nation. That's
York.
what we're.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm from New York. I'm from the Bronx. What accent do I have? Exactly.
You're just skeptical a little bit because you're from an immigrant city, so
She's not
I'm
us.
not from an immigrant city.
Listen,
New York is historically a black city,
a
so I don't
melting
know.
pot. New York is a melting pot. We all know
Now it's
that.
a melting pot, but New York is the home of the Harlem Renaissance of
Okay,
jazz, of comedy
lady,
clubs, cotton
we
clubs,
know
of
this
black.
though.
Exactly.
we
So
know this
now it's a
though.
melting pot. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
34 years old. When I was growing up, it was black. The
I
Dominicans,
understand.
the
We
Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans
understand
didn't
that.
start coming in till I was a teenager.
Listen. We understand that, but still, the fact remains. Right now, it's a melting pot. It's an immigrant city right now. Y'all are ran down with immigrants, so it is questionable sometimes when people say they're from places like New York and even
Yeah, I'm
Florida, because
from New
Florida
York
even
because
has a
my
lot of
grandmother
immigrants in
ran away
Florida.
from the
So
South to New York.
I
So
we
that's why I'm from New York. But my grandmother is from Ravenel, South Carolina.
we get that though.
Charleston, that's a city in Charleston.
Listen, love. I'm not arguing with you. I
Yeah.
understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm just speaking
Yeah, but
like
why would I come on here and what would
because
be like what
a
would be
lot
my
do
motive
because a lot do. That's why we
to
just saying.
inform y'all about our history? Like what are y'all talking
Listen.
about?
Okay, y'all,
No,
let's move
you're not
on.
listening. You're not listening. A lot of people do. A
I
lot of
just
people
never
do.
I just never been accused. So I
Okay,
probably you feel
it's
me?
We get that.
So
time.
We
I
get
don't
that.
It's
We
know.
get
We
that.
time.
could
Listen, let's move on. Can
Yeah,
you?
so the name of the group is Huron, Huron. That's one of the indigenous names of the groups that was fighting in America's foreign land. Because what we have to understand is we had our own tribal wars. We had our own things. The same way there's Bloods and Crips, and we had our own gangs, and we had West Side, East Side, all that stuff. We had that already. That is natural to us to protect our area, our territory. So we already was doing our own thing, and the colonizers came in and used that against us. This is really where whiteness is created. Seriously, because when they took the foreigners, they gave them whiteness because the foreigners were helping us. They were helping us to win the war. That's why they had to call in Italy, and that's why they had to call in Spain, and they had to call in all these several other nations to come help invade because we were holding down the fort. It didn't start in 1492. It definitely didn't start in the Revolutionary War. We had been fighting for hundreds and hundreds of years before that. That's something that they do not teach. They try to start everything where they want
I
us to
think.
know, but I've been digging deeper.
Hold on, D. I do think, if I'm not mistaken, um, somebody stating, I don't want to say Tariq, but I kind of do want to say that we were fighting wars here before. So
Yes,
are
we've been
y'all
fighting.
saying tribes wasn't fighting against each other?
What I'm saying is from my
Yes,
research.
they were.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is from my research, it didn't happen like no huge 300 Spartan battle against tribe, and it wasn't looking like Black Panther won with Killmonger and T'Challa going. That's what
No,
I'm
it
saying.
wasn't.
When people say WAR, people have to give context. That's why
Okay, yeah, can
I
you
didn't
give a little
attack them.
context? Hold on, Maroon. Can you give context to that, Destin?
So it wasn't exactly this. What he just said is on point. What we have to understand is a lot of the concepts that's been rebranded to us has been whitewashed. So when you hear like, oh, the tribal nations have civil wars going on, in our head, we're hearing what has been shown to us about what war is. But what our tribal wars were literally religious, spiritual practices, signs of respect. We had our own military. That is so crazy. We had when they came during the Revolutionary War, whose military do y'all think they used? Even Christopher Columbus wrote in Hebrew that I translated through AI. He said that this was the first time when he came to the West Indies, he never saw the youth giving respect to the elders. And the only reason they gave respect was because of military status. Christopher Columbus wrote that. So we were very advanced. We were able to solve our problems internally. We had problems, we had fighting, yes, but our wars and our issues were not as violent and as gruesome as what it's been turned into today. Like it was a whole other thing. It was ritualistic, it was spiritual, it was respectful, and it was a clear understanding and a high frequency running through the nation. When they came, they was like, oh nah, y'all gotta turn it up. turn it up. And they turned it up, and they literally used disease and so many other things. I'm getting to it another time, but
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Vintage, I'm gonna rotate you down. I gotta bring somebody up. You can always come back up. Okay, y'all. This is some good stuff right here.
so yeah.
Can I answer something, love?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay.
Was your people part of the Wabanaki Confederation? She mentioned like New Hampshire way. Were they part of the Wabanaki Confederation?
Destin, he talking
Oh,
to
you
you.
talking to me? I
Yeah,
thought
the
you.
Destiny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said love. No, they're not. From my research so far, I found my family on the Dawes Roads. I found them being Muskegee Creek and full-blooded Cherokee. I found 3 people on there so far, and that's all I found so far. I've been trying to look into locational areas because really it's the libraries. That's the best step for us to do, to go to where we know our grandmothers were raised and go to those libraries. They're going to have so much information, newspaper clippings, court records, all those things. Those help. Also archives.com, that's been a big help to me to just find names.
I'm on
That's so
archive.com.
important.
That's what I use too.
Yeah, I love archive. It's so important. Um, Another one is True People Search. I know people may not think of that, but I will type in my grandmother's name and go see every address she ever had on record, and I'm able to go check the counties, check things like that. And my grandmother passed away a few years back, so this is allowing me to get information that otherwise I really don't know how I could get. So TruePeopleSearch.com, that's a free engine, by the way. So you could just type a name and it would literally pop up. I use it for my ancestors, and I've been able to find so much information through that. So very, very important. Ancestry is another good one, but to get the good nitty gritty, you have to, pay for that. So for me, I would probably say archive and the True People Search, because from there you can find more information to help you know which way to go after that. But you really just need the information, period. And those are the good engines to start with.
I want to throw this in here real quick. So a lot of the conflict that comes from trying to look at these records is that there was a whole systemic change when the United States corporation took over record keeping. And so
Yeah.
when you look at like the confederations, you look at the nations, there's agreements, there's contracts, there's all kinds of stuff that they were doing because they were organized and political at that time. So when you start looking at how those definitions and how those jurisdictions actually change, that's where a lot of the confusion comes from.
Yeah.
Even just like what Destiny was saying about the definition of what war or WAR is, and how those things were and how disputes were sorted out. It was a whole different system, but it was organized, and it to a certain extent is recognizable. But it's called different stuff, and it's not being attributed to us or our ancestors. So that's where a lot of the confusion comes from.
Hey, that's what I was talking about earlier when I was saying that we actually did keep our own records
Yeah.
and documents, but throughout time
Segregation.
and throughout conflicts and reclassification and enslavement and all this other stuff that was going on, a lot of I'm gonna just call it history. A lot of our history was destroyed or kept from us, and that's just the truth of the matter. And to piggyback off what Destin was saying, I'm gonna just say the easiest way for me to track down who I was in my genealogy, I just talked to my elders, and the ones that I couldn't talk to, I just took their names and I went to the courts, to city halls and stuff like that, and I looked up their names through that to find out what they had and they had what they had acquired in their lifetime, like land and cars and stuff like that. And I went down that line of finding out what they had attached to them and people that was attached to them, like husbands, kids, wives, all that stuff like that. And that led me down a line of people. I'm not gonna spread my story on the stage, but that just led me down a line of knowing who my people was and where I came from. And then on top of that, you can actually go and do like she said and use these engines to look up your people. But the easiest way for me to get started was to just talk to my people.
And no, sure, just to piggyback off of what you said, when you're original to America, you know your elders talk the talk, and that's how you know who you are. Google ain't
Exactly.
gonna tell you
Yep.
who you are, and so I can see through the
Exactly.
bullshit. That girl is not she not, period.
Exactly. You see, for me, it started because growing up, a lot of people used to tell me, like, oh, you're Latina, you're this, you're that. And I was raised by my mom solely. So I'm like, nah, I need to know. And my last name is unique. No African person, Latino person, white person. My name is original to America. So I'm like, I got to figure this out. So I started doing my genealogy based on that. And I found everything I needed to know. And I thought I was going to find African. I thought I was going to find what everybody was telling me. And I found that my people was from here and always have been. That's the crazy part.
Hey, Soul, I'm screaming.
So you don't trust it. So
Absolutely not. It's a certain tone. It's a feeling. You know your people. You could hear it.
you ain't lying. You ain't
There's a
lying. You
pitch.
ain't lying.
It
There's a
is.
pitch
Listen,
that's
I'm
being hit.
screaming.
let me just say this,
Wait, you
family.
talking about me?
Hold on, sis. Hold on.
I'm screaming.
Hold on,
Let
hold on,
me
hold on. You talking about me?
hold on, real quick. Let me just tell something to the FBA New York family, because I'm learning a lot about FBA New York, right? Us down here in the South, listen, we have not experienced y'all like that. So there's going to be a lot of people that's skeptical when y'all start coming around with certain things. Now, me personally, I've talked to a lot of FBA New Yorkers that have moved down to Florida, right? And I can kind of tell the accent now between a tether New Yorker or one of us, right? So we're right now, we're just in a careful time. And a lot of people are, yes, cosplaying, but I would just encourage people, like people from Milwaukee, low key sound like people from Michigan as well. So, and I met some people that aren't us, that's from these areas that sound kind of similar to us, but it's a little taint to it, something different. So I do agree with Soul. We also can feel certain people, but just be a little bit open to new things as we going down this renaissance that we're having right now, that you're going to find certain things. You get what I'm saying? So just FBA New Yorkers, be cautious, because a lot of y'all come down to Florida with that mouthpiece, and most of y'all have decorum, but it's a little different sometimes. It's a little different. So that's all I'm gonna say. But back to
All right, just
1770.
real quick, just 2 seconds. Like, no. All right, Mom. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you, what am I again? Black. All right, bye. I'll call you later.
That's not gonna prove nothing over here.
I'm
I'm just saying. Listen, I
I'm
just got done
black.
saying we got to be careful.
I've been going through this
y'all.
my whole life. No
Hold
funny
on,
shit.
Destiny. Hold on,
I
Destiny.
can't make myself be or
Listen,
talk or look a certain way for y'all. You feel
listen,
me?
listen, y'all. I've been told that that's this a reason why some Black Americans don't want to go and say they FBA. I can't. I don't have a swab for Destin. Nobody has a swab for me. You know what I mean? They say because of this whole, they Black American. They get told they not. You know what I mean? And they all this tether stuff. It turned people off. Who am I to say Destin is not a Black American? I'm not from New York. I don't know. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm just starting to ask people their lineage. Actually, if they didn't have an accent, because I feel like people can say whatever they want to say. How can we prove it, whether they is or not? And I don't want to, turn people away or hurt people because
I'm
this
not
girl.
Latino. I don't speak
Hold on,
Spanish.
Dustin.
I
Hold
don't
on.
eat
Hold on,
Spanish
Dustin.
food.
Hold on. Hold on. because this girl got a New York accent. It is Black Americans from New York who've been in New York. Hell, I'm just getting used to Louisiana accents. I'm from Detroit. And I'm not going to even talk about Florida. You know, I love to hear Maroon talk. So we all from different places. I just don't want us to turn more people away from FBA. You know what I mean? The movement. I mean, not the movement, but the what we trying to do, especially other Black Americans. You know what I mean? I don't want nobody feeling like, you know, that they gotta, you know, they going through a whole FBI situation because they say they us. They know what they really is, and we, you know, and that's what it is. What can we really do about that? But I would like her to not leave and get turned away or feel attacked. You know what I mean? That's not my goal here. That's all I wanted to say, y'all, and to the chat too.
I agree, Miss Love. I
The
agree.
Destiny. Hey, does she mind saying her last name?
I don't
For
mind
what
saying my
though?
last name. I
But
say my
why?
full name, to be
No,
honest with
why?
y'all.
Should what? Why?
He
But
said,
I'm
"Don't
saying,
don't
but
dox
for
yourself."
what
So
though?
it's okay.
Right? You first of all, nobody should be sharing their ancestors' names, their migration patterns on these social apps. We are in a real ancestral delineation renaissance, right? Separate from these apps, right?
Right.
So yes, lineage verification is a standard that is going to be amongst the grassroots. It has been established. The ancestors knew it would have to be established if we're going to do real cultural preservation, real
Wait a minute,
politics,
I'll be
real
right back.
communities, and things of that sort. But her sharing her first and last name on these apps is not acceptable. And that's
I've been
not
going
how it
through
should
this
be
since a
done.
child,
Wait a
so I
minute,
don't
April and
mind.
Destin Soul.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
No, the only reason she mentioned her last name, and she also mentioned that she's been going through this since she was a child. So it's just those clues, those little keywords that's just triggers. It's triggering my dendrites.
I usually don't do this because I was questioned. I was questioned a few times my first time coming up on panels and stuff. Somebody was questioning my to my somebody was questioning me claiming to be indigenous, and it really didn't get to me at all because I know who I am. So I just spoke my mind freely about facts about me and my lineage, right? So when it came down to it, I was proven to be right. I gave them the information that they needed to go do their little fishing, and when they came back, they brought me back a great fish. It wasn't nothing to look sideways at, right? But I do understand what Soul is saying, and the thing that kind of was off about it to me. Not saying that you're lying or anything, but what was kind of off about me is the many different regions that you that you spoke on. And there was a lot of different places.
Well, because I'm counting my mom's side and my father's side. So I'm looking at the direct two people that made the two people that made the two people that made the two people that made me. I wasn't
Right,
caring
like what
about
we
aunts
talking
and
about.
this and that. So I tracked a great great grandmother to Texas, a great grandfather to Louisiana on my mom's side. And on my father's side, I tracked his family to New York. So that's why I say that.
But okay, this is where we got to end this. Go ahead, CB. Go ahead, CB.
Well, I was just going to say, it's for a lot of us, it's new information, and we're really enthusiastic about
Yes.
sharing and finding community in the genealogical research that we're doing,
It's
and then
cool
also,
when y'all realize who I am. I do want my apologies,
oh no, no,
but
no.
for
So
now,
I
we
was,
could, yeah, y'all could think whatever y'all need to think. I really don't care. I'm just here to drop information. How y'all feel about me is y'all opinion. I know who I am.
well,
Okay.
here,
Feel
let
me?
me let me
So
just use
Shout out
me
to
as an
that.
No,
example then,
you
because like
stated.
I use myself as an example. When I learned that I had deep heritage in Mississippi, and I would come into these spaces, I was volunteering that every time. And it was I've never been to Mississippi a day in my life. I'm from Indiana. And so when I got used to being around and I kind of saw what the decorum was and how the standard of conduct, I cut that out. And I think that all of us, at some point get more comfortable with that and don't have to prove ourselves every time we come on panel.
All right. So back to the timeline, because we're talking today about the white history of
Absolutely.
the history of white Americans from the colonies to today. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we were stuck on 1776, and that's why I just wanted to kind of get back to the conversation and get back to mentioning foreigners did not fight and win the Revolutionary WAR like the Haitians and all these other people like to keep on saying. They did not win the WAR. That's the point I was trying to get to.
Can I say this about the timeline? So we at
Yeah.
17.
And then I got a question too for this timeline.
Okay. So we still at 1776. So we really still ain't got to the meat for me. For me personally, we ain't got to the meat for me because I'm a Texas native. So at this time, Texas was in America. Texas was still very much in a WAR with Spain, because Spain had Texas. Spain was in control of Texas for about 300 some years. And when I say in control, I'm saying that they just claimed to have power over Texas, because there were many different indigenous tribes at that time that were putting BTA to the Spaniards at that time. So that's why I'm just using that terminology so everybody understand. But also understand that the natives of that land, that territory, were not to be played with, and it was BTA on site with the Spaniards. But the Spaniards, in a documented way, yes, had control over that territory. They claim rights to that land. Nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they had that land until 1860 something, and then for a couple years, Texas was its own little thing, and then the French came in, and they had Texas for about 7 years, and then they then Mexico had Texas for about 30-year span, and then after that, the Confederate had got a hold of Texas for a little bit, and then Texas went independent because
No
they got.
shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
When was the Alamo?
When was it? The time period?
Yeah.
The Alamo was the last. Well, it was 1860.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
It was
No,
in the
that's all right.
1800s.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and so what I'm getting to right now is that Texas had Six Flags. It was six different entities to hold power over Texas between a 400-year span, right? And it was the Spaniards, it was the French, it was Mexico. The natives fought back in all of these, and the Confederate, and then Texas became its own republic and all that other stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that throughout this whole duration of WARs going on, the main common denominator are the indigenous people of that territory. They are the main common denominator, and they had a part in each and every one of those WARs over their land. And that's what I'm trying to make sense of, that people don't understand that there were indigenous people already of this land, on this land, in that territory, that had a part to do with every WAR in that area, no matter who tried to claim rights to that land, whether it was Spain, French, Mexico, the Confederacy. It doesn't even matter. Those people were there, and we still are here. But I just want to land my plane right there.
So no shirt. Let me ask you. So obviously it was Mexicans during that time period too. Like, so what? The indigenous people and the Mexicans, because the United States, I guess they drew that border, right? So
So
was they mixing with the indigenous, the
we're gonna say that.
Mexicans?
No, ma'am. We're gonna say this, right? So
Mhm.
the Spaniards, Spain the Spaniards, Spain, and the French also the French. Now I'm talking about two different entities, so this is in two different time periods. But the Spaniards and the French, let's start with the Spaniards. They colonized the quote unquote Mexicans. This territory all was the same territory. Well, they seen it as the same territory at the time, even though there was this. We're talking about a large region. The Spaniards came and colonized the Mexicans, and they led up into our territory, which is Texas today. And a lot of stuff is going on at this time. So, no, I'm not saying they were mixing, but they helped us fight them. That's what was going on. It wasn't like they just was mixing and having babies with each other. No, we had treaties that people didn't stick to when it was time for WAR time. And after the WAR time was over, people went back to being selfish. That's what was going on. And then you got to understand at that time, after all of this, the French came in and the same thing happened again. The same thing that happened with the Spaniards. They tried to take over, and we had to come together with the Mexicans and help fight this WAR. And then after the WAR was over, people went back to being selfish. And so it's just a whole bunch of back and forth, but we was here the whole time. And they was there the whole time just on their side of things. And we only came together to help fight these foreigners. So, yeah, that's pretty much how it is.
Miss Love, I want to give you context so things kind of make a little more sense to what No Shirt is saying. People got to understand the United States was not the United States. I know a lot of times we keep saying the United States, we keep saying Mexico, we say Canada, we say Venezuela, we say all these different countries. We say Haiti, but Haiti and Dominican Republic was once just San Domingue. Puerto Rico was San Juan, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. It was some other Spanish name. The Bahamas was still a part of, the Bahamas is still connected to the Florida Keys, but the Bahamas was just a part of what is Florida, right? The Bahamas didn't secede until I think the 1700s. So yeah, all these places, even Jamaica wasn't even called Jamaica. So you had a bunch of territories, you had a bunch of purchases going on. And to No Shirt's point, there were a bunch of indigenous inhabitants in what is now called Mexico, WARing. Miss Love, do you remember the picture I showed you of what was one of the earliest depictions of a Mexican the other day? Yes. I could pull it back up if you wanted to, just to give kind of more context to what I'm saying.
Can you please?
Yes. Hold on one second.
And also, y'all, while he pulling up the picture, so the white people in the South, that wasn't plantation owners, how did they make a living?
See, that's one thing I forgot to say. I went through my whole monologue and I didn't say this. This is what I forgot to say. So there was no such thing as white people at that time. Those were Spaniards and the Frenchmen. The Europeans didn't make it down here yet. They wasn't down here just yet. They were here in quote unquote America, but they wasn't down here yet. The Spaniards and the French, and I'm talking about two different time periods. The Spaniards and the French, they had their own things going on, trying to take over some certain territories that was already occupied by indigenous people.
And they weren't traditionally white either. Those were still people that we would consider black today.
Exactly.
So when we look at George Washington, and they start talking about George Washington's Moorish background, he was a Huguenot from France. The Huguenots at that time were Moors. And so eventually over time, there's like a bleaching of the bloodline that happens. But at that time, George Washington was described as a darker complected man, and people try to challenge the words swarthy. They try to challenge the words, of dark skin. But I mean, they called George Washington, I believe his nickname was the Black Boy.
Something like that.
And his wife was the Dark Lady. Like these were people that were noted to be tall, of good stature, and dark. And so I think the colonialists at that time in the 1776 era were today's black people, or what you would consider black people today.
And
And
this
I just
man
want
right here on maroon photo. So when I asked you, no shirt, was the indigenous and the people from Mexico, you know, socializing or whatever, I would assume this would be their indigenous, huh?
you talking about Mexico?
Yeah,
Yes, there were darks. They were
right. I
what you
knew
would
that,
call,
but I just
yeah,
really until Maroon showed me the picture, so now it's all coming together.
yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, okay.
But I
Hold
just want to
on,
say something to
I'm
this
a,
dude in the comments real quick. I know I said I was gonna stop looking, but hey, the Spanish and the French are not white. Okay, you might think that now today in 2026 that those people are white, but the Spanish, the Spaniards, and the Frenchmen are not white.
And I must pull up one more picture, Miss Love. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up one more picture. Oh, you're not gonna be able to see it. Damn. Oh well, but that's all right. I'll just leave this one up here. But this is more of what the first version of a Mexican in the 1500s would have looked like. So that's what the Mexican government wanted to put out there. Remember, people gotta keep in mind this whole the whole world was what we now call black, right? As far as race. The Olmecs was dug up and found in Mexico. And when you look at the statues of the Olmecs, I mean, clearly these people are niggas. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the Mexican government also tried to claim it to be monkeys. So, yeah, and those are, I think, like 10,000 years old statues or something like that. So when you go over to, yeah, April, I'm saying now, whatever by race people would be saying, I'm not saying they're black. I'm saying that they would have been, dark-skinned people is what I mean. These people were clearly dark-skinned individuals. But what I'm saying when it comes to us over here in the North American continent and just when we come to the equator and how everything is depicted, there were darker people of this land, hence the emblem of America. These were darker people, darker. Copper can even be depicted as can be so dark it to the point it's depicted as black, you know what I mean, in color. So, yeah, but that's all I wanted to say is that these were heavily melanated individuals.
Yes, the
I
indigenous
know.
people of this land were melanated. So we just gonna rock with that and stick that out for people that didn't know.
Right,
The
not
original
black.
people, yes, yes, the original people of this land, this territory, whatever you want to call it, North America, even some parts of South America, the indigenous people of those lands were melanated. Okay.
Okay, so let me ask y'all another question. As far as the Revolutionary War goes, were indigenous people were indigenous men fighting in that war, or was it just the free people of color or free black people?
Short answer, yes. They helped fight in that WAR as well.
And why
On
did
both
they
sides.
right on both sides? So the white
Yes.
people, whatever you call them, what was they called back then? Just a Frenchman, a Spanishman,
You
Wasp.
said,
was.
yeah.
The Wasp,
Why did
well, if
they
you're talking
need?
about the YT people, you're talking about just the Europeans.
Yeah, the people who was not black.
Well, and again, CB, just like CB said earlier, this is where it get complicated, a
Right.
little bit complicated, because Wasp are really the only people who are
So
technically speaking YT.
But the Italians and stuff wasn't here then like
That's
that,
not
right?
white.
No,
That's
those
not
are the other
white
side.
anyway. Yeah,
Right.
those are not white people anyway.
Right. They
no.
swarthy or whatever you want to call it.
And they would have been who was brought in to be those initial slaves as well. So one
But
of the big
my question was the reason why I even started here was why did they need the free black people or the indigenous people to help them fight in that Revolutionary War?
They knew they had better WAR tactics. They knew the area, they knew the land, and they had the bodies.
just colonization.
If you're just by logic, right? If you're WARing with the indigenous inhabitants and you're WARing with your cousins and them coming over here and you're on the indigenous inhabitants land that you've been WARing with for hundreds of years already, me logically speaking, I'm going to go get them ninjas I've been WRing with who are already indigenous to this land. That's what I'm going to do, because they've already been putting BTA to me, and I know they're going to put BTA to these other people, and that's going to be my secret weapon that I'm going to use, and I'm going to bring them out, and they're going to help me win this WR so I can, basically finish colonizing the people who are going to win the WR for me. And it wasn't just free people; it was enslaved people fighting as well.
Right.
So,
Okay, can somebody tell me how did black free people of color, well, black people that was not enslaved, how did they earn a living during these times?
before we had this money system, we had a lot of trade, right?
Oh,
And then
barter system, right?
we had a bartering system, and then we also had a bunch of farms going on. We were still
There was
agricultural people.
currency too.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
well,
was
yeah,
currency.
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
currency.
It was currency,
It was just based on real assets,
silver and
though, like
gold.
gold and stuff. Yeah.
that's what I meant by barter. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
and it's still the same today because now
That's why.
I had my own precious metal company for 35 years. I retired from it and gave it to my children to carry on the legacy. So yeah, we always bartered between precious metals. So that's something that they don't talk about. They try to make it look like the American dollar was the main thing, and it's not.
And that's what the small hats used to get in trouble for, was the coin clipping. They would actually be shaving off pieces of the currency, and then would be essentially trading devalued money, and then stockpiling, the currency or the raw materials for the currency in the background. And that was like one of their first big scams.
And they also use if we're talking about the small hat people, that's all. They also use how can I say this? They had a system where basically in religion, there's no tax, there's no debt, but they don't go by that. So in every country that they were in, when people came to them because they had money, that's how they did their things. They came up with the debt system. So if you borrowed from them, the debt increased. Instead of just giving back what you owed, they had a tax on it that increased the debt. So when kings from wherever country they was in used to borrow money from them, and it was time to pay back, they owed an enormous amount more than what they borrowed. And in a lot of places, they didn't go by that, because biblically, if I owe you a debt, I only supposed to go give you back what I owe, not a percentage extra. So a lot of countries kicked them out of the land that they were on, until finally in I forgot when, the world gave them their own space to be, which is not real now. But I digress. People just need to know history.
1947.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
1948.
that was
But if
this,
anybody found anything false in what I said, y'all could correct me.
the
no.
British
So
American
what I was going to say
technology.
is that that's part of their role in America at that time, if we're still on the timeline, was creating a debt system where essentially people were selling labor to pay off, or selling their bodies or
Fact.
selling labor to pay off debts.
Fact.
And so a lot of that stuff starts to come into play, and it actually hits like a fever pitch in the 1830s, when you start seeing what only persisted for 30 years, 35 years, as the chattel slavery, cotton trade version of slavery, where it was real
Facts.
extra violent.
All right,
Facts.
since you mentioned it, we're gonna move on to the next timeline, the next era. 1787 through 1808, early United States. The Constitution is adopted. The 3/5 clause and fugitive slave clause become part of the Constitution. Congress bans the international slave trade beginning in 1808 though slavery itself continues. Okay, we're gonna just stop there. We're on that segment.
I just want you to notice, Miss Love, you see the pattern of how it gets harsher and harsher and harsher for our people the more and more colonization goes on. That just goes to show we're not from Africa, because how in the world could the indigenous population be conquered overnight? It didn't come overnight. It was a long, hundreds of years long process.
Wait, but Maroon and Soul, why so little talk? Because I'm reading this, I only wrote it down. I'm actually thinking about it and going through it with y'all. Why so little talk of Africans?
Right.
Because
Because go
it
ahead, go
was
ahead.
more,
So
I'm just going to say it was more exports of the Black Americans than it was import of Africans.
Correct. Correct.
you get that love. So there wasn't as many as they always tried to tell people it was. Okay.
Right, you got to get up to the colonial society. She's heading up that now. You know, you got to get when these colonial societies, when they were presidents of each state on their own. You got to remember they only had 13 colonies at first. And so they didn't rule all the land. So they were sending more of us, trying to send more of us out over to the west and east coast of Africa, you know, but in all actuality, the Africans was not significant during this time. It was more so our people that was more significant, and they were trying to get us off our own land and stuff in order so that they could take control of the land because they call the land of milk and honey now. They recognized all the riches that we had and with all the wealth that we had, and they were like, wow, we had our own money system, we had our own constables and government and stuff, and they were like, wow, had our own confederates. They came over here really to try to conquer and take everything that we have and flip it against us like they're trying to do right now today. So
And now,
yeah,
wait a minute. So I think I heard on this stage today someone mentioned we had our own constitutions because here it says the Constitution is adopted.
that
So
was
we had
Yes, ma'am.
yes, we had our own system, our own we yes, we had our own things going on before they got there.
So the United States, they kind of adopted, the Constitution then, right?
Yes, ma'am. And the First Republic was Black.
it was black. Yes, the
Hold on.
Confederates too. Yes,
The Confederates were the
because
first.
they
The blacks were the first
because
Confederates.
yeah, well, exactly, but you know they try to make it look like it was always Europeans and the KKKs, and when the KKKs were Democrats and all them folks, that was those Italians and Irish who had to prove themselves in order to be stamped as being white because they were trying to
Exactly.
prove themselves as white people, and they were not considered white people back then. They were just considered swarthy and people, color people just like us. They didn't want Mexican dogs or Irish or nobody or no Negroes around them. So they had to prove themselves. So they became the KKK. I know I'm a little here, but I'm gonna come back. What I'm saying, sisters, this here is that they had to prove themselves to become white. So we had our own constitution. We had our upper and lower chambers, just like they got right now today. All this stuff is a carbon copy of what we already had in place.
Wow.
Miss Love,
Okay.
My
the
bad. Y'all had a
correct
phone
name
call.
is called the Iroquois Confederation, if you want to research that later.
Okay, the
And that's just
Iroquois
one of them.
Confederation. I'm gonna write that
That's the
down.
Northeast. There's different ones. The
Right.
confederations were huge, and they were these governmental bodies similar to what you see in the United States now, where it's like a federal government operating um, beside states. So the
for
federal
different
government,
townships.
yeah. So that's how the confederations would work. Is it's a political body that governs some basic aspects of society, and then the tribes and the nations made up the smaller portions of these territories.
Y'all know what's ironic and something, I don't know, maybe we got to keep going, but I'm starting to feel like this is our country. Like it's more like
Is.
we
What?
Yes.
we not even
Love.
really
America's a black
talking about
nation.
white people.
Oh, it
Love.
is unequivocally,
It's
Love.
a
I
black
know you
nation.
just didn't
unequivocally.
say that.
No, I'm saying
Miss
The
I'm talking about our
world
Love,
is.
country.
Miss
No, no,
Love,
no. I
it's
know,
a
no.
knowing.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying it's
I know
like
what you're
it's
saying, Miss Love. I know what
Me
you're
yeah,
saying.
just
too.
going through this history, and it's like hardly no Africans being talked about like that, hardly no white people, but you hear a lot about indigenous. I don't know. I guess in these laws, I'm just feeling some kind of way actually going through this history.
My bad, Miss
You
Miss
posed
Love.
to
I had
feel
a
some type of
phone
way.
Miss
call.
Love.
Hmm?
This is
I
a
was done.
black nation historically, and
And
it
Miss
is
Love,
today.
I got some.
Go ahead,
Look, you done started
Charles.
a wildfire, Miss
I
Love. You done
got
started a
something.
wildfire.
Go ahead, Mr. Charles.
Right.
Okay, I got something for you. I had a great uncle that was kidnapped off the shores of Florida here, along the beach playing. When he was a little boy, he was like 3 to 4 years old. He would have been my great grandpa Uncle Tunka's brother. He lived to be like 147, but they tried to say he was around 137. A white family snatched him up at the time, and they took him to Texas. They told him throughout his life that they had rescued him from Africa. And you can Google the name Charlie Smith. He did an episode when they told I think the guy was Walter Cronkite back then, where they was taking the Apollo guys to the moon. And he told them at that time that nobody's ever been to the moon, and he don't believe that they will be going to the moon. But he was 137 at the time, but he lived to be like 147. He was snatched off the shores of Florida here. He's a Seminole Indian, and he's dark. He's very dark. Charlie Smith.
I just wanted, could y'all real quickly, because I'm doing something right now. First thing I was going to say before I got a phone call, Miss Love, that's Kalima in the queue. Just wanted to let you know that. Second off, can somebody please Google the dates of the Yamasee WAR? Just so I have the exact dates for what I'm getting ready to say. Because that's a very important part of history. And then the Seminole WAR. These are two very key points in history whenever we're talking about the 1700s and then the 1800s.
Okay, while somebody get you about to go right into that?
1715 to 1717.
Somebody else can go ahead because it don't matter.
Between South Carolina and British settlers. 1715 to 1717.
That's the Yamasee?
The Yamasee War, which was fought by the Yamasee, the Creek, and the Catawba.
You said what dates again? 1715 to
1715 to 1717 in South Carolina.
Right. Now, does everybody know where the Great Dismal Swamp is located? Before I go, so I don't have to go through that.
No, tell us.
Well, you got one of the major ones that is in North Carolina and Virginia, right? And then you had also another one that was in, well, I don't know if it was the Great Dismal Swamp, but there was one that was in the upper parts of Florida and also in lower Alabama. It wasn't called the Great Dismal Swamp, but it was another free colony of Black people. Now, this is my research that I found. So I could be wrong. People could double check and fact check me, right? But you had people coming out of these Great Dismal Swamps to help fight the Yamasee WAR, to help bankrupt the United States government, and then the Seminole WAR. Miss Love, what dates are we on right now currently? I know you said 1787, correct?
Yep, 1787 to 1808.
1808. Now, during this time period from, again, this is just my personal research. People can double check and fact check me. During this particular time period, this is when the United States government started to really muster up an army after recovering from the Revolutionary WAR. The United States was trying to get a huge navy and a huge army collected because they were going to try to, from my understanding, what's the word I could use? Wipe out more of the indigenous inhabitants and move more inland. They wanted to expand. They wanted to make this is the beginning of the Western expansion, from my understanding. CB, you go ahead. Were you about to say something?
No, you're correct. You're correct. I was going to say that this coincides with the Indian Removal Act.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get to. And this is where the tribes started working together, right? A lot of the tribes, you're going to start to see new tribes start to pop up, not new tribes, but new names of tribes. These are a combination of tribes starting to come together because word is that these YT boys are starting to really get their numbers up and they about to start doing, after WRing with these people for hundreds of years already, our ancestors started to understand like, hey, something's getting ready to go down. It's about to go down. Them niggas loading up over there, and we need to start, loading up our stuff as well. So you had a lot of guerrilla WAR. Well, I call it guerrilla WR. You had a lot of hit and run stuff. So we've been, as we say in Florida, hitting houses and taking a Dracos and all these pews and all their supplies. We were doing little stuff to try to delay what was going to be the inevitable, which I think God, just from a spiritual standpoint, had the YT boys start WRing with each other, which ultimately led to the Civil WR in 1863 to 65 and whatever, so on and so forth, 68, whatever.
So Maroon, I'm going to ask you a question. I've seen pictures of, white slaves where when I start looking at the timelines, I wonder if they were brought in to fight these wars because of the numbers being short. Like if you start seeing the importation of, the second class white citizen who's, coming in under the indentured servitude system, were they being brought in to fight in these WARs? Because they weren't being brought in to work fields because they just didn't have the bodies for it. But I wonder if they were brought in to fight in these conflicts.
They have whole movies talking about that, CB. That's the funny part. People are now starting to wake up and realize what these quote unquote historical movies are about, what these historical reenactments are about. But I agree. I think they knew if you're going to expand west and you already are gassed out from fighting the people just on the coast, and they did not know how big this landmass we now call the United States, they didn't know how big this was. The United States is huge. I don't know if anybody noticed, but the United States is a humongous landmass.
Definitely.
Yeah, and if you're going to go out west, more west, they don't know how farther west they can go, so they needed to get their numbers up. And I agree, CB. I think they came over here to WAR. I think that was just, I mean, you think about it now, the way they bring in the immigrants. At first, these people were not, going against us and all that. They kept their head low. They just were getting these loans, grants. I talk about all the time when I moved to Orlando, and I remember I just started seeing a bunch of Venezuelans. I didn't know they're Venezuelans, but they were just little Hispanic, Siberian, whatever MF was moving in with U-Hauls overnight into these apartments, into our neighborhoods. It's kind of a similar thing, but when they got their numbers up, right? Just like when the Ellis Islanders and all these other white tea immigrants started getting their numbers up, look at what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
These are the people before the Ellis Islanders. So
right,
if we're
exactly.
looking at like this would be late, mid to late 1800s. This would be the 49ers, the gold rush. They called it the gold rush, like everybody was going out there to go dig for gold, but it was more colonial expansion. And this was being powered by the white tea indentured servant. I remember seeing a newspaper article, I'm gonna have to look for it, where they were talking about, they were complaining that the black labor was too expensive for the Western expansion, for the gold rush. And that's why they were bringing in the white immigrants at that time. But now that, looking at the calendar, looking at the map and understanding the historical place of everybody involved, they were brought in specifically to die. They were brought in to cut down these trees and make entry into these Indian territories, probably more or less like a sacrifice because the leaders of those parties at that time were still melanated people even then. So it's interesting. I'm going to dig into that one.
Hey,
Well,
CB,
actually,
same thing with the Asians.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
absolutely.
And I was going to say, CB, actually, when it came to the real, like, actual Western expansion, something I learned with doing this documentary was the Buffalo Soldiers were the main key component to colonizing the West further, right? Even though they weren't doing it to colonize, but they were just used as tools to communicate with the tribes on the western half of the United States.
Ooh,
So,
here's something. I like this. I like this type.
So Angel Island happened during that time too, Miss Love, over
Which
there in
one is that?
California. Angel Island. That's when the Asians came over.
Yes.
Okay. So I was going to
Buffalo
say,
Soldiers were used. Yeah, go ahead,
the
CB, my bad.
Buffalo Soldiers in particular are interesting because they're a fully trained military outfit, with expertise and, all of the modern tech at that time, during a time when they would have told you historically that we didn't have access to good training or equipment or uniforms or anything. So like when I look at the Buffalo Soldiers, or I look at a movie like the group with the Red Tails or any of those types of groups, it's like, well, where do these fully trained militias with all the, most up-to-date technology come from? And that's more example of, I think it was Destiny or somebody earlier saying that we had military forces on our behalf at that time.
Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers were used to communicate with all those indigenous tribes out west. I'm not saying every single last Buffalo Soldier knew how to speak the indigenous tongues, but I would say, from my guesstimate, from what I'm being told from the people who are still running the Buffalo Soldiers, living history interpreters to this day, I think about 50% of them knew how to speak with the people of what is now called Utah, Wyoming, Wisconsin, the Pontiacs up there in Michigan. I mean, Michigan obviously had more than just Pontiacs, but y'all get what I'm saying. Like all the indigenous tribes out west, even when it comes to California, like the earliest depictions, I got to get these paintings of what the European explorers found when they got to California, but they found darker people, man. I mean, the white supremacists are very proud of what they did. So these idiots kept exact documentation for us to trace back to. But anyways, go ahead, Ms. Love, my bad.
Okay, yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about the 3/5 clause and the fugitive slave clause becoming a part of the Constitution. Do anybody know a little bit about that? And also, what was the premise for the 3/5 law? Was it all about voting rights?
It was about voting rights, but it also was about
Thank you.
land.
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 Mhm.
Yes, because you got to think. So we're talking about a time period where people they were definitely trying to. Okay, they just got out. They just got out of all these WARs, and what did they get from those
You mean the
WARs? They
tribal
got
wars, right? The tribal.
yeah.
Mhm.
So the only thing they got out of that were people moving. So now with you not being here no more, I gotta set it up legally so I could take over, basically. And it was definitely about votes, but it also was more about land and resources. How can I make it legal for me to technically claim all of this over here? And if you're not quote unquote uh if you're not quote unquote a citizen with the right to vote, then hey, you can't go against me.
And let me tell y'all something. Let me make this clear because I don't want people to think I was trying to trick y'all with this prompt. But exactly what I asked chat. I want to do a panel today about the history of white people, the so-called white Americans, from the colonies to today in the United States of America. And this is what they gave me. Okay? So I'm still trying to find major roles of so these so-called powerful whites that the immigrant groups seem to look up to, and everybody else. I'm the whole
I'm waiting
point
for
of
you to
me.
get there. I'm
Hold
waiting
on,
for you to
Vintage.
get there.
Hold on, Vintage. The whole point of me doing this was to give immigrant groups that come to our country a history lesson on white people. But it seems like we're giving them a history lesson on us. And that's not our fault. So this is crazy work.
So
Yep.
when you're giving a story on white Americans, you got to start out with the land first, and it's our land. So
Hopefully
Right, and you haven't got to the
they
records.
time of
That's all.
shine to be coming up soon because I want to know what's to look up to, what's to try to get so close to. You know,
Well, you
what's
got to
so
get to
great about these
1841 to
white people?
1842. You got to get to
Okay,
1841.
yeah, I can't wait to
See,
get to the white
if
people.
you want to talk about the white people,
No,
I can
I
get.
wanted to show my whole goal. I thought we was gonna be showing how disgusting some of these people are, and how our people have been treated by these people. You know, they come over here and say Black Americans are powerless, and they want to, get so close to the status of whiteness. And I wanted to see, like, I mean, do they not know the history of white people in America? That was my whole point. But it's
No,
okay. It's all good because I'm learning that we great as hell. But
because
go
everybody's
ahead.
out from the Dawes Road. That's why. And everybody's stuck on the Dawes Road. I get so sick and tired of them talking about the Dawes Road. They don't talk about the Chapman Road. That's when the scandalous white tea people start coming in and taking over everything from
But
us.
did what I just said make sense to y'all, chat?
It
Yes.
made sense to me. I
Yes,
hear
it
what she
makes
was saying.
perfect
Absolutely.
sense, Miss Love.
100%.
And people bought their way into the Dawes Rolls.
Yeah, so that's why you have to go back to the Chapman Road first, which was the first one after the black, after the Indian, what you call acts, you know. So here's the thing: you have to look at the Chapman Road. The Chapman Road started in 1941. I mean, in 1841, and that's when they was calculating all the land and everything. And I think no shirt was speaking in reference to they took control of all the land. That's how they took all the land because when they discovered everybody giving up their land because of so many WARs that it took place, they start when they turned the records in to the commissioner of the United States Corporate Company. What ended up happening was they came back. Sliver came back in 1841, and he wiped all those people off those lands according to their so-called census record. They wiped them off,
Thank
and they
you.
put only like one instead of 20 and 30 of them, from a household or something like that was on the land. So that's when they first started doing everything. And then they came later on after Sliver did what he did in 1842. Then that's when they started bringing everybody in from other countries. And they created the Dawes Roll.
So
So
when we
can I
when we
say
hear
one
this
thing
story,
though?
oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, so.
I just wanted to say, the Mormon community have a lot of our information as well.
Oh yeah, with John Smith now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, John Smith and them was the ones that was doing that stuff. So, you have to look at them. They wasn't no heroes. They were no captains. They were straight up savages. They don't act like it, but they brought that spiritual thing inside and got a lot of Indians confused into that spiritual thing they were doing. But at the same time, David Chapman did a role in 1841, and that's when they discovered how much land with all we owned and everything. And when they gave it to the government people, Sliver took it up to who was the commissioner at that time. When he came back, he started doing a whole new census and was wiping everybody off the road. And then from then on, they started easing those white tea, so-called white tea people in. They wasn't even white; those was the Irish and the Ellis Islanders and them coming in.
Okay,
So,
y'all.
so here's where we start looking at the definitions of things, right? We've been talking about that as a common thread. In this situation, we're talking about the Dawes Rolls and the fact that people were buying their way into the Dawes Rolls. They were buying their way into black classifications. That they were literally buying their way into land rights, which at that time it was advantageous to be part of, the society that would be considered the black society back then. So we're losing track. We lose track of the identities of these people when we start applying the modern day language to the actions of that time, like the 3/5 compromise. I've always laughed about it because the 3/5 compromise was about enslaved people. It wasn't necessarily about black people. And so then you have to start thinking about, okay,
Right. It was not about us. It was actually about them.
exactly.
What I was going to say was, Miss Love, because you hit on a very good point. I don't know if anybody caught it, but we've been sitting here trying to talk about the history of white Americans from the colonies to today. And like Miss Love said, we're learning more about us just from trying to talk about them. American history is black history. It is the only history of this land is black history. Without us here, there is no history. That just goes to show a testament when we're talking about the colonizers, these people can't be talked about without being talked about us. And that's something that they cannot stand, which is why they went with the whole Jim Crow and lynch era and all this other different things. You got trolls coming up here left and right trying to disrupt the energy when we start talking about our people. They cannot stand that they cannot be mentioned without talking about us. So yeah, that just goes to a testament, like No Shirt was saying earlier. We haven't even scratched the
Wait a minute,
surface.
Maroon. Let me just add something while it's on my mind. I don't mean to cut you off, my precious Maroon.
You know you good.
However, all this talk, we hundreds of years down the line, and it's no creation. It's nothing except the Africans, came over here. Like it's no in depth talk about Africans, the enslaved ones that came over here. It's really no in depth talk about really none of these people.
Right.
especially Africans. Don't y'all think if we all came from a slave ship and we created all the things we did, we fought in all these wars, don't you think that, they would say something about some African slaves?
No, but I will say they're trying to
There will be a
rewrite the
story to tell
history.
somewhere.
And if you all can get your hand on the banned books or old literature, please do so. Because
Yeah.
AI is definitely taking over.
Yeah.
Again, like I
Well,
was saying.
one thing we know from me, I'm a perfect example. And I just told y'all what I asked in the search engine of my chat assistant. And you see, I don't know. I don't know if they doing white people justice or not with this.
That's because, like I said earlier, Miss Love, when it comes to the YT supremacists, these people are idiots. They're too proud. They're way too proud. If the YT supremacists, because they're the same ones today of yesterday, if they had all this going on, just like you said, if there was a bunch of Africans coming to this land, if there was a bunch of ships just pulling up left and right, doing Uber Eats, there were Uber Eats and Africans over here, left and right, for all this time, then they would say it. They would just come out and say it. They weren't doing it. There was no Postmates delivery of a bunch of Africans every single 50 minutes. It wasn't happening like that. You
Y'all
had
need to
to make
stop
a
order
sound
them
business
food.
decision.
Stop ordering them food so people can stop delivering them.
Yeah, hold on. That's an Uber Eats driver right there, family. He's a little bit hostile at our history. Hold on. But yeah, if they were doing it again, like April keeps saying, on our genealogy, once you start doing the genealogy, everything starts to make sense. It's like, whoa, I ain't find no bushmeat, I ain't find no Igusi, I didn't find no Jollof.
No
All I'm finding
major,
is collard greens.
no major Anglo or nothing.
Nothing.
That's non-degenerate accomplishments yet that
Nothing.
they talking about. But let's carry on, y'all. Let's because we
So
got a
wait,
lot to
Miss Love,
cover.
I
Go
just have a
ahead,
quick
so.
question. Was leprosy during that time or did the Black Plague happen that time?
Good
I'm
question.
trying
Wasn't
to
it the
I
connect
think
the
that was
1800s?
dots.
well before that time. The Black Plague was Dark Ages.
1500s?
Yeah, Dark Ages.
Because it was like a sickness. It was like a big something, a big spread that happened of each time, each year.
Smallpox.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I was
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about diseases when they came here. They had diseases we know nothing about. These people are living with animals. You know what I'm saying? To this day, like the video somebody sent the other day with the girl kissing the dog, the Doberman or Rottweiler, whatever the hell it was, and it's in some kind of crib, a baby crib, and they like you can imagine that times 1,000 with like all different types of germs and bacteria. The Moors taught these people how to wash their dang hands and stop living in the barn with the animals. Like,
So did
come
they
on.
have lice in the UK, in Europe?
Hell yeah, they probably had lice. They probably had ultra lice back then. It was probably horrible.
Yeah, they had lice that looked like grasshoppers.
Shut up.
Yes.
Uh-uh.
Eating at
Uh-uh.
their ass.
Lord.
We can't
I'm
get lice.
scratching.
We can't get lice. We can't get lice.
Okay, y'all, let's move on. So did anybody else want to expand or say anything about that 3/5 clause or that fugitive slave clause? Or the Congress bans the international slave trade beginning in 1808. So slavery itself still continued. Any of those parts?
I have a question.
Mhm.
What were they running from? Why did they leave?
What you mean? So
Too bad we
The
don't
Eu-
have none of them
the
up here.
Europeans, the Ellis Islanders, the
Starvation.
Mayflower people.
Starvation.
Why?
Starvation.
Fandom.
They were
They were
starving. They was
starving
over there
in
starving.
sickness.
They were
Got it.
starving. So they had to
Their
find
their
some way
uh,
to
agriculture their agriculture collapsed, and they had the potato famine. A lot of that stuff was actually driving those people over here. They were hungry. If you see the pictures of the people from Ellis Island on these boats, they're the ones that were elbow to elbow on these boats with dirty faces. It wasn't us.
boom, 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 boom.
You gotta you have to realize the original indigenous people that left America to go over there and civilize them, they basically destroyed them. And so after you destroy the people who take care of the land, your land will die. And so then when
It
the
takes
land died, They
Unalive,
had to look,
unalive, unalive, unalive.
disappeared. They look for other places to go. Unalive, yes. When the land unalive, they look for different places to go, and that's why they sought out for the Americas.
So when we look at the history of the Moors, their heritage is from here. They go over there at some point and they civilize the society, and then they come back as invaders, like rival invaders. That's how I understand the story. Is that essentially how it goes?
Makes more sense to me, to be honest with you. I
They
haven't really
actually,
studied the
They
Moors like
played
that.
part in it. They played part in it. Yes, they did.
throughout the years, they went there 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, because they
Three or
were
four times they
supposedly
went there
from here.
to
They go
civilize
out
them.
there, and that's why there's when you see indigenous Europeans, some of them are copper colored. Some of them have a reddish undertone. The Germans, the French,
Italians.
the Italian. A lot of them look like us. There's this dude from like Scotland that I see on TikTok all the time. Looks like he's from New York, and basically they go out there. They have a separate experience as an offspring of our groups here, and then they come back as invaders with white slaves. And so I heard that like one of the conflicts that the two groups has is the ability to have slaves. This society here didn't have that. That society had that. And then when they were coming back, they were bringing concubines, they were bringing harems, they were bringing the men. But that was one of the big points of contention was the right to have slaves beyond indentured servitude.
All right, what part of the timeline we at right now, so we could keep it
Okay,
moving?
so nobody wanted to expand on the Congress banning the international slave trade beginning in 1808. Though
Oh,
slavery itself continued. So now we do realize, because in school, no shirt, they really don't teach that we actually did have slavery in some places in the north. Like, I didn't know until later on about New York having slavery. California had a form of slavery, right?
Texas. A lot of these things are not really told to us like that. We were told Texas came
But
later, and that
Texas not the South.
it is, but they weren't saying a lot of states had slavery. They weren't talking about Pennsylvania, Massachusetts. When I was in school, they just focused on um,
The South.
yeah, they just focused on South Carolina, North Carolina. They didn't even tell us until I got to high school that South Carolina and North Carolina used to be one state. You know what I mean? They didn't talk
Right.
about Tennessee, Arkansas. They didn't talk about all the Alabama, Georgia, right, CB. They didn't really talk about the New York, New Hampshire, Massachusetts,
Louisiana. We didn't.
Louisiana, all this stuff. Virginia. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
they just told us about the mill in Virginia and that's it. And then they skip right over that and talk about Thanksgiving. Like, what the hell? I was about to say too, Miss Loves, when it comes to the stopping of the Africans coming over here, right? Henry Louis Gates, even though now he's trying to be on some Pan-African nonsense, trying to make us Africans, but he's already on record saying a lot of things. And one of the main things he says is that there were more Africans brought over from, what is it, 1990 to the year 2000 than there ever was during their entire 500 years of slavery on this land. So that's something people need to take into account as well. We did not get that many Africans over here, if any at all. But on record, we did not get that many Africans over here.
Yo, love, I want to ask you something
Okay,
because
go ahead. Hmm.
you said something interesting to me.
Okay.
So y'all up north, y'all didn't really hear about slavery in the South or Texas like that?
Well, it's been a while since I've been in school, but I thought that was like a Mississippi, you know what I mean, Alabama, like down south thing. The way it was phrased to us, like the up north people was not really enslaved. But then I come to hear like about within the last 5 years about these other states that wouldn't be considered southern states that actually participated in slavery. Yeah.
So when did you first hear about Juneteenth?
Juneteenth, I think 5 to 10 years ago.
See that, but you know what? That that doesn't surprise me because I'm finding out that a lot of states, well, a lot of black people from up north that family didn't travel from the south to up north didn't know these things, and that like I said, this stuff is mind blowing to me.
Yeah,
That
yeah. My people, none of them come from Texas, so
yeah,
it's not. Mine come from Arkansas and Mississippi. So I, I don't even. Let me see. I think I met my first person from Texas probably 6 years ago.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we had a big port down there near Galveston that brought African slaves, even though there were people already in Texas enslaved at that time. But like I say, because of the so many WARs, Texas went and had just within itself, not including America, just within itself, all the WARs Texas had, especially with the indigenous people versus the French people versus the and the Hispanic people versus the Spaniards, and then also the indigenous people, they chose sides. So when these people was fighting these people, you had different groups of indigenous people on each side fighting against each other with those people. So it was a lot of stuff going on. And then after a long period of time, a lot of those indigenous people were enslaved as well. And then after like civil wars between each other and the enslavement of a lot of indigenous people at that time because of land purposes, that a lot of Africans were, well, I'm not gonna say a lot, because if I say that, then they're gonna try to run with that story. Oh, all y'all but a few Africans were imported through Galveston, through that area down there where it's open, through the Gulf. I'm gonna just say that, through the Gulf. And that's where a lot of African slaves that were in Texas originally came from, through that Gulf Coast. Now,
So
that doesn't mean that all black people in Texas are African immigrants, because we were indigenous, we were all melanated, but that made it, that gave them a strong statement to stand on when they say, well, the Africans in Texas, I mean, the slaves in Texas were Africans. No, a few of them were imported to Texas through the Gulf at that time that we had our own enslavement going on with the indigenous
So
people.
let me ask you something, no shirt. Do you find, because it seemed like you do genealogy, you up on that. Have you met people who found actual Africans
I
from the
I
slave trade?
I've only met one person that actually that actually has done their genealogy, and they found a person that came from the ports of the Gulf. But when they found that person, he actually was in Arkansas. And how that happened was during during the enslavement of the Gulf indigenous people down there. They were enslaved along with the Africans, and then at times, with see, this is how things work in Texas. It's a lot of land down here. A lot of people own a lot of land. A lot of people take up a lot of territories. In order to get those people off that territory and to claim their land, they have to either be unalived or not there no more. So they enslaved a lot of people to take a lot of land. And then also, a lot of, at that same time, a lot of people, we're talking about a short time span where people were, because like I said, Texas wasn't really America yet. It was its own thing for a long time, and then before that, it was claimed by a lot of other people. So we're talking about a short time span where enslavement was just the thing to do because of
Okay.
land in Texas. And then after that, right?
Wait a minute, no
But,
shirt. We might be about to get into your era. You want me to
yeah,
get into it? It's 1820 to 1840. It's
well, now let me just say this real quick,
okay. Go ahead.
because after that era I'm talking about, right? People were getting enslaved, but they also was getting shipped out of state to keep hold of their land, because we're talking about a time period where enslavement was cool. I mean, was enslavement was the thing happening, but also a lot of WARs was going on just because people were freeing themselves and escaping. So instead of just fighting with them, they will send them to other states to keep hold of their land. And while doing that, a lot of Africans that were enslaved in Texas, they were getting sent off as well. So you could find some people that say, well, my great ancestor were enslaved in Texas, and I looked up their genealogy and I found them in Oklahoma. Well, that's how they got to Oklahoma. They was getting sent off with the other indigenous people to keep a hold of their land. Because if you ain't here no more to take claim of your stuff, and I just sent you off, you can't get it back. And plus, we done destroyed all your documents claiming that you were indigenous in Texas. So once you get back down here, it's ours now, type thing. But I'll land my plane right there.
Hey, so no shirt. I had a quick question for you. So I found a labor contract that was written before the Emancipation Proclamation in Tennessee between my black relative and my white relative, but it was literally a contractual document that was countersigned and everything. Is it possible that we misunderstand the nature of those labor relationships back then, based on the switching of the words and the different stories that we've heard? Because that stuck out to me. I was really curious about that.
100%. It's like the young lady that came up earlier. It's the terms and the words we use. 100%. We misread and we are misinformed about what was actually going on at that time. So a lot of people were left land, and it was documented that they were left land either by slave owners or people that occupied their land. Because at that time too, you got to understand there was a lot of treaties going on that wasn't upholded. Like these treaties that was going on, people didn't stand on those treaties. They had the indigenous people sign those treaties and still did what they want at the end of the day because of the way the world was going on, what was going on in the world at that time. You know what I'm saying? So I 100%. I believe that right now, though, if you can prove it right now, yeah, you can get it. But at that time, it was so much confusion going on that people didn't understand how they was getting tricked out of their spots.
All right, y'all, let's move on to 1820 through 1840s. Westward expansion. The United States expands westward. The Indian Removal, The Indian Removal Act 1830 leads to the forced relocation of several southeastern tribes. The Trail of Tears results in thousands of deaths. Unalivements. I love TikTok shop.
Miss Love, could we change that from Trail of Tears to Seminole WARs?
Yep. Was that what that was?
Yes, ma'am. Florida, baby. Florida in the house. Where my Floridians at? Where y'all at? Come on now.
Wow. So all this time, they disguised the Trail of Tears with these Siberians in the movies and stuff, but those was the Black indigenous tribes.
Them was niggas. Okay, let me stop joking. But them was black people. Them was us. For real.
And with
Those are what you call FBA Maroons. That's what you would call them.
and at that same time, those people were getting relocated and pushed out of their area, right? They were inhabiting areas where the natives of that land, they was getting into it with people from those lands. Just like in Texas, like I was talking about earlier. When that happened, that pushed a lot of indigenous people toward the west, right? And as they're moving west, they're getting into it with other indigenous people in those regions, right? That's why you find a lot of you can find people that say they have Seminole indigenous, they're indigenous by Seminoles and stuff like that in Texas, because they were pushed this way, and they basically took land over here and pushed the other. Because I ain't gonna lie, the indigenous people in Texas, I'm not saying they're friendly, but they had lost their way of fights because they done had so many WARs in Texas. They was tired of fighting. So when the indigenous people of other lands came this way, they was like, hey, y'all got it. We finna go to Oklahoma. We finna go to Arkansas. But also a lot stayed, like the Natchez Indian stayed, the Apache stayed, and also the Caddo and the Blackfoot states. Those are my people, the Caddo and the Blackfoot. They stayed too. But there was a lot of things going on during that Seminole relocation stuff going on.
Think about Hurricane Katrina and how all those people got sent to Houston, Atlanta, and Chicago. It was just all the chaos. And then you end up with like new cultural wrinkles that were added to those markets because of the displacement. But like when I think about the Trail of Tears, the way that you just described it, yeah, you're bringing a whole group with different cultural practices and social societies in general and putting them on somebody else's land. Yeah, that creates friction. That makes sense.
And well, I'll wait for a
And
second.
you
Let's
know
let
what else? You know
go
what
ahead.
else makes sense to me? Remember, I've said it a couple of times in this live, but everybody might not agree with me. But not on this live, but on lives. Period. I'm starting to feel tribal. Like, you know what I mean? This Black American. So we was historically we were, well, at least the indigenous people, they had tribes. Like it was different tribes, just like over there on the African continent, right? Not saying we
What
the same tribally, but we are tribal people, huh?
100%. We had our own different regions occupied by our own different people, but they were all indigenous to this land. But
Right,
yes, 100%.
Like you said, we're not tribal as the Africans are tribal.
right.
It's a big difference between us. We had a lot more peace in the valley than they had. That's according to my research. Now, other people got other things they want to say, but what I've seen, we weren't sent up here beating each other upside the head with zebra ankles and bones and all this other weird stuff and
Well, we
selling
didn't have
slaves.
zebras over here to beat each other with, Maroon.
Yeah, but we did have other animals, we could have
Yeah,
used.
yeah.
And then also too, we weren't selling slaves. We weren't selling people. We didn't do no weird stuff like that. But
Oh
yeah, we
yeah,
had
Right.
tribes.
right.
We wasn't marrying off our little girls either during those times.
Correct.
I
Mm.
think the history of nations and confederations is probably how we show up today as regionally unique, but all of one nation. That is probably an outpost of that experience back in the day where you had the different tribes that made up the nations, that made up the confederations. That seems plausible and likely. Like I got my wife has family in the Bay. It's very different out there. We're using different words, but these are still Black people. We still laugh at the same stuff. We still have we still nod. We still speak non-verbally.
Yeah.
But it's regionally different. My people in Baltimore, same thing. Could not be more different than us, but we still have that common thread. I think it's a reflection of the past for us.
Mhm. Can somebody give me a couple of names? I don't know if multiple people want to on the panel during this time period, the 1820s through the 1840s, or just historically. I mean, even up before these, something we already talked about. Some of the some key indigenous people, like some key names in our history as far as the indigenous people go.
Listen, let me tell y'all something. John Horse, Osceola, yes, Miss Love. Osceola County is named after Osceola. Over there heading towards Daytona on the 417, Lake Jessup, named after General Jessup. That's Andrew Jackson, homeboy and them, who was out there trying to, colonize our people and stuff, which is, thank God for them, because we would have never really did what we did with the Seminoles and stuff. let me see, Morning Dew. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people that we could keep on naming. There's a lot of people could research, but just look up them folk. You know, I know a lot of times we talk about Nat Turner, shout out Nat Turner, but John Horse was one of them ones, man. He one of them people we call a Seminole YN, but he was like a leader. You know what I mean? He was a leader. So yeah, we gotta really dive deep into these ancestors who fought and unalive for our people. And I would encourage people to look up even more names. Like I said, I got family who was on the Trail of Tears, who I just recently found through genealogy. They're located over here in Dallas and other parts of Texas, but they went through Oklahoma first. They were some of the ones that went to Oklahoma. And a lot of our people, Bass Reeves, a lot of our people probably got family of those who was on the Trail of Tears. My bad, y'all. I'm pulling an ATM right now. Hold on.
I can name some rivers, Miss Love.
You said rivers?
Yeah, so in Louisiana, we have one called Tangipahoa, and I guess it represents those who gather corn. We have the Plaquemine. We have Plaquemine. This is all indigenous names. The Atchafalaya Basin is the one you cross over to get to Baton Rouge. You have Calcasieu Parish River. That's another. That's from the Attakapas people. The Catahoula, Choctaw. All of those are connected. If y'all could hear me, I can't hear myself.
No, I can hear you. So I was going to ask about the Louisiana Purchase. What I need
It
to
happened in 1803.
1803. Okay, and
Hmm.
then the Louisiana Purchase brought about the introduction of African slavery in the French colonial areas where it didn't necessarily exist before.
And
So I thought that
Spanish
was
as well.
that yeah, and Spanish as well. So that's when we looked up, because I said something about Mississippi earlier, and Mississippi was brought into the Union in the 1800s, and that's when that's when you start seeing the changes in that part of the country. Um, but I was just wondering how that coincided, and also the identity of the French who were responsible for the territory at that time, because we talk about DuSable in Chicago, he's Haitian. What we do know about Haiti in that time period was that they were part of the French colonial empire, and they actually had aristocracy. So there's emperors and things like that that were coming out of that area. It wasn't just a slave colony. It was actually a part, like they were part of the constituency for France. So I'm wondering, who are the Haitians, the colonists from America?
Are you speaking of Napoleon?
I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about all of the French people that were influencing America during that era, that were holding land. Are those French people from France, or are those French people from the Caribbean? Like,
Hmm.
are they the Haitians? Because Haiti was France,
Right.
like, right? Just like the United Kingdom,
Yeah,
has Canada. Haiti was France. So were the black colonial, or were the colonialists from France at that time the Haitians?
that's a good question. I don't know about that. Maybe a Haitian could come up and tell us.
Right. The chat said they was from France. Because
Right, but
if it was France, it couldn't have been
but
Haiti, because it wasn't even named Haiti at that
it
point,
wasn't
right?
named Haiti, right? But the Haitians were, they were the constituency of France. They weren't just a slave colony. They had emperors, they had aristocracy that was named out of Haiti. So Haiti was functioning as another base for France, just like any other territory.
CB, I'll say something, but I know a lot of people might not like it. France was actually in America, and then after the colonizers got here, they renamed Haiti as France. But the original France was actually here in America.
Like
And that's one
the
thing they
actual
did. They tried
territory.
to change.
You're right.
Okay.
Correct. And they killed off the last, I'm not. They got rid of our last emperors and stuff, and chiefs that we still had in America. Because even though after all the so-called slavery and everything was abolished, they didn't actually do getting rid of the what we would call the higher ups in America until they all got them to take a boat ride. And you know what that boat ride was?
Wasn't the French in Florida? St. Augustine? No, that ain't the French, is it? That's the Spanish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the Spanish. But I don't know. I mean, when I look at it, how much sense does it make for that what was that era's France to be coming from across the ocean versus to be operating out of their North American outpost? Like it seems like that they would be sending their soldiers and stuff from the Gulf, essentially where Haiti's located, and to be controlling that territory. That's why you would have a global empire like what France had at that time.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, man, the French man, boy, they were some mugs because how they ended up in Texas and Louisiana, that's crazy because like you were saying, how so they was in Saint Domingo first, right? Well, what they call Haiti now or Dominican Republic. They took over a lot of land over there. And I'm assuming that it started out as like some trading things going on. And then once Haiti had they stuff going on over there, they was like, you know what? Let's send our nobles to these new colonies over here. Well, they weren't even colonies at the time. Let's send our nobles to these posts that's in the northern America. And they found out that they could because they was nobles, they had things of value. So they was like, let's post up over here basically and see what we could how we can expand over here. And that started a whole bunch of other stuff with the WARs between them and the Spaniards and them and the Mexicans and stuff like that. So it's crazy to see all these different nations trying to take over this land over here basically.
Well, that's what I know it sounds, it's a conflict. I see some people in the comments. It's a conflict because it's what you think of that area and then you're comparing it to the history that was told. But then we start looking at like logistics, right? We start looking at what makes sense, like what the human body is able to endure. It doesn't make sense that these people were coming from Europe to have these interactions. I would imagine, just like we have in America, we had forts, we had these strategic positions that you would operate from. The nobility, the aristocracy in the slave class from Haiti was operating as an agent of France. I feel like I can draw a line from modern day Haiti and even those surrounding islands, because some of those other islands were also French at that time as well. I can draw a line from Haiti up to Chicago based on what we know about history. And I feel like it's important to understand if that was the identity of what became the modern day Haitian was part of the colonization of America. That's important.
Facts. I'm gonna side with that. I'll definitely.
Yeah. It actually went a little bit past Chicago, up into Canada, all the way down to Louisiana. So that's why we got people of Canada, a large population of them speak the French. And then you got back down to Louisiana once everything was divided back up till they have what they consider like the French quarters. And then Haiti became basically what was they were considering themselves as the new French. So that's how they get all separated up like that. So I mean,
and that's where Haiti comes from, trying to claim New Orleans.
Yeah, and I constantly try to tell these little Haitians that 1803 happened before 1804.
Correct.
History is crazy. We start looking at these definitions and the maps and the timelines, and then I think the mask gets pulled off of these stories pretty quickly when we start looking at what actually happened with a critical eye and not just wholesale believing everything that we're told.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have your own genealogy, to have your own history. Uh, your own story will researched and have everything out so that you could know exactly. Because Chicago was mainly marshland when Jean Baptiste du Sable came through here. It was marshland, more marshland than anything, you know. And those people that came from over, like the Palmers that owned Palmer House, they were the ones who started trying to develop Chicago. But he was a fur trader, and he was a lot of other kind of traders and stuff that came through this marshlands, you know. A lot of people don't understand that. They think Chicago was just solid land. It was. It was more marsh than anything.
Wow, very interesting. So, what are you trying to say? Like, did any of those Haitians who came over here with the French, did they stay here, or did they go back with them?
I know they were all moving all over the place. You got to remember this was a trading post. You know, they were trading all over the planet. You know, and they went on up to Canada. You know, so this was just a friendly place for them to trade at. You know, this was a friendly point for them to trade at. And so when Jean Baptiste de Sable sold it to uh, the Palmers, they got the Palmer House Hotel name out. Right now, today, they don't want to start the stockyard and all that in Chicago. He didn't think it was worth nothing, really, because it was just a trading post. You know, we had black folks trading all over, Indians trading all over the place. We had Haitians trading, or Saint Domingo. So they weren't even called Haitians during that time. So I mean,
They was
They were
French.
French, yeah.
Saint
When
Domingo.
did they become Haitians?
Probably
I know this
1800.
ain't got nothing to do with Haiti, but when did they become Haitians?
Well, they became Haitians.
Um,
Go ahead, Charles. You was going to say something. Go ahead.
uh, no, go ahead. I know they first called them Haiti with the A or something like that at first, but then they changed the name to Haiti. But
Mm-hmm.
Would have been the
it's
1790s.
weird because yeah, some around in that time.
You know what's interesting?
And they always talk about the
Go ahead. Sorry, sir. Well, I was going to say the 1820 to 1840 introduces the escalation of the cotton trade as well, and the first real intervention of uh, the small hats. And so I think it's worth noting that that's when you start to see like the perversion of the labor class and some of the decline in those communities in the South when you started having their intervention. Um, so I think it's worth noting because that's when that happened, and that time period only lasted for 30 years.
Okay. So, all right. Is there anybody else want to say anything else about this time period? Huh?
I think Venice was going to say something.
Okay. Go.
Yeah, well,
Was you
Before I
still
interrupt.
talking? Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah. I was letting everybody go ahead and talk.
That ain't me, Reese.
Yeah, my thing is that everybody need to stop thinking about the Dawes Road. Get your mind off of it and go find out research on the Chapman Road, so that you can find out how that's when they first start taking everything from us, our land, our resources, and everything. It was just a gold rush going on. A
So
whole
you
lot.
said the Chapman Road?
The Chapman Road, Chapman. David Chapman. He was the one that did the first actual census during that time after they did the Indian Act. And that's when you will find out who everybody was, because that was the one that hit the closest accurate records of all our people who were back during that time, who actually was heirs to the land and all that stuff. but a lot of that stuff has disappeared because, like I say, Silver, he came down, the commissioner from Washington D.C., and they said, "No, we're not gonna put all this stuff down for these people. We better take this stuff from them. We're not gonna make it be known that this is all what they own." So they were knocking people's off. They was knocking ancestors off the roll and stuff like that. And this was the next year, 1842. Then next thing you know, there was a big old wide space between them doing the next census, serious census, was the Dawes Row. When they brought all these white pretendians and stuff on board and stuff, you had more white Indians than you had black Indians. So it just was a game that they played on us. They took our names and gave it to them and gave all our resources to them, for themselves. So, you have to, I tell people, stop talking about that Dawes Roll. They act like that's so important. No, that's the garbage that they gave you in the end. Go back to the original Chapman Roll. Then you can see what's really going on, because a lot of people don't even think about, they don't even know nothing about the Chapman, roll.
Right. And what time period are we on really?
That was 1841. She said it was 1840, but that was 1841. So I'm speaking in the time that she's talking about right now. 1841. That's the main role y'all need to pay attention to. If you're doing,
can't wait to do my research on this.
And when was the Indian Removal Act?
1830.
Okay, so okay. So 1830, right?
So by then they had decided, now we're going to snatch and take everything we can get from them. And then they were saying, look, let's find out what all they got. So they did start, that's when they started taking records of what all we had. Yeah. And so when they found out what all we had, and according to my grandfather, say his father and them, they weren't playing with them. They just unalived anybody that came near their land. They just like they did after the Civil War, when we won the Civil War for so-called Abraham Lincoln, they garbage and stuff. Martin Delany did win for them. He was a traitor. Major Martin Delany should never help them out, because we finna take over the whole South and the North. Okay. But what ended up happening is that they buried everybody that they said they was gonna get 40 acres of mule. They was digging up big ditches, building almost cities, and just burying them alive. And my grandfather said they did the same thing to them. And even to this day, that's what we should be doing to them right now today.
I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop.
Let me ask y'all a question.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
If these Siberian Indians was the one that they've been talking about since 1492, I believe that was the first date. Since 1492, where are all their inventions and things like that? What were they over here doing?
They wrote them in. This is paper genocide. You know that, right?
Yeah, they were intentionally brought in to erase us, to replace us. But I want to stick to this 1830 thing real quick, just for a second, right? So 1830, the Indian Removal Act. Do you also know what was going on in 1830? Well, specifically what was going on in 1830 in Texas. In 1830, the Indian Removal Act started, and also in 1830, that started the Texas Indian WARs, right? Yep. So at this time, at the same time they came out with this Indian Removal Act, which displaced and removed a lot of indigenous people off their land and just robbed them, right, of whatever they had, right? At that same time, this has been proven, because you think these people didn't fight back? That's what started the Texas Indian Wars in 1830 as well. That same act, that Indian Removal Act, started the Texas Indian Wars in Texas, right? And you had the Comanches, the Apaches, and a few other tribes that fought back, but and those things lasted from 1830 to, I believe, the 1840s. It lasted about 15-20 years, those Texas Indian Wars, to where we was fighting them so much. And at this time, they had the Confederacy and the Republic. They had so much influence and money value to where they overpowered us. I'm gonna say they overpowered us, and a lot of people moved away. So the last band of indigenous people to put up a fight was the Comanches, where they was like, you know what, we calling it quits on the fight. Y'all just doing too much. You know what I'm saying? And that was around 1847, 1846, something like that. But I just want to point that out that at the same time the Indian Removal Act came about, we was fighting back that too. That's what I want to point out. We fought that back too. We just the fight was just too long and lengthy for us because at that time before that, we had just got out of a WAR with the French, and before that, we was in a WAR with the Spaniard for 300 years. So it was a lot going on, and sometimes people get tired of fighting. So I just want to point that out that at the same time they had that removal act for the Indians trying to displace us and take our stuff, we started fighting back.
Yeah, and they called my great grandfather um, Chief Blackhawk and turned him into a Roman Catholic because they had took Geronimo. They had already beheaded him, you know, and they decided not to. They wanted to leave him an example to the church that how as a souvenir they can capture and indoctrinate people, but a lot of people was not indoctrinated, you know. A lot of
Okay,
people.
let me ask y'all something as far as since we're on this indigenous native thing. So where were the native tribes, like the Siberian people, during all this? I mean, what tribes? Where were they located?
They wasn't here.
Or do the Trail of Tears got
In
to do
Russia.
with? Hold on, they wasn't here. So you
No,
mean to tell
ma'am.
me during this? So during the Trail of Tears and all up until this point, it's no Siberian, the Native American people here. It's all
Nope.
the indigenous people.
It
Go
was
ahead.
just
Never
go
say
ahead
it.
on, y'all. You can
Correct.
go ahead on.
I just want to say this, love. So we're gonna make a distinguishment real quick. We're gonna say the people that you're talking about, we're gonna call them natives, and us, we're indigenous. We're not
Native.
gonna. You did what I'm saying because that could
Yeah,
confuse
okay.
people. That can confuse a lot of people too when you just when you say native because a lot of people don't know that native does not mean indigenous. That's why they
Right.
go by Native Americans now because they're actually not indigenous to this land. You dig what I'm saying? Because they, like you said, where was they? They wasn't here. They were brought in to replace us.
So we ain't got up to that point yet, right?
Right.
The years they start coming.
So well said. That was so well said. That's why if you Google right now, is Russia the farthest east continent on the planet? It will tell you yes. That means that they would have to travel, the Siberians, they would have to walk almost 8,000 miles to get to America, which makes no sense. It's not possible.
Right.
It's a lie. They came over through the 1900s with the other people that was coming here from through the Ellis Island, and they started changing their documentations from what they were to as Native Americans.
They put them people in school to learn this bullshit that they spew out on social media, and you could tell they reading it from some type of manuscript.
Who you
Because if
talking
you,
to?
I'm sorry, how y'all doing? Salute to the room. I'm speaking about these quote unquote Native American people because I was literally just commenting on an Instagram post regarding this. Where I wasted 30 seconds of my life listening to this lady lie for her to say that the East Band or whatever the hell she's from, or stated that's federally recognized as self-sustaining. How are these people self-sustaining if they receiving government funding? All they do is lie and seem like some type of it's like a rush to be a victim. And the shit is sickening, honestly.
Yeah, but we gotta stop saying that they wasn't here. How many of y'all have y'all even looked at the Mayan codexes? The Mayan codexes show you two groups of people going to war with each other, and you see a darker group
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's
eating.
establish some things here. D Red, what's your ethnicity?
I'm Black American.
Okay, and limitation, what's your ethnicity?
I'm Black American.
All right, and Mohammed, what's your ethnicity? Mohammed? Mohammed, you want to unmute? Okay, D-Red, go ahead and finish. My apologies.
Before you let him go, Miss Love, I just want to correct him. According to the American Dictionary of the English Language, Noah Webster, 1828, the term native, aboriginal, that's referring to the American people, the copper colored people. Just Google American in that dictionary. Well, just Google American and it'll show you who was here. They're not referring to natives.
But man, I don't have to do that. I can go look at a primary document, which is the Maya. I've been to Mexico and seen the Mayan ruins. Clearly shows you two groups of people here. It shows the lighter skinned group of people here tied up as captives, and the darker skinned people as victors in a war. So you can tell me whatever you want to tell me, but I seen the primary documents for myself. So no,
So you
go
talking
Google
about in
Mayan ruins.
Mexico though, or in the
Yeah,
United
in
States?
Mexico.
But we
In
talking about the
Mexico,
United
Mexico.
States of America here.
Okay, but again, Mexico is part of America, and it's right down the street.
That's cool too, but I do find it
You know what
a
I'm saying?
very
So to say that those people weren't here, that's just not historically accurate.
so you saying that the people that would be well that we would think is indigenous to Mexico has always been there. That's not true either. It was black people there as well, brother.
It was. I just said
Right.
about like listen to that.
All right. So what was the claim you made about the two different skin types of people, like making it seem like we were some?
Miss Love, I had to cut them off because I don't think they know what timeline we're on in your segment. Could you let them know what timeline yeah, please tell them, Miss
Okay,
Love.
I'm sorry, y'all. So right now we started from the beginning. We've been streaming 4 hours already, and we started with 1492. Now we are up to the 1820s to 1840s, the westward expansion, y'all. All right, so y'all want to carry on? So whoever was just talking, I hope
No,
everybody
I
got
was
the
I was
basics.
speaking I was speaking to the point that he made up. I didn't
Yeah.
I
But that
appreciate you
was
giving
a
the
valid
timeline.
point limitation because we talking about the United States of America, and we all know that it was the original people even on that land which we call Mexico today were melanated people. So what are you saying, D Reed?
I'm just saying that there was two groups of people. You know what I mean? Everybody wasn't the same group of people.
Right, but I'm
It was
wondering
just
up until what timeline? When? Okay, so you said it was melanated people there. When did, as far as your timeline go, when did them light skinned people you was talking about get there?
I mean, I would estimate they've been there for a while. I can say that. I mean, I can't tell you no exact date, but they've been there. They've been there at least since the time of
What
the Mayans.
what language does Mexicans speak, brother?
I mean, they speak
They speak Spanish, right? And we can
His
we could we
background
could
ain't
date
gonna work though.
just I'm
we could
saying.
date Spanish people way back to maybe being the first colonizer. Now, if you would take that information and maybe apply it here, and we might come to a conclusion that them people was colonized and brought there, maybe we'll start getting on the right path with this situation. Because I don't think you understand what's being produced at the moment.
Like y'all gotta stop saying people don't understand, bro. I just told you I went to Mexico, seen the damn the
But
ruins.
we on
These
dates.
people
We
was here
doing
before.
timelines here though. We trying to. You might be right. You might be right, but we want to see what timeline. You know what I mean? We want to see the
Yeah,
timeline.
no, I know what you're
What?
saying, sis. I know what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Was the black people there first and then these people came? Because this is where we're gonna go with it. So I'm assuming that's probably how the melanated Mexicans or whatever they was called over there before they was called Mexican, what they saying too, because now they look totally different than the original people. Is that right? No shirt?
I'm sorry. What did you
Well
ask
that's
me?
okay. Did anybody hear me?
They're not the
Yes,
same
Yes, ma'am,
people.
you're right. They're not the
100%.
same.
100%.
absolutely. And I just
But
wanted to make a correction. I heard a
Okay.
few people say that We starting from 1492.
No, no,
We
no,
should
no, no,
be.
no, no. Listen, that's when I started. That's the timeline we started from
Oh,
today.
okay, okay,
Yeah, that's as far as I got the information from. But go
okay,
ahead,
okay.
Wesley. Go ahead.
I was just saying that the doctrine of discovery. That's where we should actually start. That was the first attack on us directly.
Yeah,
Now
but
wait, what?
she started there because if you look at the prompt, it says the history of white Americans from the colonies today. So that's why she picked that date to start from.
No, I understand that, but who gave the authority to them? Like, how did they even get here? How did this even start?
Do you know that?
Yeah. So it's the doctrine of discovery, 1452 to 1493. It actually was just, I think, edited and re-eradicated in 2023. It's the doctrine that existed in America before we had any laws, before the colonies or any white person came and was like, this is our space, we're going to do laws. This was our first official law. So the doctrine of discovery, basically, Pope Nicholas V told all the whites in Europe, y'all got to get out of here, but don't worry, any place you go that does not have Christians, any land you go that is not occupied by Christians, you can now use this paper, this doctrine of discovery, to discover said land. And so that's what they did when they came to America. Before the colonies came, they had that doctrine of discovery. They used it to do the initial wipeout.
Hold on. I'm so confused. Are we talking about 1820 through 1840, or
No,
we
we're
on
getting
something
back to
else?
1840s, but I just wanted to make the
Excuse me.
correction that when we speak about white people in America, we should speak on how and why they got there.
And I
Like
asked
who?
her, and
We already
I
passed
asked her
that.
if she knew. Hold on, I asked her. She mentioned something a little about a couple of decades above where we started, and I
Yeah, I
asked her
don't
if
want
she
to.
knew. Hold on, Dustin. I asked
I'm
her if she
sorry.
knew, and she told me she knew. So I'm interested in hearing
Thank
what
you. I'm not
happened.
trying to get us off topic. I just wanted
No,
us to
I just
know.
wanted to hear what happened real quick.
So basically, Pope Nicholas V
And you
authorized.
saying this is what made them come over here in the
This is
first
what
place?
made them come. This is what gave them the audacity. This is what paid for the ships, the boat, everything they needed. This is what funded Christopher Columbus and his people to come over here. The doctrine of discovery. This is where it really starts. And they don't like to talk about it because the history that's directly tied to it is literally gruesome, nasty war. They like to pretend like, oh, they came over here. They were met by the Pilgrims. Everything was fine in 1492. Like, nah, it starts prior to that because we was already beefing. We was already fighting these people for hundreds of years, according to the research I've done. So we was already fighting these people. So then they
Is that, wait a
officiated.
minute, because I heard somebody say we fought 7 nations.
Yes, that's correct.
That's
That is correct.
what Destin saying. She's not wrong. She's just late to the conversation. She's not
Yeah,
wrong.
I'm just a little
But
late. I'm sorry.
but yeah,
And I
you're
was
right.
hearing 1492, 1490, and I'm like, nah, our history is before that. Just like they like to
Yeah,
start on slavery, we
but
had to look
we're
into
not
how the
talking about our
paperwork.
we're not talking about our history though. But look, check this out. Check this out. Our history is greatly encompassed of their history, right?
Yeah,
Especially
it
when we
seemed
talk
like
about
it because I'm starting to think they ain't got
yeah,
no damn history.
When
yeah,
you look at
especially
the
when we're
bar
talking about
exam,
America. Especially when we talk about America and Americans, our history is greatly encompassed of
it
their
is.
history. So, of course, when we talk about where it started, we could start where you started at, love. We could pick that spot and start right there. But just like Destin is saying, it does go back farther because yes, we have been here. I
Yeah,
mean,
we've been
I
at
got
war
some
for
work to
hundreds and
do.
hundreds of years with them. It didn't start in
yeah.
14. It didn't start even with the doctrine of discovery of 1452. We've been fighting these people back in the 1100s and 1200s. From my research, I've seen we have been fighting. That's why it took 7 nations. That's why they needed to go gang up. They needed to go see, like, how can we infiltrate America? Not only that, the reason that I just want to make the correction, because when we talking about the erasure of indigenous melanated people in America, this is the start. This right here is the pinpoint start of it all. Because before this, we had no paperwork. Nothing was official. This was just our land because it was our land. Period.
I
That
wanna say
paper
something to D.
gave the whites, and I heard somebody earlier saying, well, how did the Pretendians get here? And da-da-da. That paper, it did a
Hold on, D.
list of things. It
Hold on, D. Because
allowed,
you asking the question that I was going to ask somebody real quick, right? So hold on.
yeah.
So D Red,
What's up?
could you source up when the Siberians, the first sighting of Siberians here?
The first sighting. Was first sighted by who?
Anybody?
Okay. I'll give you the date of the Mayan Codex.
I
That's tough to
actually
say.
did that. Let's see. I asked my AI about it, my black AI about it.
Not your black AI.
Man, getting to be one.
And I
Yeah.
mean, if you
I
want to
got
be technical about it, it was Tartaria before it was America.
True,
It
but
was
I don't want to go there. I
Lumeria.
wasn't trying to go
It
there.
was Turtle
But
Island.
no, before Turtle Island, we were Tartaria before it was burned down.
But what about
Yes.
Lumeria?
See, we going too far back. We got
yeah,
to stick.
we gonna have to do a whole nother we got a whole nother show.
And I
So
knew this was going, Miss Love. That's why I ain't say
we
nothing.
Because
gonna
we
have to go there.
interesting. We gonna have 1,000 shows. Our history is so
FBA. I tried
amazing.
not to say nothing either, but I
Man, Tamaria. Oh my goodness. Okay, so y'all, let's go ahead and move the conversation forward. Let's go through 1861 through 1865, the Civil War. The Civil War is fought primarily over succession and slavery. More than 600,000 people unalive. The Union is preserved.
the most people unalived in an American known WAR ever.
Really, that's interesting.
Wait. Huh?
I just read something else that
I'm talking about Americans. I'm not talking
me
about like
too.
world general, but that's
Nah, that's not
the
true.
most people unalived on the American side in an American WAR.
Yeah, we're not
That's
talking about anything before
I
Oh,
just
okay,
this
I
was
see what
the
you're saying.
United States of America.
You did what I'm saying, FBA?
Yeah, I got you now. I got you. I'm following. I'm like, hold on, player. Wait, what? We got WAR too, you know?
No.
Go ahead. I got you. I'm like, hold on, player.
But from your timeline, love, that I know we talked about a lot of stuff on your timeline, but that timeline, I actually don't have nothing to say about it. It's correct. That's exactly what was going on at that time.
I just want people to also mention, that's why I wanted to get back to the 1820s, 1840s. The Seminole WAR had bankrupt almost completely the United States, what we know it is currently. So that's why I wanted everybody to kind of get back to where we needed to be with everything, because that's a very important topic that we need to get to whenever it comes to talking about what the indigenous inhabitants actually did, the cause and effect, and how we got to where we are today. So it was chess, not checkers.
And I learned something new every day. I knew about the Seminole War, but I didn't know about the Texas WARs. And my gosh, just type it in and it'll give you a list of the tribes that fought in that war. A list
I
of the
told you.
Texas. Wow.
I told you. I'll be
And
telling people.
it was in
Mhm.
1836 to 1845, the Republic of
Yeah.
Texas.
Uh-huh.
So
Yep,
was
right out there.
during the Civil War, were the people still enslaved, like on plantations? Were they unaliving their slave owners while the Civil War was going on?
Oh yes,
yeah.
indeed. They would get rid of them.
Yes.
They
A
were
lot of things were
massacring
happening at one
them.
time. Go ahead, y'all. My
Yeah,
bad.
major numbers. They was doing them in major numbers. I mean, they was you talking about slaughter. Oh my God. This is the main period that everybody need to pay attention to because the Dawes rule came after of it. If y'all pay attention,
Exactly.
they had to change the records because when they discovered how our people was not playing with. They were like, oh, y'all just gonna take our stuff from us? Hold up, and they got down with them. So, you got to start looking at it. What happened to Texas, what happened to Florida, what happened up there, Illinois too. Y'all be surprised. It was a lot of stuff that was going on, and people just don't talk about it. But that's why they try to concentrate your education on the dolls roll on up, and Mr. Plecker, the eugenicist.
It's a fact, brother.
And the lady in Louisiana as well. But could we
Yes,
expound
sir.
upon what exactly happened during these times? Because I feel like that's a very important pivotal time in our country, because we just got done celebrating 250 years. A lot of people don't understand the past 150 years was about them trying to get back stabilized in this country. They've always been trying to get the economy on their side, and now it's failing. It's failing again. So just like the Iran WR, people are trying to make a co correlation. My bad, a brain fart. I'm teleporting right now. A correlation, but no. The thing that bankrupted the United States the most was Negroes. It was us. We are
Facts.
the money. We are the
Facts.
economy. If we
What
don't
timeline?
comply,
What timeline are we on, Maroon?
aren't we on the 1865 civil WAR right now?
Thank
Yes.
you.
No,
Okay,
we
I'm
on
just making.
1861. Yeah, 1861 through 1865.
Yeah, the Civil WR was when the Negroes, when the white tea people were trying to make a decision on if we're going to stay here or not. Because if we didn't comply and they didn't comply with us, then y'all got to go back home to Europe, or y'all got to go somewhere else. And Europe wasn't really going to have that because they're already WAR'd against their cousins in 1776. There's been a lot of rebellion on this land. This land is a land of rebellion, if we really want to break it down.
Hey,
Hence,
hey,
Wait a minute,
Maroon,
hold
go ahead,
on,
my
no
bad.
shirt. Mohammed.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, what's your ethnicity?
I'm FBA.
Huh?
I'm FBA. Can you hear me? Because the last time I spoke, and then you
Yeah,
said
you
that my
sounding all
mic was
muffled
working
and
like that
stuff.
with my talk.
Can you speak?
Can
Hello?
you can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a lot going on in your background, though.
I don't have anything in my background. That's the thing. There's nothing on other than my voice.
hey, can you sit still?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I said before and now. I said FBA.
You
No,
sound like you underwater,
yeah,
bro.
you can't. You sound like something going on.
Can you hear me now?
No, sir. Try again. Your phone ain't compatible with the live stream. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry
Hey,
about that.
Maroon, I wasn't trying to.
Maroon,
I
wait,
want.
wait, before I forget, no shirt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look what's happening now with the deportations and everything. I'm just trying to connect the dots.
Yes, that's why I wanted us to expand on this particular time period, because there's a lot going on in the 1800s as a whole, but specifically 1865 around the Civil WR time period, like Ms. Love saying, where people rebelling, where people having a whole lot of unalivings of their slave owners and all this other stuff. Yes, matter of fact, the
Oh,
United States
wait.
Color
I'm
Troop.
sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I might as well put the whole thing. I just looked at my sheet. So we're going to add on to that, too, in that same time period. End of slavery, Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, the 13th Amendment, but then we do have 1865 to 1877. That's going to be Reconstruction, and that get into the 14th and all that, just to let you know ahead of time, Maroon. So we can add on the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment into this.
I just want to say this real quick because I'm misinformed y'all about something, right? So I said the Texas Indian WARs lasted from 18. I said from 1830 to 40 something, right? I lied. I just looked it up. My memory was bad. So it actually lasted from, and we put up a hell of a fight. It actually lasted from 1830 to 1875.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So just listen to what we talking about right now in the 1800s that was going on. Now, don't that sound like a hell of a fight to be having right after the Indian Removal Act? And
Yes.
in the same year of the Indian Removal Act, the Indians went to fighting like a motherfucker for 30 some years. And then right after that, guess what happened? Slave y'all emancipated now. But some of y'all, cause we ain't gonna spread the word to everybody just yet. Cause who make the money? Who make the money? FBA.
We are the money. We are the
Okay,
currency.
then.
It's us. And this is a land of rebellion. That's what I'm trying to get at. If y'all know, again, I'm a nerd, but Star Wars, the movie Star Wars, the Galactic Civil WAR, the original 3 movies, right, which turned out to be 4, 5, and 6, and then there became a prequel talking about the Negro, right? All these different narrative stuff are about us. If y'all understand how the rebellion got operated on, you know, technically speaking, the empire was enslaving people. I mean, this is literally our history. But to go back to like actual our history, right? Whenever Lincoln and the North were making decisions on, hey, how in the world do we want to turn this industry into, because we're about to go bankrupt, we got bills to pay, and our trade is kind of it's a little bit rocky right now, right? So like it's a 50-50 balance. We could keep going with just straight agricultural society, or we could keep going or we could turn this into a industrial society. And what a lot of these Negroes are creating inventions for us. They got all these patents and all these different like the cotton gin, the different mills, the plows. A lot of this stuff is still here in Cedar Hill, Texas, at Cedar Hill State Park on the Penn Farm, and other different places of the country, right? So we can turn this industrial. We don't have to keep going with just straight agriculture. And the ones in the South was like, hold on, y'all don't got them farms like we do no more. Y'all are going into factories. Y'all are starting to make them steam stations or whatever the hell they had going on. So it was a business decision from the YT boys. And well, what do they do whenever they don't agree? WAR, yes. Yes, like they've always been doing over on the eastern side of the world. They just keep WRing to this very day, still doing the same thing. Nothing's changed. Ukraine, Russia, over there in the Middle East with all those Europeans in the Middle East. Yes, those are Europeans. Those are not the indigenous inhabitants. What No Shirt said is not real. So yeah, this is what we're seeing is just a repeat of history from back in the day. And now the next repeat they're having is when the indigenous inhabitants, us Negroes, are saying no more. We're not going to keep on indulging in your system, which is exactly what happened, what Miss Loves was talking about. So
And I'm
Well,
starting to
Maroon, you
see
forgot
why.
to.
my bad, y'all.
You know, real quick, I'm just starting to see why, you know, delineation is becoming more and more important. And we need to be on top of it, because these people, they can never understand this history. How could we ever thought, you know, the immigrants would have, you know, came over here and aligned with us, especially going against this system when we've been through all this?
Boom. And then also too, the Africans, right? You kept asking about the Africans. A lot of Africans came over as indentured servants, especially with the Spanish. There were already Africans coming over with them, right? And then also too, I'm a little bit ahead when I say this, but during civil rights, them Africans, if you had a turban on your head, you could move freely throughout this country. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that people got to understand. But back to the civil WAR, the United States colored troops, right? The 200,000 black men who were used to fight for the North, because them liberal white boys in the South, them country boys was whooping up on them poppycockers or whatever they want to call them. I love TikTok shop,
Well,
right?
Maroon,
So
you forgot
people got
to
to understand
add
as
the
well. We freed
Buffalo
ourselves.
Soldiers. The Buffalo Soldiers fought
No, that's
alongside them.
1866. No, that was 1866. I was going to wait for that for Reconstruction era, because they like to make it seem like Reconstruction was all just Negroes getting slaved. No, we had the Buffalo Soldiers that got started in 1866, which came out of the United States colored troops. And then they were the ones that were doing the real Western expansion, because them whitey boys didn't know how to navigate the West. They couldn't get over the mountains. They were starving and eating
Exactly.
each other.
Exactly.
So, I ain't forget about them. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting till we get there. I'm gonna really go in on Reconstruction. But yeah, family. Did anybody else have anything they want to add? I didn't want to just keep on going on a tangent.
I got a couple things. Greetings there, FBI.
Hey,
What's up,
sir.
Shakur?
And what's your word
Shakir.
initially for the room, Shakir?
Yeah, foundational Black American.
Okay, go ahead, Shakir.
Okay, let me get some clarity here. Greetings, soul. Greetings, helicopter, and greetings, love. How y'all doing today?
Good, thank you.
Shit, I can't call it.
Building, I'm building. I'm loving it. All right. So, question I got is, I just want to get some clarity real fast. What timeline are we focusing on right now?
We're in the
1861 to 1865.
You said 1771 to 1865.
No, sir. 1861 to
1861.
1865.
1865. Okay. What did I miss? Just really briefly, if you can tell me that. Seems like you guys started even further back than that before I came. Is that true or false?
yes. We started at 14. What we started at 14. What?
Man,
1493.
Yeah, 1493.
1492.
1493.
Yeah.
Okay.
1492 to 14.
May I ask the purpose of these timelines? I'm just curious.
We
Ryan,
doing
what are you doing?
the
No,
Oh,
history
you
of the
are
I'm just,
United
I
behind.
States.
just, I'm just trying to
What you know
understand where,
going on?
where I'm coming
No,
in at.
no.
Did
And
you
you
see the
talking about
prompt?
the purpose too? Are you okay?
No, I'm fine.
It's
I
on the
want to drop, I
board.
want to
Do
drop
me a
some
favor.
history here
Do me a
right
favor.
now.
Click on
So
the
I want to
prompt.
get clarity on like, what came before
Do,
me. But that's
do me a
okay.
No,
no.
you
Do
Go
me a
good.
ahead.
favor. Click on the prompt. Click on the prompt. She told you what timeline we on right now. 1861 to 1865.
Okay, so
Click on the
got
prompt.
you, got you. Okay, let me just get to the point then. So the Gullah Wars. I'm sure you guys. So reason why I wanted to share a little bit about the Gullah Wars, why you guys were on the kind of the Civil War era, is because it's a very pivotal moment. Truthfully, you can say a lot of areas in our history is pivotal. But if you can give me a minute or two, love, I'll go ahead and just break down the Gullah Wars, which is also known as the 100-Year War. Um, is that all right? Just want to
Is
might
that
take a
in
minute or
our?
two.
Is that
I'm
is
just I'm
that
just
in our?
gonna give the
Okay, but
timelines and be
is that
brief.
in our timeline?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead,
So
servant. Go ahead.
it's from 1739 to 1858. Okay, so this is the real world
That
of
ain't
how
our
slavery
timeline.
is outside the timeline. Okay, my bad. Okay, you
But
want me
go
to
ahead, go
wait?
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead and give us your
Okay,
knowledge.
yeah, I'll
Go
make it
ahead.
quick. So, three myths of slavery. Number one, there were there were some slave rebellions, but not any big military resistances. That's number one. Number two, any slaves who wanted freedom fled north to be granted freedom. Number three, the American Civil War was the primary end of chattel slavery. The Gullah Wars was a series of wars. Our people was just representing. So as you know, they were called the Gullah Geechee, the Seminole. And then I'm gonna just go right into the timelines and just cut right to the chase. So the Stonewall Rebellion happened in 1739. That was in South Carolina. 1812, the battles with the state militia, South Carolina. 1814, the Battle of the Horseshoe Bend. I can give a synopsis on each number that I'm dropping, but I'm not doing that just for time's sake. 1816, the Battle of the Negro Fort. I'm sure y'all heard about that one. 1822, the Denmark Vesey Conspiracy. 1835, the Dade Massacre. And then 1835 to there's also the Battle of the with the Choctaw River. I think I just slaughtered that name. And then 1837, another battle of the Lake Okeechobee. Somebody correct me if I'm getting these pronunciations off. And then the conclusion is pretty much, you know what I mean? Y'all know the conclusion, the end of the chattel slavery. But I just want to throw that down really fast. And again, if anyone's interested, I can give a synopsis on like each timeline that I kind of just, fired off right now. And then basically that's like a paragraph just of explaining like what happened in that timeline with that particular war. That about sums it up.
I'm confused. But we can move on. Maroon, no shirt. Charles.
Okay, so the Dakota Wars of 1862. This was the largest mass execution in U.S. history. The U.S. government won this war.
Hello, TikTok stop.
Um,
Just say WAR, Destin.
I'm sorry, I'm new out here. WAR. This is my
Yeah.
first week on TikTok, so I'm trying to get the lingo and stuff together. Thank y'all for correcting me. So this was the Dakota WAR of 1862, and it was Basically what happened was the Dakota were starving. The US government had failed to deliver promised food. So the people sanctioned and the tribal people in the county, city, country area, state of Dakota, they was hungry. The US did not feed them. When the Dakota leaders begged the agents for food,
Let's keep talking.
okay, when Dakota leaders begged the and the people, I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. The people that were in Dakota were begging the indigenous Indians for food. Because that's what it says here. The Dakotians were begging the Indians for food. Trader Andrew Merrick said, "Let them eat grass." That's in quotes. On August 17th, 1862, Dakota warriors attacked settlements across southwestern Minnesota, killing approximately 500 to 800 settlers. The man who told them let them eat grass when he was hungry, when they was hungry.
Unaliving. You got to say
I'm
unaliving.
sorry,
That's okay.
unaliving.
You
He
go.
was.
I tell you as you say it. I love
Thank you.
TikTok shop.
Thank you, thank you. Unaliving. He was found unalived with grass stuffed in his mouth. This was a mass execution. It was so sad. The U.S. Army literally tried to suppress this news. 303 Dakota men were sentenced to unaliving by military tribunals. And it took less than 5 minutes for them to carry out the sentence. President Lincoln reviewed the cases and reduced the number of men because it was 303 Dakota settlers. They reduced it down to 38 men. On December 26, 1862, the day after Christmas, 38 Dakota men were unalived simultaneously in Mankato, Minnesota. I hope I said that right. It's Mankato, Minnesota. It remains the largest mass execution in the United States history. The remaining Dakota were expelled from Minnesota entirely. The state literally banned Dakota people from its borders. And this was the Indian people in Dakota warring with the U.S. government and the settlers in 1862 in Dakota.
So are those the indigenous tribes?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Everything. And there's so many tribes, just like Servant has said before, because we did skip over a lot of them. So I see probably why he was trying to mention them. There are so many wars we did not cover. There were wars going on while wars were just ending and wars were just starting.
There
So
are
there's a
WAR.
lot of bleed. I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
WARs.
love
I'm
Tik.
so
Just whenever you
sorry.
say like stuff like that, just say I love TikTok Shop or something.
I
So then
love TikTok Shop.
it doesn't flag the live. Yep, you good? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm not trying to flag. I'm new here. Thank you so much for the correction. I appreciate that. But yes, there were so many WARs that we were part of, and as I was stating earlier, the reason that our WARs were different and not what we know as WAR today is because we literally had seasons. There would be a season for it. We wouldn't just do it willy nilly. It would be a season. It would be a ritual, and if things weren't aligned for it to be proper in that season, we would save the issue for the next season to see if it would be appropriate for the WAR. We weren't just running down on each other. We had a very organized way to do things, and that's why when the colonies came and the people came with the paperwork saying this is our land and stuff, we when we were WARing with them, we had our own traditions that we did that they did not uphold. So it was a lot of learning of that, learning of new strategy and things like that. But we've had many wars. They span back hundreds of years. We've missed a lot of them as well, just like Servant was painting them out. But that's the one from 1862, and it was the U.S. Government trying to play down the settlers warring with the indigenous melanated Indians. So yeah, I'm gonna land that.
All right. Any more on this timeline?
I just want to know if anyone got any questions for me about anything I said, because I'm about to drop down. That's all I got to say. If not, go ahead and drop me down, love. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Thanks for coming up, Servant. Okay. So next we'll go to 1863 to 1865. End of slavery. Emancipation Proclamation. Oh no, I'm sorry. Next we
It's a
go
civil WAR.
Yeah, yeah. They for some reason they split those up between the Civil War and the slavery. But 1865 to 1877, Reconstruction. Black Americans gained citizenship and voting rights through the 14th and 15th Amendments. Black political participation increases. White supremacist organizations such as the Triple K emerged to resist Reconstruction. Once again, you guys, this is supposed to be the history of white Americans from the colonies to today. So I'm still waiting on it. Y'all somebody wanna speak on anything in this timeline?
My bad. What's the timeline again? 1860 what?
1865 to 1877, Reconstruction. Black Americans gained citizenship and voting rights through the 14th and 15th Amendments. Black political participation increases. White supremacist organizations such as the Triple K emerged to resist Reconstruction.
A lot of the coup people use violence and intimidation tactics to push us out. And a lot of black farmers became sharecroppers when from them doing so.
But so I wonder why chat didn't even give me Ellis Island. Didn't Ellis? Oh no, that's 19. That's probably later. But
All I
Yeah,
want,
still,
that's a
nowhere
little
on here
later.
they even talked about the Ellis Islanders.
Miss
Yeah,
Love.
that's a little later. That's like the 1880s through early 1900s time
yeah.
period.
All I want
Yeah,
to
I
say
know,
about
but it's not
18.
even on here when I look at it. Period.
Go
When
ahead,
it
Maybe
comes
Marine.
I
to
put something
AI,
out in there. Huh?
oh, I was just going to say, when it comes to AI, people got to understand that AI is leaving out a lot of information and it's only saying what people tell it to say. It's still a program. It's not its own mind. That's something I learned at the tech company that I work for, and then going to school for this a little bit. AI is not its own entity. It still has somebody else thinking for it. So just remember
Right.
that whenever we're talking about history and stuff,
Yeah.
sometimes AI is not reliable. Sometimes just reading from the Library of Congress or something. That's what I prefer to do. Just go to the government, state
Like
of Texas government office.
I literally hand written this out. I didn't even print it, but I didn't even catch it. I should have
Oh,
been more specific, like tell us about the people, the white, you know what I mean, or something
You
like
got to
that.
really
Oh
like,
well, I know. During this time, the incubator babies was created, right, Maroon?
oh no, I still got to do more research on them heifers there. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around this time.
only thing I want to say notable to me about this time is 1865. 1865, June 19th. And if y'all don't know about June 19th, it is now a federal holiday. For a long period of time, though, it was really just a Texas holiday that Texas indigenous people celebrated because that's when we found out, unlike the rest of the country, that hey, you ain't got to be a slave no more. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't find that out until 2 years later, and that's when troops from dang, I used to it just slipped my mind, but I forgot the general at the time. But his troops came to Galveston area.
This Grant.
And, yeah, Ulysses Grant. His troops came to the Galveston area, and they, long story short, they informed a lot of the melanated people down there that hey, y'all are not slaves anymore, and the word spread it out. So it's not. I very much dislike this theory or this ideology that it was only in Galveston that this happened. First of all, slavery had been happening all over Texas for a long time, and the word started. It started in Galveston. That's where the information first got to, was in Galveston, and the information spread it out. And it took a long time for it to reach the four corners of Texas because Texas is so big. So even after they came, it still was like 2 or 3 years before everybody knew that they were free in Texas. And also, a lot of people don't know that when people found out in Galveston, they instantly in Galveston they got up and moved. That's how the word spread. It didn't spread just out of the kindness of white people's hearts to tell everybody. No, the word spread by people that was enslaved there
leaving their plantations and going to find family members that was sold through and scattered throughout Texas and other parts of the Americas. And as they left Galveston traveling, that's how the word spread around that hey, you ain't gotta be here no more, because they left where they was to go find family, not because they just left because they was free now. No, people still needed money, people still needed to work, they still had to make do, but they left. Majority of them left to go find family, and that's how the word spread. But I'll fall back after that. But that's the only notable thing about 1865 to me.
People in multiple other states didn't find out they were free until as late as 1869 and 1870, which is even more crazy. And again, it was like people was just emailing each other saying, "Hey, dog, we's free." No, it didn't go down like that. People had to travel around, just like No Shirt said, and go from plantation to plantation. That took a long time. That took a lot of food, a lot of journey, a lot of trade. And then 1866, right? They like to they like to make it seem like we was just um, riding around getting beat up on by these race soldiers or whatever. But the Buffalo Soldiers came about in 1866 out of what was really mercenaries for hire back then, but they now call them the United States Colored Troops. So that's another big notable part.
Yes. And the end of slavery, quote in quotation marks, from 1863 to 1865. January 1st, 1863, what they teach us is that Lincoln freed the slaves. What actually happened, the Emancipation Proclamation was a military strategy. They needed bodies for this war. They needed viable bodies for this war. So who better than us? That's basically what they thought, and that's basically what happened. But they teach us that no, Lincoln was a good man. Let's skip to this. What it did not do for us. What it did do was declare enslaved people in the Confederate States, rebellion states, quote unquote, forever free. But we know the Dred versus Scott case, we're not, quote unquote, forever free because Black people are not citizens of the United States, according to Dred versus Scott Supreme Court case of 1857. So it authorized the enlistment of Black soldiers into the Union Army. Basically, they took our army we already had, enslaved us, and then was like, we have a bunch of military people enslaved. I mean, we need to win this war. How would we do it? Well, go get the niggas in the back, give them some guns, and put them to work. They've been doing this. So that's what they did.
Let me ask you something, sis. So the people who came off plantations, the 500,000 people who left went to the north, to states who like Ohio and stuff that weren't practicing freedom and stuff, because that's my direct ancestry. And then the 200,000 males that were with them that could, be a fighting age. And yes, they were like from ages 10 to like 65. If people don't know, you don't think those people were enslaved, or some of them coming out of Great Dismal Swamp in free parts? Because that's the United States Colored Regiment. I would suggest you to look that up. That's the people who literally won the war.
I would definitely look it up. The thing is, last night when I was doing my own genealogy, I just found out that my mother's father, my grandfather, served in the Korean Wars or something like that when he was 12 years old. So they've been using our kids, our children, our
12?
Yes, it's on paperwork. This is why I joined TikTok, so I could show people our history. Like, our history is crazy. They know who we are. That's why they study us. That's why there's a system of racism and all that in play. There's so much to it. And it's not just because, oh, you're Black, your skin is Black, or you're melanated. Nah, this shit go so deep, like from our skin, from it in our brain, the substances that we carry around in our bodies. Like, that's for another time period. But back to this, they've been using us, our grandfathers, our fathers, our people in these wars because they know we are military. They know that we come from military standing. We were always in shape. We were always working out. We were tribal. We were always ready for war. You got to understand, every sport comes from us. from basketball, that comes from Black American, from baseball, that comes from us, that comes from war
Okay, I get it. Hold
tactics,
on, but
war
let's get back to
moves.
the dates though, because this is a very
Yeah, let me
important
get back.
time
Hold
period.
on, because my
Yeah.
laptop, I was over here
Yeah.
talking. Okay, back too. So
Let's
January
not miss out
1st.
on Martin
Shout
Delaney
out,
now. Don't leave out
shout
Martin
out,
Delaney. Don't leave
shout
out
out,
Martin Delaney. This is Martin Delaney, period. Don't leave him out.
And
shout out
don't
Major
to
leave
the
out the
passion.
Freedmen's Bank.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. Shout out to the passion y'all got on this stage
Major
tonight.
Martin Delaney, y'all can Google him because I don't Google. I don't do none of that AI, none of that stuff. Major
Okay, let me
Martin
do it.
Delaney,
Say
hold
it
on.
again.
Major Martin Delaney, Delaney. He was the one that sold us out because we were finna conquer and take control of the Confederates and the Unions. We was gonna conquer all them. And Major Martin Delaney got suckered into going on listening to Abraham Lincoln talking about he going to give him 40 acres and a mule. They promised us 40 acres and a mule. And Martin Delaney said, okay, well, I'm going to convince my people to come on with it. So he went against his own grain and helped them win the war, beat the Confederates. Major Martin Delaney is actually one of them who actually helped them play part in the Back to Africa movement. I can't stand that part neither, over there to Liberia and stuff, you know. But Major Martin Delaney was the main cause of our downfall because he got bought into what Lincoln lied and told him that he was going to help free all the black folks if he helped them win the war against the Confederates.
He
Now
was
you can
black.
do your history on Martin Delaney. You'll find out Major Martin Delaney who he was because he's a great part inside of this that went on between those two.
He was black.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Yeah, Major Martin Delaney was definitely a black man. And he was one of them that helped the Back to Africa movement as well, because the Niagara Fall, the Niagara movement came a little later on after that in the 1890s and stuff. But he was the one that helped Lincoln, and Lincoln and them sent back for all of those free slaves that was at Martin Delaney's house. Okay. And Martin Delaney said that even if the president come to my door, I'm going to unalive him, the Supreme Court judge, or anybody. So that's a vital part of history y'all need to pay attention to. He recognized, like Dr. King did, that he led his people to a burning house. Okay, that was
Yeah.
Major Martin Delaney.
Just to add to that, we've always had traitors within our own group. Like
But
that's
he was a
how.
factor, though, ma'am. You had a destiny. You got to look at. He was a major. He was a major factor. He was a major of the Black Confederate that was supposed to help free all of the black folks all throughout the land.
I understand that. That's why it hurts even more knowing that, looking at our history, being able to see all these traitors. But this has been a common thing. Like we've all have traitors in our groups, in our respective ethnic groups. But when it comes to us, it's real. And that's why alienation is important. Because we have traders in our group, but then we have people that will come in from other countries, other melanated outsiders that will come to America pretending to be Black American and pushing this, the outsiders' points of views that we're African or other things or whatever stuff. So it's important that we understand and we highlight too. Oh wow, I just found out who you talking about, and he definitely.
He's a major.
He was a major. He was a Black nationalist who
You
endorsed.
better know it. Yes, he was. He betrayed our people.
He did betray a lot of so much. He
Yes,
was in
because
Charlestown, Virginia. He was born free. That's another thing.
yeah, he was a free man, and all the Indians and everybody was on board with Martin Delaney until he made that move with Abraham Lincoln, the traitor. Okay, when he set up and did that deal. Because, he was a lawyer. Yeah, Martin Delaney was a lawyer. He was more than a lawyer. He was a warrior, WAR and everything. But Lincoln
he went to Harvard.
Our whole people. I love TikTok. Got him to go against all our people. So you all need to discover who these people are, who are the traitors. Because this was during a major time in our history when they were trying to take all of our resources from us and give it to everybody else and call us sharecroppers. Do y'all understand?
Mm-hmm.
They want us to be the sharecroppers of our own farm and our own land.
Don't you think that's what they doing now today? with these
Oh yeah, exactly.
immigration.
And we're gonna have to go and do the same thing that we did back then and forget the people that's like Martin Delaney. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to do something different.
But he
All
was he
right.
was close with Frederick Douglass. I'm reading like they was ace
You
in
know, Frederick
cool.
Douglass is not from America. You know that, right? You know he was a
I know
European.
that. I know that Marcus Garvey, all of them. I
Hold
know that
on.
whole little
Frederick
civic
Douglass ain't,
sector.
hold on. Frederick Douglass ain't us?
No, he is not us. He's from
Where's he
Europe.
from?
He's from Europe. He's from Southern Europe. His daddy was a white tea man.
Okay,
Yes.
but where was his mama?
His mother was she was what you call a black European. That's what you want to call it. You
So
know
where
that.
can I research this? Because y'all just can't throw accusations out like this,
Well,
bro.
go ahead and look up Frederick Douglass and find out his whole history. Just
No,
Google it.
I looked it up. I ain't find nothing about no Europe except that he had a white tea slave owner
Google
that
is
he
not
used
going
to
to tell
whoop
you
on.
everything.
That was his daddy.
I tell you where you get the history from. You can get the history from the original Oxford Dictionary back in what was that 1945. You'll find out. hmm And you can look in the encyclopedias too. The World Encyclopedias from 1971. It tells you too. So yeah, you can look at this
All right, I'm gonna look it
encyclopedia.
up.
Yeah, please do.
Yes.
Don't not say look it up. Okay,
All right,
but
y'all. Let's
also
Love,
move on to Hold on. Go ahead, Jason. You
love,
got something you want to say? Yeah.
love. I was listening to something on your YouTube channel, and I wanted to know about. You was talking about
Wait a minute.
you
We
don't want
talking
to.
about this. Hold on. Hold on. We talking about this prompt. Did you?
I was letting you talk.
Yeah, I'm saying we on this prompt. You coming up to talk about something on my YouTube?
Oh no, I heard something that you was having a conversation, and it was something that I was touching on with myself about the delineate us from other people. But then you was talking about our own division within the FBA group itself, and I kind of was feeling that because I was talking to my brother, and I was like, you're going to chase people away if you just because you don't agree with them. You're going to call them they're not FBA. You're going to say that they don't belong to the lineage, even though they do have FBA lineage. So just
We
because they
addressed
said
that.
something,
We talked about
just
that.
because, yeah, that's what I was listening to
You came over
before I
here from
came on.
YouTube.
Yeah, I came from YouTube
Oh, okay. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It'll be on tomorrow live stream.
because I
But
was
right
like,
now we talking about. I know, I
that was a
understand,
good
and I'm not
focus
trying
point.
to. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you coming over from YouTube. I really do. But right now, you caught alive. This your first time here, right?
This is my first time here. I
All
already
right. Well,
followed you
welcome.
from this morning.
Welcome. Yeah. Well, thank you, Jason. Welcome. But we
You're
talking
welcome.
about today, we on key moments in American history. It was supposed to be about white American history, but I thought it wasn't even appropriate anymore for this. So that's what we talking about now. Okay. We on the timeline
Yeah,
of 1865 to 1877 Reconstruction period. So you want to hang out
we
and
should have
listen for
just.
a while? Huh?
No, I was just saying, like my whole take on the slavery system is, you know, it should we should have gotten rid of traders with Nat Turner. That's when we should have really started, getting rid of the traders, the ones that
Calling
turned
Nat
on Nat
Turner a
Turner.
traitor? You calling Nat Turner a
No, the ones
traitor?
that turned, the one that is it the way I'm saying it? I said
Yeah.
we should have got rid of traders when they turned in Nat Turner. That's when we should have really
Maroon,
started
I'll be
focusing on
back,
the
okay?
traders
I'll be back in a second, okay?
All right.
All right.
because these traders is the reason why slavery lasts so long. Nat Turner was trying to get everybody their freedom way before emancipation, but you know, a certain black people were stuck to the plantation, and they wanted to snitch on Nat Turner because they wasn't willing to sacrifice. Now, sacrifice might mean you might not be here to see the liberation, but your kids may see it through your sacrifice.
Yeah, well, right now
Just like
we on Reconstruction era right now. We on 1865 to like 1872 right now, something like that. We not even on that no more, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
all right, I'll just listen in.
Yeah.
And Frederick Douglass is not from Europe. Y'all got to just stop coming with this random stuff, bro. Like, Frederick Douglass is our people. He was one of the biggest liberationists of our people. He is not a sellout. He's not from Europe. And he used to whoop up on his slave master all the time. Now, I get it. People get excited reading stuff, and a lot of people are just throwing stuff on the internet now. But y'all got to go to Library of Congress. Matter of fact, Frederick Douglass had the most photos taken of him around that time period. A photo was like $5 or a little bit more. You see what I'm saying? And he used to whoop up on his daddy all the time. He was us. His mother is FBA. Frederick Douglass is a foundational Black American. He is not from no damn Europe. How would he have even got here from Europe? Why would they take somebody from Europe when they could just have somebody here already? That don't make no sense. We got to think logically. You see what I mean? And I mean this with all due respect, but he is not from no damn Europe.
I ain't gonna
Just
lie,
looked it
I
up.
ain't never heard that either though. That's new to me. I ain't gonna cap.
And didn't Europe abolish slavery around that time, and the U.S. was like the last?
What you talking
So
about?
But
it
I'm
wouldn't
talking about
make
United States of
sense.
America. Frederick Douglass is our people. He's one of the biggest abolitionists of his time. He has more photos. There's more photos taken of Frederick Douglass than there is Abraham Lincoln, the United States president of that time. And a lot of other white, what we would call these white billionaires, like Elon Musk type or a Jeff Bezos type. He has more photos of him than what would have been equivalent of one of those people back in the day. Frederick Douglass was a rider. Matter of fact, Frederick Douglass was the one that was saying that we are from here. We're the foundation of this country. He was one of the ones saying that back then. So, you know what I mean? Like, y'all got to read everything in its context. Don't take stuff out of context. But also, too, when it comes to this era, a lot of Black people were establishing freedmen towns, like No Shirt was saying earlier in the broadcast. We had so many freedmen towns, again, down over here in Dallas. Joppa, I just learned about Joppa, 1872, even though they said we didn't know how to read and write. Even though it was spelled a little bit differently, it was still the same Joppa that they were speaking of from the Bible. If you know, you know. So a lot of our people were already, you know what I mean, on that kind of timing of trying to build over time. And I think we probably had freedmen towns even before emancipation. That's what I'm starting to believe, just off of logic. So,
To
Yeah,
name
we had
one,
Seneca up in New York. We
right?
had where Central Park is at in New York. That was all our towns. You know, we had a lot. You know, it's just
It
that,
got
you
demolished in
know,
1857.
they don't give us our real history. They try to hide it from us so we could think less of ourselves. But we had a lot more than Black Wall Street.
Right.
Yeah,
Way
for
a
sure.
lot more.
For sure. Hold on, y'all. Spartacus.
Hey, hi, Miss Love.
Hey, your ethnicity is what again?
Um, 13 civilized
from
tribes.
Ghana, he's from Accra.
Okay, did you have anything to add to the key moments in American history?
Oh, yes, certainly do. I just wanted to state most of the, in recognition of some of the greatest minds, scientific minds, in within the African American family lineage.
Most of
And
us would prefer to be called indigenous or Black American in this room.
oh, yeah, in this room, right? Okay, yeah, indigenous. And because pretty much those work, even till today, are it's still a milestone within the chemistry world. And also would like to, as a key moment, I would like to point out the important role that industrial hemp played within within the founding structures, because most of the founding fathers were industrial hemp farmers, which mainly the slaves did most of the work. And basically they did innovate lots of majority of the I guess you would say the products that are used commercially today. So that's big kudos to for that movement as well. And basically, it did change from labor to much more of a mechanical with the invention
Okay,
of
thank
the.
you so much. Thank you for your addition to the conversation. We really appreciate you. Do y'all want to continue? Thank you, Spartacus.
Just want to add when it comes to the Buffalo Soldiers, my bad, I'm over eating. Something that I found out as well is that some of them had to remember some of those people in those 5 civilized tribes who sold us out and want to put some BTA to them. They went and got vengeance because the United States government was WRing against some of the people who signed treaties with them, which is why it's important to not sign treaties with these people. Okay? We're the only people, foundational Black Americans are the only people in the world who have not signed treaties with YT supremacy. We're the only people in the world who have not signed treaties with YT supremacy. One of the only few. We're the only Black people, but, melanated or whatever. So also, too, when it comes to the freedmen towns being established, something I found out as well the other day when it came to sharecropping, there were trading posts all around the country for sharecropping. You had a bunch of different jobs, not just people picking out in the fields. You had people who had the ability to negotiate with these YT people who are coming from the north in order to buy things or products, I guess people want to say, crops and so on and so forth that we were making for them to sell around the world. So a lot of people around the world even got to enjoy FBA inventions around this time period as well. So it's just a couple things I want to throw out there. Our people had a lot more. And also, too, what year did we end off on? Miss Love, what was the last year before I get into like HBCUs and stuff?
Yeah, we on 1865 to 1877. And I want to know
Okay.
what ethnicity was the people who started the Triple K. We know they were those the WASP?
Some of them were what we now call Heritage Americans, and some of them
Black.
were.
They
Oh,
was
go ahead.
Moors.
You said Black, Charles?
The original ones were black.
The
Yeah,
original.
the original ones. They take everything.
They took
So the
everything. The
They take
flag,
anti-black was
everything.
the
black.
Confederate flag was a indigenous melanated tribal flag
Right,
before
but
it
no,
was.
I'm saying the ones who were strange fruit and Black Americans. That
Was
Triple K.
was original
Yes, the hoods were given to
was
them by the
original
blacks.
blacks.
But who were doing the unalivened? Y'all saying Black people was?
Yes, they was yes, they was doing the unalivened. They sold us out. They gave them everything that they have, from their hoodies to their hoods to the design on the hoods to the moon with the crescent moon with the star. All of that was given to the Moors, the elite.
Because your mic cut out. Let me ask you something.
Yeah, I had a phone call. Sorry.
No, you good. So you saying we come from a lineage of sellouts?
No, we don't come from it. We're literally prisoners of war. Literally. We
But
running
you kept
around here.
talking about the sellouts. Let's go back to the
So
sellout part.
yes, the sellout, the boule, the elites, the elite blacks that do not deal with, when we think about the Madoffs and the Rothschilds, we think about white people, but the original Rothschilds are black. The 13 bloodline, the 13, those people were Moors. They were black people. They literally gave the YT people the access with the paperwork, with the doctrine of discoveries and the other things to push them into our
Hold on, hold on,
spaces.
1 second. FBA,
Yeah.
FBA, please, please don't go down that road. Please, can we just? I know
Listen, I'm
you.
trying, dog. But listen,
No,
one
it's
thing.
important for us to talk
No, no, no,
about,
no, no,
because
no, no,
when
That's
we
no,
not
no.
what
don't
he
Listen.
talk
talking
No, no,
about
about.
no, no,
stuff
no, no, no,
like
no, no,
That's
this,
not
no.
what he
Hold
talking
on, hold
about,
on, hold
baby.
on, sis. Hold
Hold
on.
on. That's not what he
No,
talking about,
sure.
baby.
My thing is this, right? We gotta really be careful with the words we use when we're talking about our lineage of people. And I want y'all to very carefully word things, because when this stuff goes on public platforms like this, people are going to interpret history the way that you're saying. And then we was talking the other day about how there's so many different of us that word things a certain way, and we starting to really understand each other, like how we just got to that earlier. So this is when people start asking, hey, where's your family from? Where are your peoples from? Where is this going on? That's why No Sure, he's like, nah, let's not go down this road
oh yeah,
because
back to that.
no, you see, you're not where is your family
No,
from, ma'am? Where's your
no.
family from?
No, we not back to that. Listen.
My family is from South
So
Carolina.
Charles,
Maroon.
Before that,
Charles,
they're
hold on,
from
Yes,
Desmond.
Louisiana.
Hold on. Charles, I think Charles was agreeing with her though.
Right, but I'm saying still, even then,
yes, but
go ahead, Charles.
Maroon. You gotta think logically. Who are the ones they're using right now to infiltrate us? Those were the same ones that originally had the black hoodies. I'll leave it at that.
No.
Hey,
Wait,
I
You
get
hold
that,
understand what
but
I'm
on.
saying?
I get what y'all trying to say, but I'm saying just word it. Y'all gotta like really explain further because there's a lot of people that's gonna
Okay.
listen to this. That's
I,
listening
I
to
will.
this.
So
They
the
look like us, but they're not us.
exactly
They look all kin folks.
are not
All skin folks ain't kin folks.
exactly. The Moors
Okay.
were beefing with the Moors. The Moors of America were beefing with the Moors of Morocco. The Moors of Morocco sold out the Moors and their descendants, us. And so the elite blacks or the boule, like I said, the Moors sold us out. We were Moors. People often get them confused. They often say, oh, Moors and Moors. But no, if you were on North America's continent, you were a Moor, Muur. And if you were on Africa's continent, I mean, then you were a Moor, Moor. There was a war between them. The Moors owned so many lands, so many things. The Moors had trade routes. The Moors were pirates. There was even a documented history of the Moors fighting mer people or big fish or quote unquote mermaids. It's all documented and written in drawings, excuse me. And so we were sold out. If you look at the Moors, if you look at their hoodies, if you look at their flags, if you look at indigenous America, if you look up even the I know it's not America, but I don't even know if I could say it, so I won't say it.
Can
But
I say this
anyway,
real quick? Because I think we get what you're saying. We even get what Charles saying. But what FBA is saying, what Maroon is saying is this: you're calling them us.
I get what you're saying. I
No,
get what you're saying. I'm not calling them us. I'm saying
they're
for this time period,
not us.
this location and time
No,
period,
no,
these were
listen,
the people
no, Charles.
before us.
We know they're not us. But the way you're saying it,
Okay, so I will
that
correct how I say it because
The
that's
only
all I'm
word
saying.
I'm
they're
hearing
not.
coming
I
out of
didn't grow
people's
up
mouth.
hearing I
Hold
was
on,
a Moor.
sis.
I
This
don't.
what let me put it in timeline order for you. The only thing I've heard you talk about with respect is us being sellouts. Right. So you
No,
gotta
see,
but
you still
listen,
not.
listen, don't get
You're not
offended.
picking
Listen
up
to what
at
I'm
all
saying.
what I'm putting down.
No,
That's
I'm
literally not
picking
what
up
I
what
said.
you're not listen to what I'm saying. The only words that we've heard you talk about constantly is sellouts and sellouts and sellouts
I
throughout our
never said
history.
the word sellout. You did. That's number
What?
one. I never said
No, you said
that. I
sellout a couple
agreed
times.
with you, but I never initially stated it. They literally, we are prisoners of war, is what I said.
Okay, WAR.
That's where I was going. Sorry, prisoners of. I love TikTok
Sis,
shop something.
we've heard you sit up and say that a bunch of times.
I would
I'm
know.
not
We are
tripping. I'm not
prisoners.
high or nothing. I'm very sober. I've heard it multiple times. What I'm saying
Okay.
is when other people listen to this, I'm listening to this from the ears of somebody who don't know nothing. I'm just sitting up here learning like everybody else. Even though I've already studied and stuff, I just kind of take into consideration when other people are hearing this stuff and they don't know nothing and they're on ground zero, level one, novice, they're going to listen to what you're saying and they're going to start to think, damn, we come from a lineage of sellouts. That's all we hearing constantly repeated this whole time. So what I'm trying to say, I'm talking about how we were riders and how the
Well,
white
some people
supremacists were doing
do
what they were
come
doing.
from a lineage of sellouts, though,
I'm not
and
saying they
that's
don't.
not on me.
I'm not saying they don't. What I'm saying is we got to give a lot more context. And if you're going to say stuff like that, like even like how me and Vintage was in the comments, said, my mistake, I made a big mistake. Frederick Douglass did a tour of Europe during the 1840s. That's right. He's our people. See, we can disagree and then come back with scholarship and look at what each other is saying. I'm not saying the people of the triple Ks were not black. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the way that it's coming off is like we're all sellouts. And this
But
is
you
where
didn't
we
let
come
me
from.
finish the thought. You interrupted me in the middle of me finishing the sentence, so you couldn't understand what I was saying. Just like earlier when we
Nevertheless.
discussed that they were having a WAR, and it's like, wait, we were having civil WARs here, but yes, what we were considering WAR was a different tradition or a different thing. Just like when melanated people wore those masks and had those hoods and had that gang, if you want to call it, it was a different thing. So there were deals and other things made in place that I'm still researching. Did they sell them out? Most likely that's what it's looking like, but we don't know what deals were made in place. We don't know that. Also, like I said, when the Moors had the hoodies and the capes and all those things and were waving that flag around, it was a different thing. It had a different meaning. So I wasn't trying to say that we were sellouts or some people are sellouts or there is selloutness. And as yes, there have been traitors in our lineage, in our past, in our history, obviously, because there's invaders. How else did they get here? But not everyone has a sellout lineage. The KKK, when it was owned by melanated people, was a very respected thing. It was a whole different thing.
Yeah, I think we're getting way off track. We got to get back on track.
Okay, I know I'm not the only person that's thinking this. All right, that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not
Why was it?
I'm high up here, I guess, and I'm not
Okay,
hearing
well,
what I'm
if I
hearing.
offended somebody, I apologize.
You're not offending
I'm not
people.
trying to
Right,
say.
Maroon.
No, I'm talking to the people in the comments because you said you're reading. People are going to be listening to this, so I want to make sure that my intentions are clear.
Don't even pay attention to the comments, but I just wanted to read this definition to you real quick.
A definition of what?
MERS, MERS, MERS is an alternative spelling of Moors, commonly used in a Pacific American culture or sovereign identity contexts, such as the Moorish Science Temple, which Noble Jew Ali started, right? And related, Moorish Science Temple and related groups. Historically, the term Moors originated from the ancient Morai tribe populations of North Africa and during the Roman era. Identity claims. It's a cultural and alternative definitions. The identity claim groups using the spelling MERS often describes themselves as the original indigenous people of the Americas and Africa. Distinct from traditions, geopolitical and national systems. Now, connection and movement. The term links closely to modern sovereign citizens, and indigenous reconnection groups, such as the Wasatch Nation, which asserts independent legal and ancestral status. That they have nothing to do with too much each other. Noble Jew Ali, if you don't know who that is, that's the guy who started the Moorish Science Temple here in America. Right. Actually, tell you the truth. If you really want to go into historical context and dig deeper into this, I would never claim to be a Moor because you owe me reparations.
The Moors and MERS are two different groups.
One second.
I agree.
Timeline.
It's American history, so it goes with this, right? So, in the DC area, there were actually black slavers. These people claim to be Moors.
Yep.
Yes, they were black slavers.
Yep.
So, you owe me reparations. You want to claim that? You owe me reparations, bro. Point blank, period. You want to look it up? Go do your own research on this shit. I did. Go look it up.
All right, so I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna move past this.
Hey, Maroon. Okay.
Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead, because I'm gonna be real quick. But this,
My bad if I'm talking too fast. Maybe I'm listening too slow.
All right, so
the robing falls up on the brothership of the Masonic.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There we go. See, that's something that people could grab onto is like the Freemasonry and all these different things that are such. Because when we start getting into stuff like that, people that's on level 1, they're not gonna understand nothing you saying. I understand what y'all are saying, but I'm trying to say let's simplify it and kind of explain a little more in a more simpler term so that people can grasp what's going on. Like I can, like when it comes to Frederick Douglass, I'm like, hold on, bro, this man mother is indigenous for all we know, you know what I mean? And then his dad was a slave owner and he used to whoop on his behind all the time.
Okay,
you know.
I do know, Maroon. So do anybody want to expound on Black Americans gaining citizenship and voting rights through the 14th and 15th Amendment, or the Black political participation increases during this timeline?
See, that's something that everybody should be the first people to come off mic for. We should all know what's going on. 14th Amendment and all this other stuff. That's what we at now, Miss Love.
Yeah, we on Reconstruction, and that's
Yeah.
on this timeline. Or the uptake in black political participation.
See, and this is the part that I think is confusing, is because a lot of that language is written ambiguously, and we own it because that's what we were told. But we talked about the 3/5 compromise earlier. Some of those guidances weren't necessarily specifically for us, but we understand them in that context, and so that's where I kind of challenge us to be a little bit more open-minded than what the institutional knowledge says, because some of that is not what it actually says in the documentation.
I'll explain it to you how I was told by my father about it. He said that it was written so that once Americans realized who they were, that they would not look to deport our newly steward constituents, meaning the white people.
Exactly.
So in other words, after 300 to 500 years of being on this land with us, they don't want to be taken to Europe and they don't know anyone. And that was my take on it.
Because that's what it said. It's the 3/5 compromise was basically giving the formerly enslaved like political identity, but not necessarily based on ethnicity. And so that's where I hesitate, because it's like, well, who is that actually for? Because we do have evidence of white slavery, and we don't necessarily know to what extent there was white slavery. We can point directly to the Western expansion and the gold rush, which is in the mid 1800s, which is a little bit before where we are right now. But once we start getting into these policies that are in the early 1900s around citizenship, then we have to be able to look at something like 1924 and say, these rules were put in place for these newly arrived Ellis Islanders and these others that are not from the land.
Wait, you talking about the 14th Amendment was put in place for them? I just want to make sure I ain't missing anything.
Well, I'm saying that that white slavery was a lot more prevalent than what we have been positioned, when we have evidence of the designation of free white people versus people that were in indentured servitude, and people that were brought here specifically for wars or WARs, people that were brought here specifically to work in factories, and even cloned white people in the incubators. So when you have these different groups that don't have...
Were you talking about the 14th Amendment when you said that, though?
Yeah, I'm talking about rules that are put in place to make them human relative to our policies. Literally. Because they don't have histories. You can't make a lineage-based policy for a group that doesn't have a father. If they're coming out of machines, then we have to... They start putting these things in place because they can't account for these people that are coming off of the orphan trains, and
But the orphan trains was it was way after the 14th Amendment. It was like some years.
The orphan trains was 1901. It's 1890.
Yeah,
It's 1901.
The 14th Amendment was in the 1800s.
Yeah. So I don't know if you missed the earlier part. So when we talked about the Western
They had already been
white people
working on the
didn't
technology.
need that. White people didn't need 14th Amendment citizenship because they already had naturalization citizenship.
That's not
in
true.
1790.
They were all brought in to work.
That's 100% true.
They
It's
were brought
written
in to work
into
the coal
Constitution.
mines and the Western expansion,
Yes,
the gold rush.
but they also had citizenship. This is why they didn't have generational slavery for them, right? Because their citizenship was written in, right? A certain amount, do your time, did the crime, whatever it is. If you have an indentured, whatever, you do your time. If you don't have an indentured, when you come to this country, you live here, you proclaim here, you do whatever XYZ is listed.
That's not constitutional.
I think it was like 2 years, and then they edited it and changed it to like 5 years, and then they could become a citizen It's the Act of 1790.
Can I
The
say
Act of
something real quick?
1790 gave
I
them
just,
their naturalized citizenship, all white people that
I
come to
want
this
to,
country.
I just want to say
Indentured
this real quick,
servitude.
y'all.
Indentured
Hold on,
servitude was
hold on,
not
Tiff. I
post
just want
party
to say this real
evacuation.
quick.
It was
Y'all are
not.
talking. Hold
I mean,
on. Because
but
CB, we was talking about this earlier, CB, right? So the people Fadi talking about and the people CB are talking about, we're talking about two different white people.
Right,
Uh,
right. Two
uh,
different definitions. Right.
so if that can clear what, if that can clear up what everybody's talking about, we're talking about two different types of white people right now, right?
Yeah, I thought I was going based on what we had like nailed down earlier, which is that white was a status at that time, and it wasn't necessarily a racial classification. But looking at it as a racial classification, we start looking at these mass imports of white tea people and the 12 million that came through Ellis Island. Those laws and policies were put in place so that they don't get deported because they were they were running away from famine and religious persecution. Some of them were brought here against their will, and then a lot of them, at the end of the day, were created in the labs that were being shown off at the World's Fairs. The people from the traveling circus. Like if you think about that, the Barnum and Bailey traveling circus, the bearded woman, all that kind of stuff, they had incubator babies as exhibits at those circuses.
That was after. I mean, I get you. I get you on the whole white people slavery, whatever the case was, but they had also already made laws saying that white people couldn't be enslaved. And if they did get enslaved, they couldn't be enslaved by other colored people.
But we have documentation that says that they were enslaved, though. Like that law might have been put up at some point, but
That's exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, before slavery ended, they made those laws to stop the enslavement of those people.
Okay, so what year are we at right now, Miss Love?
yeah, right, for real. What year we at right now? Because I'm confused as shit. Y'all done went to the 30s, 1800s. Like, what's going on?
We're supposed to be in
Yeah,
Reconstruction right now, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm
We
sorry.
at
Let's jump back to
1860.
Reconstruction. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're at 1865 to 1877. Let
All
me
right.
know if y'all want to move on.
Ooh, one of my favorite years. We talking
Yeah,
about one
that's
of
why
my
I said there's a lot to talk about from this
we can talk
time
about we
period. I
can
feel
talk
like
about
we
one of my
done
relatives. We can talk about one of my relatives right now, Charles Caldwell. We can talk about one of my relatives down in Mississippi. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chef. You go ahead and tell us about it. Because there was a lot of things going on. We were gaining businesses. There were a lot of different patents coming on. I mean, we were coming out
We
doing,
invented the
we came out
Republic.
swinging.
We invented the Republican Party. My relative, Charles Caldwell, if you want to look him up, you can look him up right now and everything like that. He was enslaved, right? He was a blacksmith, is what he was. So he got to talk to YT people a different type of way. You know what I'm saying? Because they had to talk to him. Mind you, a blacksmith then, like, you did everything in the city, in the town. You know what I mean? So like when he wasn't afraid of YT people either. Mind you this, right? He was the first Black American man to actually pew pew a YT person in broad daylight and beat it in a court case. Mind you, this is after he became senator. He's a Republican senator. He actually helped write in a lot of stuff he actually helped ratify a lot of things that we benefit from today, especially from Mississippi. He helped write a lot of stuff, right? Unfortunately, he was lured to he was a Christmas day. He was lured to a saloon, not a saloon, but like a place where he was drinking at and everything. And a crowd of YT people came up to him and they shot him. They pew-pewed him in his cranium. He survived that and walked outside. And he's famous for saying that, remember me, like, when you, I'm going to quote this right. Because he said that when you unalive me, don't tell people that you unalive the coward. You want to unalive the real man. And after they pew-pewed him down in the middle of the street, these cowards went and unalived his brother And after they unalived his brother, these cowards went and they flipped him out of his casket, him and his brother, and he mutilated his body. So, like, when I'm saying, like, when people sit up here and say stuff about the Republican Party and stuff like that, understand that we never wanted anything to do with these people at all, ever. He was also a deacon. He is also him. This also led on to them going to the Carolinas and doing stuff to Black Americans who were in the Republican Party. They went there and they started unaliving us. Then it's led on to a lot of riots that started happening at the same time, whatever, racial. So, like, you know what I'm saying? When people talk about this timeline and stuff like that and everything like that, we understand that this timeline, especially, we created this party. Because I understand it was Dixiecrats then, which became the KKK. It hit home with me with that, you know what I'm saying? Because this is my lineage, bro. I ain't never been scared of these people ever in my life, and I wonder where I got it from, and now I see where I get it from. These YT people that came here understand when they came here, they assimilated into something because they couldn't just sit up there. When they first got here, they got treated wrong. This is why people don't like the Polish people at all. Because Polish people here in Chicago, if you see any YT people here in Chicago at all, they live in your neighborhood, guarantee you they Polish, but they don't like them. They don't like them because, you know what I'm saying, they understand that they went through a persecution themselves over in Europe. Because that's why nobody likes them in Europe. Nobody. So, like, when they come here, they really don't do nobody like that. It's kind of like the Amish people. The Amish people never owned anybody. Anybody Black American never owned nobody at all. They just went to be off to themselves like they is right now. They don't even care about technology like that. It's we had these conversations amongst ourselves, you know what I'm saying? We could have our disagreements and stuff like that and everything or whatever, but I like keeping stuff civil and just keeping things historically accurate. You know what I mean? You got to understand that, like, these people that were Italian, because the only time you go back to what this place was back then, the only person that was YT American was from England. If you weren't of English descent, you weren't YT. You weren't. This is why the Irish treated the way they were. This is why the Italians treated the way they were, and they came over here in the Ellis Islands and stuff like that, escaping Mussolini. This is why, like, people who on the eastern side of on the western side of the Berlin Wall came here after all that crap and everything like that, and they came here and assimilated into persecuting us, because that's how they got by. But I'm gonna land my plane now.
You know what I didn't hear yet is how all the people that got my mama back here sitting here. I think I'm talking to her. Hush. Listen. You know what I didn't hear yet is all them people that got off plantations, how those slave owners went and got reparations already. I ain't hear nobody mention that.
Talking about Virginia. You're talking about Virginia. You're talking about Virginia and what was that? What was it? 18, I think it was 1866 to 1867. That was when Abraham Lincoln went and gave the equivalent of $1 million per slave to Virginia slave owners because they were doing for Reconstruction. So, like, they got a form of reparations. If we're gonna go back further than that, we can go to Bacon's Rebellion. Where Bacon's Rebellion is when YT indentured servants and enslaved Black Americans actually made it all the way to the capital of Virginia. And they decided to make those people YT, pretty much, right? And some of those same YT people, which is crazy to me, some of those same YT people after Bacon's Rebellion, that rioted. I mean, they actually made it to the capital and stuff like that and everything, right? During this actual slave revolt. Some of those same YT people went back and bought some of the same people that they fought with.
Okay, thank you. Let's move the conversation. Did anybody else want to say anything about this segment other than Chef?
Yeah, so 1866 was the start of the Indian Wars, right? Which lasted until 1891. This was a Reconstruction period where 15 to 20,000 indigenous Black or freed enslaved were living in Indian territory in 1866. And by that time, they had built their own schools. They had started to build hospitals. They were working. They started to build a very very advanced financial structure and community structure. Hold on. This was also we spoke about Jim Crow and all this other stuff, right?
We didn't come
Nope,
up on that
nope, that's
period yet.
next. That's next.
Okay, so I'll be quiet.
So
Well,
let me
I
ask
also want to
y'all.
look at. Oh,
Oh, go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead, love. Sorry.
Go ahead. Hey, Barney. Okay, real quick, y'all. You know how they show us the movies with the little it looks like the Siberian kids in those schools to be educated and not what they call it civilize them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
What?
Indian boarding schools.
Right. So we haven't got to that segment in time yet, right?
No,
I
we
don't
have
think
not
so.
talked
That
about the
Early
timeline.
Siberians.
1900s, if I'm not
So they
mistaken.
still ain't here then, right?
Should have
Yeah,
been.
they haven't made their grand entry yet. Not the big arrival, but I want to talk about this real quick though. When we look at Reconstruction and there's like this rapid production of all these different competencies within our population, I think that that's something we gotta be aware of. That these things didn't just pop up out of nowhere. These were aspects of our society that we already had, and so these weren't like people coming up with banking instruments and creating hospitals and stuff. This is stuff that was already here, and when we start to touch on like Tartarian architecture, we're pointing to the fact that these institutions, not only did they exist, they were here for hundreds or even 1,000 years at that point. And so really we were just going back to the way that things were in those situations.
Absolutely. I agree. And if I misspoke, I apologize. We definitely already had hospitals, courthouses, advanced structures, military. We had so many advanced things, stadiums, football, basketball. We had, there's evidence to show that the Mayans were playing basketball in America. So,
And to
that
just
we
to
had
let y'all
advanced.
know, when we get done with the last 2000 to present, we do have 7 questions. I'm sorry, Destin. Go ahead.
No, it's right on. I think that that's the difference between, looking at things critically and just, drinking in
Right.
institutional
When
knowledge
I'm
for sure.
speaking, I'm assuming that people know these things that we already had, hospitals. We already had all of these buildings, a lot of these
Don't
older
assume that.
structures. I
Assume,
know.
yeah,
It's my
I
first
know.
week
And
on
I'm
TikTok.
learning
I'm
too. No, no,
sorry.
no, it's okay. All I know about is being black. I'm still
That
learning
part.
about,
That's
the
my only
indigenous
job.
part.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
That's the point I
So
was trying to make.
I appreciate y'all for, putting me on so I could change the tone.
Hey,
So
love,
that's
I'm
important.
glad you said that though, because for the last probably about 20 minutes, we've been talking about two different types of melanated people and two different types of white people. So I'm glad you just said that though.
In fact, Miss Love, what's the next point on the timeline? Which
Okay. Next, we going into 1877 through 1965. Jim
okay.
Crow, segregation laws spread across much of the South. Poll taxes, literacy tests, and violence suppress black voting. Strange fruitings and racial terror occur during this period. We on there, and much more occur. Occur
Yeah.
or whatever. Or much, right. That much more happens, I'm sure, during this timeline.
I
We
just
would
want to
be
say, I just want to point out how this is the time period where this is full on oppression of black people in America. This has nothing to do with black on black crime. This is full on oppression of black people in America. And I'm gonna fall back on that right there. Everybody continue on.
Ellis Islanders didn't, because they came for some years, boy. I ain't gonna lie. I can't stand Ellis Islanders. I'm not gonna lie. I can't stand any immigrants, but the original ones. What year do we have the official years when they came? Because it was, to my understanding, 1890s. Is that correct? Because I want to kind of do this in order.
Okay.
Ellis Islanders.
The
When it,
first ship, the first ship, I do believe, came between 1889 and 1890. I think so. I think.
okay, that's where I'm at as well. And then, what year did black codes come into play? Does anybody know when the year black codes came into play? And then also to the first year of the rule of sharecropping, when sharecropping first became a thing. I just want to do it in order before I just hop all over the place, so we could kind of get a standard.
Okay, so the black codes were in place in 1865. Ellis Island situation took place, I believe, 1892 through 1954. And what was the last question?
Sharecropping, black codes, and then Ellis Islanders. So we got black codes, sharecropping, and then Ellis Island. No, sorry, which one we?
This is the big white tea invasion that Loves was waiting for.
Yes, that's why I wanted to get there.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
the
why I wanted to
sharecropping
get
is 1865.
6 hours, y'all, to get to this
6
part.
hours.
Okay,
God.
sharecropping is 1865
Yeah,
through 1877. That's when
in '65.
it
Yeah,
started to emerge in the labor system.
So black codes and the sharecropping thing pretty much happened around the
in the
same
boat
time, and then
Yeah.
1892.
then in 1890s, that's when the big this big what are we gonna
Boat
call it?
A
This big,
migration? I don't know.
I don't know what.
migration.
Invasion.
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 Bless you.
Exactly.
Whoever
Then
sneezed,
that's
bless
when,
you.
and then a couple years later, that's when this big invasion of these YT immigrants come.
Mm-hmm.
Milka Magnesia menaces. Let me see here. Let's see here. All right. So black codes, right? Sharecropping. I feel like that's where we should start because the YT Ellis Islanders.
But you know
Um,
what? I don't mean to cut you off, Maroon. I forgot to. I hate we didn't talk about during Reconstruction when some people like what happened because some people did get the 40 acres right, and then some people did get a lot of land that the next president took away or something like that. I hate we didn't talk about that part.
Well, it was the slave owners majority that received those I guess you could call
Reparations.
reparations
reparations.
for us.
No,
Yep.
I'm
I
talking
don't even
about
want
the
to call.
land. Didn't they give? Didn't
Yeah, they
somebody give?
did. They did give the land. They allowed 10,000 people to sign up for 40 acres in a mule, and only 100 people got land from that, but the land was eventually stolen back because
Right.
they
Exactly.
That's what.
realized like it was quickly stolen back too. It wasn't like we had land and we started building on it. Once they realized, because the land they gave us too, that's another thing. They gave us land in South Carolina, the crescent around Florida. I want to say the Mexico area, and it was Louisiana, and it was another place that they gave land, and they were saying that it was the most fertile land that they had come across, and they realized that they gave us they made a mistake. They gave the most fertile land in America to the people who were from America, who knew exactly what to do with it. So before they could even let us really get in, that's when they started burning things down, bombing things. That's when they started making all these black codes and all this other stuff. The what is it called? Strange fruiting and all that stuff. That was literally to distract, because dang, we just not only set the whole labor force free, we set the military free. This was who the military was when we got here. They know how to farm. They know how to fight. They could do everything. That's why we got to stop them from reading.
It
We
was
can't
after the
let them know.
pew-pewing of Abraham Lincoln. The next president was Andrew Johnson, and he was a hardcore
Right.
Yeah.
It was all strategy, though. That's what we have to understand. We have to understand that everything that looks like it was done for us was literally a war strategy. It was done so that they could get our help with something. It wasn't done. It wasn't like, oh, Lincoln is freeing the slaves, or oh, they're trying to give 40 acres and a mule to this. No, it was literally, okay, how can we get these people to not fight us? How can we manipulate? How can we build this structure to tax them, keep them, have them subscribe to this, police them, do this, do that. So they were literally just distracting us while they were building their police force, building this, changing the Constitution, wording things around, burning things, creating whiteout so they could scratch out Indian and put Negro. There were so many fronts. It was so on top of that, which none of us have talked about. I thought it was kind of interesting. They also used BioWAR fair against us. Tuberculosis, smallpox, measles. They were literally coming out of the caves, getting
Yeah, we
their.
talked about that. We did.
Oh, okay, because I
Yeah.
ain't hear not one person,
We
because
talked
that was
about
another
smallpox.
strategy. Yes, that was another strategy that they used to literally give us land, then give us one of those things I just mentioned. And then now the doctrine of discovery, which still is being used to this day to take our land right now. That's the whole reason we even here, is because the doctrine of discovery is still in place. So they used that again. They said, "Hey, we gave them the land, but nobody's here. They died. They were unalive. They're not here." And so, boom, with that, they said, "Oh, we'll pay the taxes on the land. It's yours." And till this day, that's been the process. If somebody abandons their home, if you pay the taxes on that home, it's yours now. You can. That's
Okay,
the
hold
doctrine
on.
of discovery.
Okay, I'm
So
gonna look into that. I'm definitely gonna do
please
my
do.
research on the doctrine of discovery,
Yes.
David Chapin Rose, and the Iroquois Nation.
Iroquois,
I
yeah.
mean Iroquois Confederation. Okay, so back to this timeline, Jim Crow timeline. Well, 1877 to 1965. I'm sorry I cut you off, Maroon.
I don't remember where I was at. But yeah. If somebody else could go ahead, it's all right.
You was talking about Ellis Island, right?
Yeah, I was
I got
waiting to
one
get.
for you, love.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Before you leave off it so quick, what about Letitia Carson? That was a black woman. She had over 154, 55 acres out there in Oregon. And she taught men how to be cowboys. So go figure, huh?
What timeline was that?
On the 1840, 1845.
She was
Yep, a
indigenous
little
woman.
black lady.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah,
Wow.
we were the
And she taught the
Cowboys.
guys how to be cowboys.
Okay. And what do they mean by the poll taxes? You had to pay the vote?
I'll say I'm not familiar with that. With the poll tax. No, I don't know if you were reading what I just put there. With the Poles and the Irish were brought in to be police officers. That was during
Right.
that period too. So
Yes.
that's a
Yes.
big one.
And firemen, right, too. I mean, aren't they historically a part of the fire departments?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a long history of Irish and Polish people in those civic positions.
What made them
Police
get so
especially.
involved? What made them get appointed to such like as far as what made them become like the head of the police, what, and the fire department and all these other civic job placements that they seem to have and carry? Is it something like a trait that they have that make them more qualified or something to do these type of positions?
Proximity. It was proximity. You got to remember, we're talking about Ellen Islanders and stuff like that. So they were in the slums with us where we was displaced too. So it's just proximity. They didn't want us to be in charge of it, each other. So they had to pick the next minority next to us in close proximity to watch over us while they, that's their lap dogs.
So the buffer class ushers in the buffer class, right?
And sort
Yeah,
of
the buffer class. Yeah. I just want to point out we were also doing amazing things as a community. Individually, we had millionaires rising up, children and adults. One in particular was Sarah Rector. She was an 11-year-old. She was the first child millionaire. This was back in Oklahoma of 1913. And from what I understand, she was from the Creek Freedman heritage. She was born in 1902 in Twine, Oklahoma. And her parents were Creek Freedmen who they had been enslaved, and they had gave her this land that was deemed to be worthless. And it actually was not worthless. I think Shorty was making like $500-600 a day back then. And I'm sorry, hello?
No, she was oil. They drilled oil on her land, and she became a millionaire.
Yes, she had an oil company. She became a millionaire as a child. I think she was 11 by the time she became a millionaire. And she was born to enslaved parents who were indigenous to America. So it's very important to note that while we were fighting, while we were getting infiltrated, while we were having codes and hanging fruit and things like that, we were also making strides on other avenues. Because I don't know if Madam C.J. Walker is this same time period, but she also came to my mind at this
I was
time.
just thinking that.
So yeah, so there was a few of us, and there probably was many others that were just not named, but we were doing amazing things. It was not just about war. It was not just about fighting. We've always had culture, a sense of self, and able to organize even in chaos. So that's very important for us to remember. But I just want to add that. I'm done.
So going back to white tea history, this is when they start to expand through imperialism and going overseas and WARs. They're starting to grow their story through WW1 and WW2 at that point.
Y'all know what happened in 1887?
Go ahead, Maroon. Tell us.
The best HBCU in the land, the Marching 100, the Florida A&M University Rattlers. You know what I'm saying? FAMU was established. We had a lot of schools we were making around this time. Also, too, that's why I wanted to get into them Ellis Islanders, because a lot of them were doing these massacres, or I love TikTok shop, that we were seeing amongst our people. They were very, this is my prediction, but they were very jealous of seeing the growth and development, like Destin and CB were saying that, and also what Charles was saying is that they came over here just being super degenerate. I mean, we talking about people who were fighting over a potato back in Europe. And now they done got over here. And even from what I'm understanding, the ones we call heritage Americans now, or whatever, the pre-Civil WR people, they didn't even like them. They treated them like crap, but they HATE'd us way more than they, didn't like them. And they were bringing them over here to get their numbers up. So YT people, I feel like, also are probably unaliving at alarming rates because of them not being on their landmass, or on those Caucasus Mountains that they're supposed to be a part of. So that was what was going around the later times of the 1800s. Also, too, when the Ellis Islanders got here, I think one of you all mentioned it about the industrial age and how a lot of them were working in factories. Those are jobs that we were supposed to get after the emancipation. And so, again, they bring immigrants over here in order to take the occupations that we're supposed to have. So that's something else that we need to look at as well. It goes all the way back to modern times.
Hey, Maroon, let me ask you
Phoebe.
this real quick. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, Phoebe. I just want to state something. We up to 1877 through 1965, and we really haven't got into Haitians, Mexicans, really all these other immigrants too, because they said that they built the country. But go ahead, Phoebe.
Right.
Oh no, I was gonna add on to what Maroon was saying. So those jobs, not only did they get taken by YT people, they were taken by children. And so the child labor laws get instituted because there were so many of these children that were getting put in these factories. And then there was like a really large movement towards eliminating that because it got out of hand. You had kids going into the coal mines. You had kids going into the steel mills, working on trains, all kinds of stuff. So it got really chaotic at that point.
I agree. I agree. It got so out of point. It got so out of control because they didn't want to give us the jobs. You know what I mean? These people just they had such a disdain for us. The fact that we were able to basically beat them at their own game without even having to play it. You know what I mean? You WR for people for hundreds of years, and then you get to the point where now they're gonna have to, they're gonna be able to provide for themselves uninterrupted by you. And now you're trying to put all these systems into play to the point you had no choice but to bring your enemies back home in Europe over here to undermine them.
Hey, so
Hank Man.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I hit request by accident, but uh,
Oh,
uh,
okay,
uh,
let me let you down.
yeah, yeah.
All
so
right.
Maroon, one more question for Maroon. Um, you brought up HBCUs, and a lot of times people will bring up the legacy of HBCUs and who founded them as some sort of hit against them. But knowing what we know now, especially about the aristocratic class of that era and some of the hidden identity of those big families, it makes a little bit more sense now that the Vanderbilts would be so involved, that some of these, the Morgans, some of these groups would be so involved with the HBCUs if we look at them and realize that maybe they were part of the audience that the HBCUs were actually for. I
Well,
don't know. Is that how you might see that? I don't know.
well,
I'm trying to draw a line here.
No, you good. Let me ask a question, right? So then we get clarity from earlier, because this is the point I was trying to make was earlier, because I think y'all might have got me thinking that I didn't understand, but I do understand where you're coming from. Now, when y'all was talking earlier about, the Triple K being originally being some of, I'm not even going to go down that road if there are people or not, of being melanated people, right? And then the Boule and so on and so forth, and the Divine Nine and all this good stuff, right? So are y'all saying that the people who are in these different positions have basically kept their place in society throughout this whole timeline, right? That's basically the point that you guys are trying to say, just so I can get clarity for the audience.
Yeah, there's a
Yes.
bleaching, and then there's a representative that's been put in their place.
Right, but they're not just random Black Americans who just come up and be like, "Hey, I'm just going to sell my people out. I'm just going to align with the Democratic Party. I'm just going to sit up here and force my people on plantations. I'm going to try to keep my people enslaved." That's not what we're saying, correct?
No, not at all.
No,
And
no,
you
no.
you
I
got to
don't think
understand race didn't like slavery wasn't about race before. Slavery was just you owed a debt to something, you were a prisoner of war. There was reason behind things. It wasn't just, oh, I don't like the way you look, we're enslaving you and your family, blah blah blah. No, that's not how it happened. There were alliances broken, there were things done, and we don't understand because now it's 5, 6, 700 years later. But it wasn't just like, oh, we have traders and people that was just trading us out and putting us into slavery. Because you got to understand, when this first initiated, slavery was not what we were taught it was and what we later learned it turned to be. Slavery was literally, because I just read it too when we were talking. There was a African man who was enslaved, and he was one of the first Black, quote unquote, enslaved people to not only do out their full indentured servitude residency, but then also I think they said he got 420 acres. He ended up being one of the most wealthiest men in the county of Virginia that he was emancipated in. So it was not the same as what it turned into. So when you say like, oh, they sold us out, or some people were, this is what you were trying to say, or this, that, no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't, they were probably told a whole other thing than what actually happened. And then the way things played out were not natural, not normal. What Black Americans went through during enslavement and enslaved times was unique to any other slavery on the planet because it started
Can I
the
jump in real quick? Because I want to say something about
yeah.
what y'all talking about. So, once again, we're talking about all right, I'm gonna start off by saying this. We've been way too loose with this black word, right? So once again, we're talking about two different melanated types of people. And for instance, I'm gonna use the black blue. So those are French nobles. That's how that started. Now it might be Black Americans incorporated into that, but those were Black French nobles. And when I say black, I'm just talking about skin color. I'm not talking about black as in Black American, because we know that's a difference, right? So that's why I say we got to stop using that black word so loosely. Everybody's not black. I don't care how disrespectful you may think that is to say, but it's not at all when it's a classification and also an ethnic group in America. So when we say black, you got to be specific and not just throw that word around loosely and say, hey, they were black. This is black. We're talking about two different types of black. So you got to say
We
that. And
are,
we're
which is
talking
why I
about,
say Black and then I say Indigenous as well, so that we
eh, eh,
know who's being spoken about.
but that's what I'm saying though. We can't just keep saying that. With those people actually have a name besides black. Like I just gave you an example with the Boulay. Those are noble French people.
I get what you're saying, but you know that the more, you know what more translates into, right?
Love, we all know what more
Okay, so
translate into,
that's fine.
hold on, but we still, even know that we don't go around and just saying, oh, black, black, black. We call them Moors.
Yeah, there's somebody different. I mean, it's nobility,
They
and
they are
it's an
different.
unbroken bloodline.
No,
That
I get
bloodline has
that
not given up control.
at all. It's still behind the scenes
Yeah,
right now
and
in play.
that's what we're talking about. Is
Oh, okay. I
yeah,
was
yeah.
like, I didn't know what's going on.
That bloodline.
I'm trying to be politically correct because
Oh, no, 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 no. There's no such thing as being politically correct. We're just telling the truth. You can't care about people's feelings when you're telling the truth. The truth don't change.
right,
Only
right.
people's emotions change. Now,
Now
if you
you're right.
feel
I'm
like
just trying not
now,
to offend
now,
nobody. I'm new on these
now
TikTok
you trust me.
streets.
You trust me. The only way you'll offend me is by labeling us all the same. That's
No,
the
I would never
only
do
that.
that.
That's the only way you'll offend me
I
is
would
by
never. I
saying
don't
we all black.
disrespect
That's
my
that.
people. I don't disrespect
Yeah.
people.
Other than
That's
that,
I
we
don't live
good.
in. No,
So that detour was started because we were talking about the fact that the noble class was the ones that opened those HBCUs,
right.
but it makes more sense now when you think about who was actually behind that. One thing that I thought was interesting, and when you can always look this up, Anderson Cooper, the newscaster from CNN,
Thank you.
um,
Thank you.
is a Vanderbilt, and he's interviewed about it before and talked about the black people in his family. So there's some real credence to that conversation.
Y'all watch I Love New York or Flavor of Love? Tiffany Pollard, aka New York. She's a Rothschild. A lot of people don't know that. She also speaks about a lot of other things that'll let you know she's very advanced in her understanding and her teachings in life. But yeah, the I Love New York girl, New York, from Flavor of Love. She's a Rothschild. Look up her mother's last name. Look it up. They're everywhere.
So,
My
okay.
mama look like she can be indigenous. She look like she from a tribe.
Cool.
Not
That
saying we look funny, but she do got some strong features.
Yeah, look up Tiffany from I Love New York. Her mother's last name is Rothschild. That's what made me even look into and even because I'm like, what? How could this be? And it's a lot going on.
All right. So, okay. So now let's get to the 1890s into the early 1900s. Ms. Love, this is your favorite part of the show. Now I want to dig. I want to get into the Ellis Islanders. or whatever April call, what you call them, pink booties. I love TikTok shop. Let's get into they Irish famine behinds. All right. So when the Ellis Islanders came, first of all, hold on, let me go back. When was the first year of World WAR 1? What was the first year of that before I go into what I'm trying to say?
Thinking like
Oh, I didn't hear you, CB. It went on T time.
I was saying, I'm gonna look. I think it was like 1913, 19 something like that.
Because that's very important. And I want to talk about how immigrants really don't care about this country like that. That's what I want to get into next. Because now we're getting into heavy immigration times, and it really it's undermining our people. Did you find the CB?
I just saw in the comments somebody said 1914. I thought it was around that time. We're
Not
talking about World
41.
War One.
Yeah,
World War
not
One. Yeah, or WW1.
1914. 1914.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell y'all something. There's no way possible that these people are trying to dilapidate our towns. They're joining the Triple K just to get accepted in the YTness. Some of them didn't even need to be with the Triple K. Some of them just got postcards into their families to this very day of them standing next to our people, you know what I'm saying, on crosses and burning. I love TikTok shop. All right. When WW1 broke out, a lot of those Ellis Islanders only been here for, I guess, 24 years at this point. What person comes from a different country and says that I got allegiance to this country and I want to go fight for this country and blah, 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 so on and so forth? People do y'all understand why they had a draft for this WW1 and WW2?
Mercenaries.
What do you mean?
That's when you see somebody that's from Haiti that's in the American military, you see somebody that's from Africa in the American military, they're mercenaries. They're soldiers for hire.
I'm talking about the draft. The reason why they had to do a draft for both of these WW1 and WW2 and so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah. No, I know what you mean.
There wasn't
They
enough
had to make
people
them do it.
volunteering. Yeah, there wasn't enough people that were here volunteering. Now, we know that what was it, like 12 million Ellis Islanders came over here? I'm pretty sure it's like 12 million, right? Yeah.
12 million in like 25 years. It was real fast.
How is it almost every single foundational Black American can find at least 5 veterans in their family tree of direct descent, or they'll find people who fought in WRs. But whenever these Ellis Islanders, whenever they go through, if they can go through their ancestry or however far they could trace to the 1890s, I guess. Why is it that we don't have a bunch of their military draft cards? How come we don't hear about the Irish in WW1 signing up in droves in order to go over there? Because you could have just signed up. Our people volunteered to even go to Ethiopia in the 1920s. Our people volunteered to go to, some of us volunteered to go to Nam, signed up, my grandfather being one of them. Also, too, my great-grandfather, my grandmother's father, he also signed up to go to WW2 over there, to slay NAZIs. So the Irish didn't want to have pew-pews. They didn't have no soldiers. Right. Well, Reese,
They
some
were
of them were
brought in
drafted
to be in the wars. Or
Go ahead, CB, my bad.
No, they were brought in to be soldiers. We talked about that earlier. There's a history of that. They import them in. They don't even. So I'm from Indiana, and I went to college and graduated and was in Columbus, Ohio for a long time. So I've been around a lot of these little small YT towns in the Midwest, and that's all they can hang their hat on is their military service, and they'll have generation after generation after generation of military service, and they'll have the flag bearing funerals and all that stuff. But that's because that's their entire history is based on that. There's nothing else. Like there's no other backstory. So that's what they hold on to.
And that was my point, CB, is the fact that they try to sit up here and tell us, a lot of these immigrants even, and I'm trying to bring it back to present day and connect the past to the present. That's what I'm trying to do right now, is the fact that the only thing they could say is that they did 4 years somewhere and came back, or they did
3 years somewhere and came back. And shout out to all the military service. Y'all know how I feel about that. But when I look at my own ancestry, when I look at the ancestry of all of our people, and I start looking at history books, our people have notoriously willingly fought in every single WAR since, we've been enslaved or whatever on this land, since the YT people involved us in all of their conflicts and beefs that they start with. That was the point I was trying to make. When they got over here, they had to literally draft these people. And a lot of the Irish and Italians and all these other people, they didn't even want to go. They didn't want to come. A lot of the Germans were trying to get gold trade. They were trying to get these different factory jobs. They were trying to do different jobs over here, occupations over here, so that they didn't have to go. Because there were certain rules to certain people that couldn't be drafted. But then the government was like, y'all going anyways. And they let the women and children stay at home, or rather stay in the country. And a lot of the, just like you said, child labor laws had to change because they were working in factories, preserving stuff, which is henceforth the picture of the one lady flexing her arm. I keep forgetting her damn name.
Rosie Riveter.
Yes. And, they tried to start a feminist movement up out of there. Most of our family members, we got uncles, cousins. We know a bunch of people that's in the military. That's not a secret. It's not a flex. So go
All
ahead.
right,
My bad.
guys. Let's go because we got 3 more segments. And then we got 7 questions. The room is winding down, but we gonna finish, y'all. If we gotta speed it up, we gonna speed it up, but we gonna complete this timeline. So next we got 1954 to 1968, the Civil Rights Movement. Brown versus Board of Education, 1954. Montgomery bus boycott. No special year given, but we all know, I guess, if somebody can say it. Civil Rights Act, 1964. Voting Rights Act, 1965. Fair Housing Act, 1968. That Montgomery boy boycott, I wonder what led to such participation, such uncode behavior. But I gotta say, I think we had less, well, we really didn't have immigrants like that, melanated people, to be not participating in the boycott. It seemed like pretty much a lot of people was on code. Now, I do know, I don't think, what's the bus boycott? That wasn't nationwide, was it?
Nah, that was
That
that
was
city.
just that city. Okay. And it made that change, just one city. But I'm wondering, like, we didn't have that many immigrants too to be riding on the bus, because I'm sure if immigrants was there and they had to catch the bus, they probably would have been on the buses.
Yes, they would have. I think they still probably was going on the buses in Montgomery.
They'd have been driving the bus.
Yeah.
Because Love said what led to it. Love said what led to it. What led to it was we had to pull together because we was dealing with so much HATE from the other side. The way they was bullying us and unfortunately strange fruit and people in the South, and we started to realize it was happening all over the country, and we started to bond together. That's where we had a lot of the street organizations starting to pop up in America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, racial tension was at a high, and political change was definitely at a very high at that time period. So people didn't have no choice but to kind of come together on something. And they seen it's just another thing of when pressure busting pipes. It was another one of those type of situations.
But we also enter in immigration, like the big stream of melanated immigrants started coming during this time period too, right?
A
Well,
little bit out. Well, what year? What year?
yeah.
We go
What
up
year
to
we on?
68, from 54 to 68.
That's around the time of Vietnam, right?
No, well, Nam was coming up in the late 60s, early 70s. That was right after WW2. And then we were, this was the most oppressed era. I mean, that we were really like running. Well, we weren't running. Let me get that straight too. We also had a lot of groups like the Deacons of Defense, Black Panthers. We had a lot of organizers. I think who just said it? It was like a combustion. It was like all the pressure was building up.
It was. That's why I was saying it's like at this time period, the pressure was just building up. It was a lot of stuff going on in the country. A lot of change had just happened. The country was just. It was just pressure building up in the country, so it was inevitable for something to happen to make things change a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, the press back against segregation, and especially like in the South and Greensboro sit-ins, and a lot of the places where they would vote people of color into office, and they have people come and run coops, like in Wilmington, North Carolina. That was before, but I know y'all was talking about recent times. But every time we kind of built something, we had attacks from all sides, but it was just from really white people at that time. There wasn't a lot of immigrants who were to come later. And it's kind of weird because we be wanting them to be on code, because we really be like, yo, we fought for you to be here. Like, we really made it to where people are treated equally, not just in this country, but all around the world. And a lot of people don't give us that acknowledgement. So I'm glad we've been in here in these rooms, chat rooms, putting B to A. But it's also good to hear people giving a good history lesson for those who didn't know and don't believe it. I mean, it's common knowledge for us, but sometimes we have to reiterate where we're coming from, if that makes sense. I'll land with that. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you ain't interrupting. That make a lot of sense because I'm over here learning my butt off.
Yeah, and I want to also apologize. I think I misspoke when I said that the bus boycott wasn't I guess nationwide. I thought it was regional. I don't necessarily see the artifacts of that bus boycott in like the Midwest, but that could also be just something I didn't uncover. So I'm sorry about that.
It was
If you
a
was in
serious
Indiana,
nature.
CB, you're not gonna hear about it like that. Yeah, see, it was, but it was nationwide. But yeah, Midwest, you're not really gonna hear about. Like I would have, I've been to Indiana. That's when my grandfather retired and had a house built out there. Indiana's a beautiful state, but I ain't see no historical black monuments where I
Right.
was at. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of them states where you just kind of like chop it up to they not gonna say nothing about us, even though the
No.
state is literally named Indiana. You know, you talk about the
Yeah.
Hoosiers and everything. Like, people don't even know what a Hoosier is. So we have different states. That's what I was saying earlier. No shirt. Listen, we learn differently around the country, dog. It's a whole different.
Hey, you right. That's why I'm trying to. Hey, helicopter, come up, bruh. I really want to know your view on the Black Blue Lake, because what I stated earlier, honestly, that's what I learned it to be. So to hear it differently, I really want to know a different angle of it. And Charles, if you know too, speak, brother, because I'm trying to learn as well. I'm just speaking on what I know that to be, and being down here in Texas and being that close to Louisiana, that's what I heard the Black Boule was. And I heard that from people from Louisiana, because I heard that the Black Boule had a strong hold, had a strong hold in that area. So I don't know, but I'm just repeating what I've researched and heard about it throughout my lifetime about the Black Boule. But I'm not trying to derail the conversation. I just want to know.
All go hand in hand. And also, too, I think it's fairly uh good to note. Damn, what was I about to say earlier, man? Um, Around this time, Garvey, Miss Love was asking about the melanated immigrants. We had a Garvey must go movement that I just learned about the other day. Somebody just told me that our ancestors knew that Garvey was he wanted us. You know what I mean? And then he trying to get us over there to Africa, even though he never went. There was a lot of stuff going on when it came to melanated immigrants. And again, if you had a turban on, you could have walked around freely. That's what I learned, is if you had a turban on, you could have walked around freely around here while we were boycotting and doing all these different things, or even just during segregation as a whole. They were still they never had a time where they were on code with us. Now that I'm really thinking about it, we going through this. These people have
So was the
never
West
came on.
Indies was those the ones with the turbans?
Not West Indies. I'm talking about, well, maybe even, I don't know, because Islam wasn't just secluded to Africa.
No, because I'm thinking about Reverend Ike. If anybody know who Reverend Ike is,
heard the
um,
name before. I don't know much about him.
he was a preacher who preached like on manifestation, like manifesting money to his congregation, and really the only pastor I heard, especially back then, talking about finances, like really getting saving your money and how to manifest abundance into your life and stuff like that. But he was from somewhere, and I had no idea. My mother used to listen to him, and I listened to him about 8 months ago, and I thought he was a black preacher this whole time, but he was from He was some type of Indian, not the Bangladesh, but they was over here in like the 70s and 60s. His father was a
Wow.
preacher, but he wasn't. He wasn't from here. He was from another country. I'm gonna let y'all know. But yeah, he was a great. I thought he was a black preacher, a black American preacher this whole time, but he wasn't. And I'm talking about congregation. He had thousands of black Americans. I mean, like you talking about Grefflow back in the 70s.
Billy Graham types and all that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
You,
sorry. That
you
was
took the
too much.
name out of my mouth when you said Billy Graham.
Hey,
My
hey,
granddad
love,
used
is
to
that
watch
the
him
one
all
that
the
used to
time.
come on with the afro? Did he have the afro? My
He had
grandfather, you might use. My grandfather used to watch him.
he had that hair. It probably wasn't a perm in it like the Temptations, but he had that. He had the Rolls Royces. He had about 6 Rolls Royces. This in the 70s, and everything. It was like he was. Y'all got to check him out. He only all his recordings is on YouTube now. Just check out Reverend Ike. Yeah, we call that the good hair. But yeah, so y'all want to go ahead and continue on to the anything else, the voting rights or fair housing or anything?
Oh, hold on, love. I think Copter came up here to answer me.
Oh, who?
Helicopter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey,
Hey,
helicopter.
hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Uh-huh.
What's up, OG? You over there working on the bike?
Yeah, I'm over here working on a
I
motorcycle,
hear
man. I've been
it.
listening, but I've been trying to get in, but my hands a little greasy right now. But yeah, I heard my name, and I was like, yeah, let me go on and take a little break real quick. But what's up? How y'all doing?
Great,
Yeah,
man.
we
Trying to
good,
get the
brother.
story good.
All right.
Yeah.
Marinate some chicken.
Everything good. Everything good.
Good. We going on 7 hours trying to get through with this. We only have 2 more sections to go, then 7 questions.
Now, only reason why I mentioned his name is because I've only spoken on what I've learned and what I've researched from what I've researched, right? So when I said that Black Boule are French nobles, melanated French nobles. That's that's what I've learned. That's what I've looked up. That's what I've heard from too, from personal experience, especially in the Louisiana, Texas region. That's what I got from them because from my experience, I've never heard about it anywhere else. So if I'm wrong, I don't want to be misinforming people. That's why I was like, well, shit. If you know more, let me know.
What I know, the French nobility, the descendants of the French nobles would be are the Creoles and the Cajuns down in New Orleans and a couple other places. And
Correct.
they were the ones that were the descendants of the Acadians. But we got to think about the word boule. Boule, that's the Greek. We're talking about the Divine Nine, the Greek organizations, right?
Yeah, it is Greek. It is Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, so the word boule itself is a Greek word. You know what I'm saying? That Greek word means like group or congregate or like a something like that, something to do with a group. You know what I'm saying? So I think whoever told you that they were French nobility, they just got their people mixed up because the boule and the Divine Nine wasn't started until like the early 1900s, about 100 years ago.
That's true too. That's
You know
documented
what I'm
as
saying? So
well.
the
But
French
but Boule
nobility's
is
been
not
around.
Divine Nine though. The Boule is
But
not part of the Divine Nine.
Yeah, that is the Divine Nine of the boule.
It's not part of the Divine Nine. It might sit above it like the Prince Hall Masons do, but it's not one of the Divine Nine organizations.
I
It is
thought
the divine
I
line.
thought
That's
all of the
correct.
Divine Nine together made up the boule.
Correct. But the boule started by itself.
exactly, that's what I heard too. See. Okay, now we get down to something because CB, you said you heard what I've heard, right, about the boule.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then helicopter is telling me, well, I knew that it was a Greek term, yes, but and I knew that well, I ain't gonna say I knew, but I've learned that it was a part of the Divine Nine. But I also heard that it was the first of that, and it came when the Haitians came out of Haiti,
It's
right?
possible. We were just arguing for the Haitians being considered the French during the colonial era, but the Divine Nine are, say
Where
capitals,
was
alphas, omegas.
Prince Hall from? Where was Prince
The
Hall born originally?
Prince
Because
Hall is the is the
he's not
Masonic
from
order.
America. Yeah,
It's
he's not from
Mason.
America either, and that's the first Masonic lodge melanated Masonic lodge in America. He's not from America. I
True,
can't
true, true.
remember.
But that's where I was that well, to me, that's how I got on this topic, because I heard somebody, the lady earlier, she kept talking about the Black Boule and the real KKKs and stuff like that being black. And I was saying that, hold on, we're talking about two different types of melanated people, because if you want to go there, they are technically not really even black. So that's why I got on this topic. But when I said what I said about the Boule, I'm like, oh, am I misinformed? So I'm trying to figure out, because one thing I know for sure is they're not us, even though a lot of us have been incorporated into their system, working with them or for them or being a puppet for them or whatever, but they're not us. So I was just trying to get my facts right about the back history of them, though.
Yeah, they're if you look at like the hierarchy of secret societies, they would be like above that. So the Divine Nine organizations are civically minded. They're integrated into the university system, and then a lot of those people, they graduate into the Masonic order or like the Boule. So there's people that are a member of both organizations. Eastern Star is another one. So like you do the, basically you're going through the circuit. So you might be in Jack and Jill, you might be in Cotillion, or the organizations that are supportive of like the children that belong to like Cap Alpha Psi or one of these other organizations. And then after your participation, you'll see people that are wearing the letters of these next level organizations after that.
See me, I'm not laughing at you, though. I'm laughing at Johnny profile pic, man. Whoever put that up there. Oh my God, bro. What?
That's
Oh
Johnny
yeah, baby.
Bravo.
I'm doing AI now, baby. I keep
That's
up with the
Johnny Bravo. That
technology and
ain't
all
Johnny
that,
Black.
man.
Hey,
That's
Johnny
how I
was
like it.
swole in that picture, dog. What the hell you been
Yeah,
eating,
yeah, baby. My arms skinny as hell, man. I went there and put the muscles on that joint, man.
man? Johnny over there, bed bucket for them Asians, man. You
Oh
still
man,
the best out
China,
of them
I
Asians?
had to show Asians some love, man, because China, my people, man. I be dealing with China, but I had to spoil the
See,
Asians in Mississippi, man. I put the spoil down on the Asians in Gulfport, Mississippi, Gulf Coast.
now,
Tragic, man.
now, Miss Love, you see why I was talking about bed winching and bed bucket last night, or we got to talk about this stuff, man. Johnny, come on, man. You can't
Hey,
be
let
over
me.
here with them Asians,
Oh
dog. You
man,
can't be
Team
doing that.
China really is Team China, man. I don't deal with the Asians too tough. I deal with Chinese, but I spoil the Asians because I feel they got their plight or whatever. So I support them every now and then. I might deal with the Asian, but for the most part, I just kick it with Chinese. I'm gonna give you a real fact about why I kick it with the Chinese. They the only country that pay us millions of dollars to play basketball. Fact, niggas. Who was doing that? Name a country that did that. Did Africa do that? No. Whatever European country did that? None. China's the only country that pay us millions of dollars to play basketball, niggas. So yeah, I'm
Hold
riding.
on, hold on, bro. France does it too now.
Nah, name one. Who played for France?
You got a French basketball team
No,
that a
who?
bunch of
What? I'm talking
My
about
cousin played overseas for
when
like
Allen
7 years.
Iverson went to China, when Stephon Marbury went to China, when Kenyon Martin went to China, when all these boys go to China and get millions of dollars and still be niggas. I ain't talking about already being over there. I'm talking about they cater to us. They like niggas. The Asians, they like everybody. They deal with everybody.
But
But
Johnny, you never heard of EuroLeague? Because I've definitely heard of EuroLeague.
dude,
Because
you
didn't
not who
Cheryl go over
played? Who
there?
played? Give
Bro,
me
He got a point. I get where Johnny
who
coming from.
played
Johnny
for him,
right,
bro.
I
You
got some
naming the
Korean
league? Who played
homeboys.
for him? Allen Iverson played for China. Stephon Marbury played for China. Kenyon Martin played for China. Name me
Mike
somebody in
Howard.
these other leagues. Millions of dollars, dude. Niggas. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. He's on point with that.
Yeah, so I support China because China support niggas. You know what I'm saying? So let me get my history, my American history moment. And I know, y'all might not be feeling me, man, but look, man, I think one of the greatest moments in American
We not there
history.
yet, Johnny. We not there yet. We not there yet. You gotta wait. We gonna get there, fam. I know what you
I
about
gotta
to say.
wait.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait, Johnny.
What I'm about to say.
I
What
already
I'm
know
about to
you
say.
about to. You already in the 2000s. Listen, we ain't there yet. We ain't even past the 2000s yet, Johnny.
Oh, what year we in? What year we in? What year we in?
We in like where we at right now,
We in the
Miss Love?
60s, 60s, 70s. We in the
Okay,
Yeah,
let
we
me
in the
ask y'all a
60s, 70s.
'60s,
question. Y'all was
dog.
just talking about Y'all was just
We
talking
in
about the boulets and all that. So if I
1954
was,
through 1968. We about to go into
okay, so
1970s to 1990.
uh huh.
Hey,
Hey, that's
Okay,
my
so
era right there.
if I was born Nation of Islam with like a serial number, am I a boule?
Nah,
What?
If
nah,
both of
man. They
my
work.
mother
The
and
Nation of
father
Islam
was
work
in the
hard, man.
temple,
They study,
if
man. They
if
study,
if my
study, study,
mother and
study.
father was in the temple and I was born as a certified child of the Nation of Islam, am I a boule?
I
You
don't
want me
think
to?
everybody in the nation is Boule, but there are some.
I can ask somebody.
So is the nation boule? So is Farrakhan a boule? Like I don't know. I heard this boule stuff coming late. Like it's like
Nah,
If I had to wager, I would say he is.
I just
no, he
stayed
isn't.
nation, man. I was born nation. I stayed nation. I was raised Christian. Went to mass, been to Catholic church. I'm a member of a parish and all that. But I stayed nation. I didn't do all these subgroups and subsects and all that. I mean, I respect it and all that, but it seemed like I don't. White people do it too with the conspiracy theory, but black people got to think about like Masons and secret societies. It's like you're giving it a lot of energy that it don't even deserve. It's like a club. It's just a regular club of people, man. They ain't all that Illuminati and all that. They just some regular people walking the streets. They bleed just like we bleed, man. They just went to college just like we went to college. They might do some rituals that's a little strange, but who don't do strange
Well,
rituals?
yeah, it's
Can I
brotherhood.
ask you a question?
I think you're right though. And Ramon, you if you know more than I do about Farrakhan, I apologize. I didn't want to say that wrong, but those people at that level are the ones that I would say are in that organization.
No,
Oh,
I
so you
wouldn't
got to
say
be
so. I wouldn't
pedigree.
say
You got
that.
to be
I was gonna ask
elite of
Johnny.
that.
I was
Okay.
gonna ask Johnny if he felt that the Nation of Islam was the way to go. Because I think if America was really put onto the Nation of Islam and the way they operate, a lot of our problems would be solved.
Man, I stayed nation, man. Like I was born nation. Heard the story of Malcolm and all that. And the thing, I love Malcolm and everything. But what
I'm talking about
Malcolm did,
advising and Farrakhan.
yeah, I stayed nation, man. I stayed nation. I'm about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Minister Louis Farrakhan. Malcolm just showed us why we need to stay nation because we
They don't even
USA,
know.
we
For,
American. It's about our
for
country first.
Muhammad,
We
they don't
wouldn't
even
have
know
the
about Master.
Master Fard Muhammad. Yeah,
They
he
say
came from
they say things
Britain.
about him. They talk
Yeah,
bad about
but
him, but look what he
we
was able to
American.
establish.
It's based on
Look,
being American, though. Like we
yeah,
wouldn't be able to practice religion on U.S. soil without the laws that protect us, the First Amendment, the freedom of religion. That's what make us Muslim. That's what make the Nation of Islam Muslim. They don't accept us as Muslims in them other countries, but who cares? Because the laws help us practice religion. Without the laws that protect us to practice religion, we wouldn't be able to practice it. Okay, it wouldn't exist. It'd be like China. We'd be locked up for saying we Christian and stuff like that. So yeah, I stayed Nation of Islam, raised Christian. I had a beautiful real pine Christmas tree with the rocks in it and the water in the white bucket. 18 years of my childhood, man. So I love Jesus. I serve Christ. But I'm a Nation of Islam. I was born Nation of Islam. I'm always gonna be that. So,
Hey,
okay.
hold
you
on.
know,
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
Did anybody have any other pertinent things to say about this era, or can we move on?
We can move on.
All right, y'all.
After
Let's.
that,
that's
we please
one
move
thing I had
on.
to say. One thing I had to say: the African people from African descent cannot say that we did not embrace them in America during the '90s.
Okay. All right. So let's go to 1970 through the 1990s. School
early
desegregation.
90s or 1990, like
1990s. So
okay, 80s. Okay. hmm
school desegregation efforts continue. Affirmative action expands. Debates over crime, policing, and economic inequality become increasingly prominent.
70.
Democrats failed us the whole time. Well, not I ain't gonna say they failed, but they fell short in a lot of ways because Joe Biden, and Bill Clinton did a number on us with that crime bill.
Bill Clinton
Them
wasn't
crime
there,
bills.
dude. That wasn't Bill Clinton. That was Reagan and Bush one.
Bill Clinton did sign an anti-crime
Not
bill.
in the 80s, dude.
That was in the '90s.
You talking about three strike rule, Ramon?
That was that we talking. That's
That's
Reagan
Clinton.
and Daddy
I mean,
and Granddaddy
yeah. My
Bush.
bad, my bad, my bad.
Reagan and
I know
Granddaddy
what you
Bush was
meant
the
though.
80s.
Yeah, but that three strike rule did harm us. It hurt our community very badly.
Oh
And
yeah, it
Clinton,
tore us up.
yeah,
With
that
the
was a mistake.
smack
I got a
epidemic,
different
that was rough.
perspective on. I got a different perspective on the chain gang, dude. Like, where would we be without the chain gang? Actually, everybody don't get to go to prison, right?
I
Like,
mean,
where would
some
you know how many
do the
black
crime.
jobs are in the prison system? You know how many black police officers, black correctional officers, black probation officers, black social workers? You know how many jobs was created for black people by the criminal justice system? If you go to any college now, especially the black college, it ain't gonna be nothing but a bunch of black people on criminal justice. That was my thing, because I was a psych major and I used to tease the criminal justice majors. Like, I used to call them slaves, but just kidding. Jewish lawyers, yeah, but I don't know
All of
about white
them.
lawyers, but we did Jewish
Well, no, I
lawyers.
mean
Yeah.
like everybody. So it's not just
Oh, my
it's
bad.
not just black people. It's
I love TikTok. Stop.
During that time, the 70s, 80s, and 90s was when the next generation of the black blue was born through the college system, and like you said, through the criminal justice system and getting into the government job and corporate sector. Yes,
And
sir.
can't forget about the rat, the
Hold on,
hard,
y'all.
and the butter and the
Hold
fish
on,
scales. Like
hold
that
on,
made
real
us
quick.
rich.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. Miss Love.
Yeah, hey, Hankman. Hankman. All right, go ahead, Johnny.
About the hard, the butter and the fish scales. That made us rich as a community. I know a lot of people lost, and the AIDS epidemic came out, but everybody didn't lose, man. I'm gonna take a stretch. I'm gonna say without CRACK and the culture, there would have been no Barack Obama.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to say this too. Them immigrants flooded in that whole time. That when the 70s hit, it was open season on the black community. It was strictly open season on the black community. We done got all these things we fought for, and DEI never benefited our people.
Who?
Okay.
How you skip D? It stops at 90, dude. Like
No, I'm talking about after
decades.
the 70s, after we got the civil rights, after we got all these other different immigration acts put into play, all these fair, with quote unquote fair bills put into play for our people, we didn't benefit anything.
Where you from,
after
dude? Like, how do you mean you didn't? Do you realize I just left Gulfport, Mississippi,
Johnny.
right? Gulfport, listen to what I'm saying, dude. Gulfport, Mississippi got 2 Walmarts. It got one by the airport and it got one up the road. Now,
Johnny,
if
you gotta
we were
quit to
still
have this
segregated,
conversation,
dude,
sir.
if we still was segregated, we wouldn't even been able to go to the neighborhood Walmart because it would have been a white Walmart. Some people live in towns where they only have one Walmart. Would that be fair for that to be the white Walmart? And the black people will have to go shop at the farm? I mean, y'all be talking all this segregation didn't help us. We wouldn't even be able to go to schools, dude. I wouldn't have been able to go to Johns. I might have been able to go to Hopkins,
Johnny,
but I
you
might
ain't
not have been
listening
able to
to
go to
nothing I
college.
said, bro. You ain't
Johnny,
listening
you
to
You
nothing.
tripping a little
you
bit.
said it didn't help us, though.
You
I
tripping a
heard
little
what you
bit,
said.
Johnny, because we definitely would have had our own.
How? Prove that?
What you mean
that
prove
was the
that?
bulldozing of
We
Black
wouldn't have went to
America at
their
that point.
schools, but we would have had our own
How
schools.
can
We
you say
already
that's
had
real,
our
though?
own things.
How can you say that's real, though?
What do you
How
mean?
can
We
you
already
prove that's a fact?
that we had our own things.
That we would have had. How's that a
What
fact?
you mean? It's not.
We
It's
were an
not.
institution.
We had our own things. It's not no. We would have. We had our own
What? Like what?
before
What are you talking
before
about?
integration. We
Like
had our
what?
own.
Like what?
We had
What
our
we
own
had?
neighborhoods. We had our own stores. We had our own schools. We had our own
What
doctors.
schools did we
We
have
had
that
our
we
own
owned,
laws.
that we
Top to
created
bottom
ourselves?
societies.
NC Central,
What? Hold on,
Winston
hold
Salem
on.
State, Shaw.
Ramon, you ain't got to explain to him. This
No,
is
so
the
the whole
truth.
country. No, he do gotta explain. This is a conversation, man.
Johnny, how you don't know? How you
What do
don't
you?
know? You
No, I
FBA.
ain't. Look, I'm gonna tell you honestly, bro, because I'm open to
And
conversation.
you from the
And I'm
DMV, you
no
supposed to
listen.
know better.
Listen to what I'm
DC was
telling you.
all black.
No, listen to what I'm
That's what
telling
I
you,
heard.
dude.
I heard
Yeah,
DC
100.
was
Yeah,
all black.
it was like 80% black. So listen to what I'm telling you.
90%
In
is
school,
what I'm hearing.
and it might have been 90. It was all black. But in school, we learned black history, and I got to be honest with you, we learned nothing about Confederate Negro history. So whatever was going on in the South, we didn't learn in black history in school. So I'm learning all this now through TikTok. TikTok has told me about the indigenous.
Told you
TikTok has
no,
told me
sir.
about Black Wall Street.
Yeah,
TikTok
you
has told
told
me
me
about
this.
all
You
that.
told me this, Love. Love told me this earlier, and it's like you saying right now. This stuff is blowing my mind because everything right now that you telling me you didn't learn that you're learning now. This is like basic information for East Texas native like
They
me.
failed us
But
up north.
hey, I'm here
Yeah,
for it though.
I'm 10 years younger than Johnny, so I'm a decade behind, and I didn't learn none of that shit either. I ain't learned all that stuff until I got into the military and really started traveling overseas and coming in contact with different cultures and seeing different libraries and different books and shit. But man, we ain't learned none of that stuff.
That
You
hey,
kind
Now
of,
we
you
ain't
kind of,
learned nothing
in
about
essence,
that.
this is wild because I saw a TikTok yesterday of a young black man saying that people really knew, if like, and when I say that, I'm saying all of us, if all of us actually knew the true history, we could have been done turned things around. But as I'm coming to realize, it's a lot of people out here, probably more than I would think, that don't know, that are just now learning now.
I'm trying to figure out
And
this
that's
what
why
we
we
could
are
have
where we're at
had
now.
and what we could have done versus what we actually have done now. We actually have accomplished a lot. I mean, there's
Nobody's
great
saying we
black
haven't.
people in this
Nobody's
world.
saying we haven't, Johnny. Nobody's saying we haven't. All I was telling you is that we did have those things, and when integration happened, instead of continuing on with our stuff, we just went along with their shit.
Understand what you said because I'm down here in the South now, and I can see how integration may have harmed the black community because the black community is strong in the South. They own land, they have their own stuff, they have their own stores, they have their own
Exactly.
farms. So up north, we didn't have all that. So
For
we
that,
had to
I feel
shop.
that. I feel
So
that
we had
though.
to shop. So without integration and segregation, we wouldn't have been able to shop at the mall, dude. We wouldn't have been able to swim at the county pool. We wouldn't have been able to do nothing. We would have been walking the streets, eating possums and coons
I
and
respect
squirrels and
that
stuff,
perspective.
man. So
That's a good
in
perspective,
order to
bro.
go to the airport, dude, we needed
Hey,
segregation. They would have had white only planes, dude.
Okay,
Hey,
now, oh,
Johnny.
go ahead, Charles. My bad.
So, so, uh, okay. I just want to ask Johnny one quick question. So, knowing what you know today, if you could roll it back 25 years from now and you still know what you know today, okay? How do you think you would turn out now?
Okay, can you
Be
read?
for the better or for the
You
worse?
said the 25 years in the future or 25 years in the
Okay,
past?
knowing what, okay, taking the knowledge that you have right now, okay, that you have accumulated,
Uh
and
huh.
knowing what you know about our history,
Uh huh.
if you could have learned this 25 years ago, where do you think you would have been right now? For the
Honestly,
better or for the worse?
I'm gonna try my best not to sound arrogant. Like I said, I was born Nation of Islam, dude. I learned a lot. I was following the minister Louis Farrakhan all my life. Going to, I've been to mass a few times. So 25 years would take me to 2000. I was in Autry State Prison. Like, and I'm not trying to say this to be offensive, or whatever like that. Like I said, we didn't learn a lot of this in school, man, because people forgot that there was a war and the South lost. So their whole history really was irrelevant to the curriculum of the public school system. So a lot of this stuff that we're talking about when you're dealing with the South, that's why I call it Confederate Negro history, because it was Confederate history. It's the states that people populated in the Confederacy. And some of these people went to war with the North, for the Confederacy. So I love my people, all my people. I'm down here with them. I love them. I love. I kind of got the hots for me now. I got the hots for me now. It's strange, but you know, it is what it is, man. The Union, the USA, man, we rule, man. This is our country, man. FBA, baby. You know what I'm saying? My
And
grandfather in
I,
Arlington Cemetery, dude. You know what I'm
Already.
saying? We fought, we won, we got money, we got rich. We succeeded. We got W's, man. Everybody ain't got W's. Some people got L's, but get a small win, get a small win or something.
But they
Stop
say a
crying.
win is a win as long as you walk out with that
so your
W. That's all
dad,
that matters.
Yeah, get a
so your dad
small
held
win.
you as a higher standard, correct,
My dad, you talking about my
Johnny?
dad? Yeah.
Would you would you say that your dad held you at a higher standard?
My dad was honestly, I'm not even stretching it. My dad was gangster. Like he Maryland, DC gangster dude. He was in the streets in the 80s and all that. So my father just wanted me to be a hard man. My father wanted me to be a hard. My father wanted me to be a gangster. Now my community, Maryland public school system, held me to an extremely high. I didn't get a chance to complain. I was in tag when it first came out. I was a magnet when it first came out. So I couldn't complain about being black or having a disadvantage. I had to go in there and whoop ass with the grades. I had to go in there and be smarter than the whites, smarter than the Chinese, smarter than the small hats, smarter than the Asians, I had to be smarter than the Germans. I had to be the smartest kid in the class. They put that pressure on me to be great. And I'm still going through it. I just went through it in Mississippi. So I got to take that pressure. Like Vic said, you got to put the team on your shoulders sometimes. You got to go out there and get it done like you did in Green Bay in the snow, man. You know, you gotta go out there and be a champion, man. Americans are champions, man. We superheroes, dude. You know, socialism has degraded, the
Rise to the
spirit of the
occasion.
black community, man. Socialism has degraded the spirit of the black community, man. We gotta be awesome, man. We can't be everybody eat the same loaf of bread and bologna and pack of cheese, man. We gotta go out here and hunt. We gotta go out here and achieve and conquer, man. Like Hannibal, man, or Carthage, man. We gotta go out here and make something of ourselves and be great, man. That's what that's that nation shit. I
Can
was
we get
born like
back to
that.
the
That's well.
timeline,
That's well.
please? Because this is
That's
crazy.
well said. I appreciate you. No, I
Okay.
was wondering because my dad was in that same type of stuff with the Muslim and everything. I got 8mm films of Louis Farrakhan right now sitting on the patio. I just got to get a projector in order to play it.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, yeah. So the efforts. So I guess the South, even though we were supposed to have desegregation of schools, I'm assuming places in the North and the South during this. Oh no, we in the 90s. Oh no, yeah,
Yes, there
right.
was a
So
lot I
it was
wanted to
still,
cover.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
At
was still a
90.
lot of people not saying hell no to the blacks, huh?
Yes, all of our stuff got marginalized. I just watched a documentary of what it was like when they tried to integrate the Mexicans into the schools over there in California. And a lot of our people wasn't having it. There was a lot of fights breaking out between us and them. I've never been to Cali, but I'm dang sure gonna go over there and try to find some more film over there of that, and see if I can see any more like news stories that were happening at that time. R.I.P. Latasha Harlan over there when them Koreans had pewed her down. And the funny part is when we're talking about YT people of this country or whatever, we got to include the immigrants because they're YT supremacists as well. These people have always sided with the YT supremacists. They are YT supremacists. So, when we get to the 80s with the like Ramon said, the smack era, we had the shower posse coming over here. These are also foreigners. These are Jamaicans and Haitians coming over here to fill our community with DURGSs and to get us hooked on stuff. And they
Man,
proudly,
that's not true though, man. Why you lying on
that is
Jamaica like
true.
that,
That
man?
is true,
Man, you
Johnny.
can't be
That is
lying on
true.
Jamaica like that. That
Okay.
shit don't grow in Jamaica.
So who came from Jamaica?
Does it grow in Jamaica?
It's not that they grew in Jamaica. They literally worked with the
Okay.
three-letter
So why is
agencies. Not to
Jamaica
say they
catching the
grew it.
smoke?
They
Why is
served it.
Jamaica catching the smoke if it don't
The
grow in
shower
Jamaica?
posse's from Jamaica.
Yeah,
And they had
but who
Haitian
ain't
blood.
The shower
anybody
posse
that
catching
held it, but it don't
the
grow in Jamaica, and
You're
Jamaica
right, but
didn't
the
get caught
shower
on
cat,
play.
the shower posse catching the smoke is because they was the one that controlled the entire I-95 corridor from New York down to Miami. The Cubans brought it in, they passed it all to the shower posse, and the shower posse distributed that shit all along the I-95 corridor, bro. That's why they got all the smoke.
Never heard of them. I heard of them a little bit. I went to the dancehall reggae clubs and everything, so I done seen Jamaicans. I done been in the streets with Jamaicans. I mean, they was alright, but they wasn't all that. And you from DC, you know better than that. I ain't never heard Rayfus getting nothing from no Jamaicans.
My daddy was in the street just like mine was, bro. I remember the day my daddy came home complaining about them Jamaicans. He said these mother
Oh,
effers
they
is
was brutal.
ruthless.
Oh, they was
Yeah,
ruthless.
that's all everybody said. He was like, man, these MFs is ruthless. He was like, man, these people don't have no gods, bro. That's how
No,
bad
they
these
was
folks
ruthless,
are.
dude. They was like
You know what I'm
gorillas.
saying?
They was part of that whole movement.
But
They
they
was
was
running
real
around
though.
with
But
machetes and stuff.
The Colombians was gorillas too. The
And the
Colombians was rough
shower
too.
posse worked with three-letter agencies, which was the point that I was trying to make. They worked with the YT supremacists hand in hand
Dude,
to
everybody
undermine
worked with the
us.
white T supremacists to get ahead, dude. How you gonna get
Yeah,
ahead without
not
the white
us
T?
though. We didn't sign no treaties. We didn't sit up here and make deals with them. We didn't make no shower posse
I
and
mean,
flood our
we
own
have
community.
jobs with them. We work for them and get paid a check.
That's not working with the shower posse, sir, and flooding DURGS into our community.
Dude,
We work in the
I
military. We
mean,
work
you
in
acting
federal
like, so
jobs.
what if I was getting my work from the U.S. Marshal directly? So what
Then
if the
good.
U.S.
You need to be
Marshal was
working for the
black?
U.S. Marshals so you can
No,
deport
what if
that
the U.S.
Chinese helper
Marshals
in
was
that
black,
profile
dude?
picture.
No, I'm
That's
saying,
what you
what if
need
the
to
U.S.
do.
Marshal was black and I was getting the work from the U.S. Marshal without any help from the Jamaicans or whatever like that? Because to grow in this,
And then
South
doing what
America
with it? And doing what with it?
and flooding the community with
Then
it.
you would be a sellout.
That ain't a sellout. I was getting money. I'm trying to get money. I'm trying to get paid. I want to get rich.
So you gonna hurt your people to make the money,
See,
Johnny?
some people was getting hurt anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm talking about from the perspective of the 80s. Like the 80s, that epidemic put
Nino
us in
Brown.
a situation where we had money that we never had before in the history of our race. So
To
what is you
sell out
talking
your
The
about?
people.
80s was something.
We
It's a
ain't
lot
never
of
had
our
money
family
like that.
members that
Hey,
if
FBA,
y'all look at it
room.
as sellouts, I'm for
Y'all
real.
ain't got money
Hold
like we
on, Johnny.
had.
Hold on, Johnny. Listen,
Yeah.
I ain't trying to. I'm not. It ain't no excuses. It is what it is. But I'm just saying, y'all take a deep look. If you look at the Black American people selling drugs in the 80s as sellouts, look within your family. Um, I'm trying to say, I ain't gonna say every single Black American, they at least know one or had one in their family member who sold some kind of pharmaceuticals at one point in time in y'all lineage history. But I'm
Listen,
just saying.
that's not what I'm saying, Miss Love. What I'm
Uh-huh.
saying is the shower posse, the foreigners worked
Oh yeah,
with
I know
the
what you're saying. But
yeah.
I see what Johnny's saying too. Johnny trying to make it, painted
He's
as
saying he
some
getting
sort
it
of
from the feds just like them.
entrepreneurship.
He crazy.
But he's trying to paint it as like entrepreneurship, some form of
Yeah, that's what
entrepreneurship.
I'm saying,
And
love.
a
I'm trying
lot of
to
people, a lot of people got that mindset
No,
that
I'm
it
saying the
is a
centuries
form.
before. The
I'm just
centuries
saying.
before.
Thank
The
you,
centuries
thank you,
You
we
Dr.
know,
existed in
love.
Joe.
You
America,
know,
right?
love. Back in the '80s, when that era was getting big, you never knew who had it back in the day because some people was out loud with it, and you could tell, but other people was moving a lot of work, and you couldn't even tell. Like Johnny said, you
Like a
just,
business.
yeah,
No,
it
I mean,
really
I
I'm
make
just
it
not
want to
talking
happen.
because
about that.
I heard this from I heard Atlanta dude in Wright Street told me this, man. We was talking about Florida and Miami, and the ATL dude was like, "Look, man, we got to show Miami love because without Miami bringing that work to ATL, we would never had the life."
Hold on, Johnny. I ain't mean to cut you off, but Maroon, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, that's not a good
Yeah,
thing to be
he said
pumping
he would get it from
into
the
our
feds.
community. But I'm telling you, a lot of
That's
people,
who
a
had
lot
it.
of Black people who didn't, for some reason or another, they education was limited. They found that to be some of them thought it could be a way out. Some of
I
them
agree.
really like
I
a
agree.
business. Some of them started businesses from that. But I'm just saying, it's amazing that what we got to go through and how Black Americans really got to get it out the mud in this country.
I agree, Miss Love. That's different than working with a three-letter agency, though.
Oh
That's
yeah,
What's wrong with
no.
that's
that?
Hey,
That's
completely
who
Maroon.
got the
different.
work. That's who got the work, dude.
Yeah, that's what
No,
that's
we could
no,
we could get it
Maroon.
from
literally.
overseas, man. Come on now,
How
you
you
know
gonna
you
do
know
Maroon.
that? You
better
got a
than that.
plane?
No,
You got a plane,
that's
bro?
you just answered the question. How you think it was getting over here from there to here? We didn't have
No,
access to a lot of that stuff.
right.
I
But
don't.
the
I don't
people
think
we
FB
met with,
Maroon understand what
listen
I'm
what I'm
saying,
saying.
bro.
The
Before
people
before
we
that
met
came
with,
out,
hold on, Johnny. The people we met with was not the feds in order to get it. That's what the point I'm trying to make.
that
We
might
was
be you and your
hustling.
hood. We was getting it from the feds, dude.
Yeah,
You want me to
but
pull up some court
who do you
cases?
think that was
You
Maybe
want me to
in
pull up
maybe
some
in where you
feds that got
from, but
locked up from giving it
not
to
in
us?
Florida, dude.
Yeah,
Well, y'all
not
was getting. I
it
guess the
wasn't like
Cubans.
a
Hold
police
on,
officer.
Johnny.
Hey, but check this out. What I'm
Maroon.
saying, Maroon, and what I want Maroon.
He's not far off.
Yeah, I understand he in Florida. He getting it from the Cubans and all that. But yeah, what I'm saying, FB, I want you to understand we was on government cheese. I don't know if you ever seen the big block of government cheese,
Yeah, I've
and
seen
we
it
was on
before.
peanut butter and the honey, and we
the
was
powder
eating pig
milk.
feet, and we was eating chitlins, and we was walking around in rags. Literally, dude. Everybody was on welfare. So when that came out, guess what we got now? Now we got cars. Now we got jewelry and clothes. Now we eating steak. Now we eating fish and all that. We driving nice cars. We buying houses. What is you talking about?
Dude, you
We
Johnny,
had
you
nothing before
conflating
that.
arguments. You conflating arguments. You're
I'm
not
not
listening to what I'm
conflating
saying.
nothing. You understand the reality of that though?
Oh my God. All right,
I
Johnny,
don't
you
think you
got it.
do, man.
You not understand what I'm saying. You conflating arguments. That's not what I'm
I'm not
saying.
conflating the argument. You saying,
I don't knock the hustlers. I'm saying we didn't get it from the feds though. We did
yeah, we
not
did
just
get it
go
from
up
the
to the
feds, dude. We
feds
did get it from the
and
feds. We got it
all
from the
right.
feds.
Okay,
Y'all
well
might
you
have got
got
it
it
from
from
the
the
Maroon.
feds.
Cubans.
You got
We
it from
got
the
it from the
feds.
feds.
You
Wait
say
a
that.
minute. So what was that called? The California. What was that called?
The
It's like
food stamp card, the EBT
no,
card,
no. When the government for guns, Nicaragua. Hold on.
the Bay of
Iran Contra.
Pigs, the Iran
The
Contra thing.
Contra, the Contra
Yeah,
war.
Yeah, the
the Oliver
Contras.
North and all that. I
Wasn't
don't
nobody
recall.
getting it from the government then?
Yeah, we was getting from the government. FBA Maroon just young, man.
The
No.
military.
Go ahead, Charles.
Dude,
Go ahead.
dude, the
The
FBA Marine, it's a
military.
case. They just
Or
had
if
a
you
case
watch
in
on
North Mississippi.
American
They just
Gangster,
had
they
a
were bringing
case
it in the
in North
caskets.
Mississippi where the sheriff department was indicted. okay, for handing out substances to the community, man. So what is you talking about, dude? You get it from the police,
You not
dude.
understand what I'm saying.
The police
Sometimes
handing out the work.
a
Hey,
lot of times our
Maroon.
people didn't. Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead, because Charles wanted to ask.
Hey, no, Maroon. He's not far off. I'll give you an instance, okay? Back in, I want to say it was the 90s, in Miami, Florida, there was a seizure of 3 tons of cocaine. They were on the news. They
TikTok
say
shop.
at midnight we're going to burn it at midnight. All that 3 tons of cocaine was put back on the street by the
I love
feds.
TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop.
Tons.
No, I get that.
Yo.
Listen, I get all that. Hey sis, I get all that. I get all that. That's what I'm trying to say is it wasn't all of us selling out, working with these people like the shower posse was doing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Johnny trying to paint this picture like we were the
Dude, I
shower
don't know how
posse.
you glazing the Jamaicans like that, though.
No,
Like
no,
you,
no. I ain't
it's
putting
like
no
you
cape on for
glazing
no
them. Like they
immigrants.
wasn't all
Johnny. I
Well,
that.
ain't gonna let
there
you
was
do
a
that up here.
leader
I
that
mean,
was
they was
interviewed.
alright, but they
There was a
wasn't
leader that
all
was
that.
interviewed that said that they were told where to take it.
It wasn't that
Exactly.
many of them,
It's on
dude.
footage, Johnny.
Yeah, but it wasn't that many of them. You talking about like one gang?
Oh my God. All right.
Man, you ain't gonna sit here and act like the Jamaicans had the
No,
whole East
I know
Coast
you like your
locked.
Jamaicans. You can eat your
No,
curry
I'm saying
chicken
no. The
and jerk
Jamaicans are
chicken.
And
not
the
like the
Chinese,
Cubans, dude.
Johnny, and the Persians. I mean,
No, the
Right.
and the
Jamaicans are not like the
Persians.
Cubans, dude. Like you putting the Jamaicans up there like they on the level with the Cubans and Colombians or something. They not on that level, dude.
The American.
They ain't
They
never been on
work
that
with the
level.
feds, Johnny, to
In
undermine our
Florida, they
community.
were.
Right.
In Florida, not up north. They
They
not.
handled the ports.
Yeah,
That wasn't
Jamaicans,
just the
not even
story.
Mexicans. Jamaicans ain't even on the same level as Mexicans, dude. They just regular, dude. They Dominicans and all kinds of dark skinned immigrants
Hey,
had work, dude.
Johnny. So before these big waves of immigration, man, we went through 1492, and it seemed like Black Americans. Not saying we not upstanding now, but something happened. It
Yeah,
seemed like
we wanted one.
we
We
started.
learned vice.
No, it seemed like when all these other people started coming over here, I'm starting to see the change in these timelines and our reaction to certain timeline periods.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we
Uh-huh.
became dark. It was a dark 80s was a dark decade. That's when all the
I
horror
think
movies
the
came out.
immigrants was good and comfortable in here by the 1980s.
Yeah, the 80s
Miss
was a
Love,
dark decade.
Go ahead,
Miss,
Maroon.
have you seen the documentary yet of the Haitians and Cubans overtaking jobs in Miami in the
No,
70s?
no.
I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it to you so you can watch it. Cause he not being perfectly honest about immigration because he want his 90-day
No, man,
fiancés.
I'm just letting you know, man. Don't be glazing us up on Jamaicans
Nah, man,
like they
nah.
was
Immigration
Colombians
hurt
and
our community.
Cubans and all that, man. We
And
ain't
then the
heard it. I
more
mean, Jamaica
Africans
was
they
all
brought,
right. They was all
like
right. It wasn't all that, man. You acting
So,
like
loves,
they wasn't to be fed. Wasn't nobody
Go
scared of
ahead.
loves.
What's
Jamaicans.
When
wrong,
if you're
Johnny? Go
if you're
ahead.
still keeping track, loves,
Yeah.
the score for white tea Americans. I think this is
Man.
also the time when they started like becoming cools, like Hulk Hogan and all that stuff in the mid
Oh,
'90s.
okay.
Like I think that's when the white tea experience started to peak. But then I think it was probably maybe a good 10 years, and then it started to go back the other way.
When was the peak of YT sitcoms on TV? Like I know I
When?
Love Lucy.
Seinfeld.
Wasn't that like the 50s?
Nah, before that, right?
Friends.
Nah,
Thank
before you talking
you,
about
Dr.
before that,
Pepper.
right? We still in the 80s, right?
Friends. No, I would say
John
Friends.
He
Wayne.
Nah,
said he said the
I think
peak.
she's
She
talking
said
about
the
like
peak.
Full House and
No,
what
like
is it?
John Wayne, like
Oh, you talking about John Wayne?
the Duke.
I
I
thought you
Love
talking about like
Lucy.
I thought
Those
you talking about like
shows.
Full House. Remember Full House and
No, we ain't
what?
talking about Full House. I'm talking about the height of the year, of white sitcoms, because we really didn't have our
Oh yeah,
sitcoms.
that's definitely Dennis the Menace, My Three Sons,
You
Bewitched,
talking about
I Dream
like
of
Leave It to
Jeannie.
Beaver?
Yeah, Leave It to
No, I'm
Beaver.
talking about like I Love Lucy era.
Yeah,
The
the black and
Duke,
white, all
That's
that.
like the
John
peak.
Wayne, the westerns when they had, I don't know who them people they had
Yeah, they
playing
had a lock on it.
indigenous people.
And then the Small Hats kind of took that over in the 60s. The movie started
Bonanza.
changing.
But yeah, Bonanza era.
Hey, love, you sound like a
Dukes.
fan.
Dukes of
Did you see
Hazzard.
how the westerns changed in the 60s? Like the Small Hats took it and they started getting like psychotic and dark, where the 50s westerns were like lily white. But once
Yeah.
it got into the 60s, it started getting that like European type influence on it.
Yeah, something definitely changed. Okay, yep. Y'all want to go ahead and continue?
So we
Got it.
already got to the crime bill. We already got through 95. So where are we at now?
No, I think we just start in the '90s. CB the Gifted. I think we just start in the '90s, right?
The 90s is when it's all changed because it was the pre-era right before social media.
And we was pumping
Two.
though, man. Like in the early '90s, the epidemic was still strong, and then the violence and everything like that, and the immigrants, like I was talking about. And I think they had to stop the bleed because we was blowing up, man. Like the hip
Right.
hop, rap came out, our shows
Yep,
But
started
that's what
jumping.
you're
also,
going to say.
Johnny, yeah,
We
but also, Johnny, now looking at this timeline, it seemed like our economic wealth started to really, they said, became increasingly prominent.
yeah, like a
Economic
threat.
equality. So I'm thinking our money started going down too. I'm just starting to see the effect, it seemed like, after immigration.
You know the thing about the immigrants
With
back then,
with
though.
money, our wealth going down, like, we can't hold the black
Yes.
dollar in the black community. It's like they saying it's still an issue. This is the 1970s through the 90s, and this 2026.
I don't
We
remember any
talking about that
animosity
same
though.
issue. I'm
I
talking
don't
about
remember any
we talking
animosity.
about. Hold on, Johnny.
All
We
right.
talking about black wealth
Mm-hmm.
diminishing in 2026. And that was on the timeline for 1970 and 1990. So can
Uh-huh.
y'all imagine how much wealth we've lost?
Yeah, it's
A
it's
lot.
the Arabian gas stations, the Chinese dry cleaners, like they start, the big banks, the small hat banks, all those things started moving into our communities around that time, and so we weren't passing the money through our hands at that point.
I think a lot of people just lost with the internet. Like we still at the '90s, so I was trying to focus on the '90s, but we were an economic threat and all that. Now we talk about the mid '90s when the internet came out. Like I say, I'm kind of hard on black people for that. We didn't elevate into STEM. Now we was looking for cash, and cash was no longer available. You got black people still running around acting like they about to get some money, like some cash in the streets. Ain't no cash. They don't even got PayPal. They don't know how to use phones. They ain't getting no money because ain't no money to get. There's no cash to be gotten. So when cash left the streets, a lot of wealth left the black community because the black people didn't know how to get wealth in other ways. But the cash is gone, man. This ain't the '90s no more, man. Ain't nobody got $50,000 in their mattress and their couch no more. Them days is over, and they ain't never coming back.
All right. Another
Yep,
thing
it's
that
all
happened,
digital.
another thing I wanted to mention is in 1989, something that a lot of people are skipping over is that term, African American, another reclassification attempt. Well, I mean, they got it on paper, but you know what I'm saying? That really harmed our community and them trying to make us immigrants in our own homeland, which is devastating. And then the things that happened after the term came about with all them Africans starting to come over in the 90s and early 2000s. Well, we ain't there yet, but again, like Miss Love said, all them shops coming over here, them coming over here getting business loans, grants and stuff that we were never offered. Yeah,
You know
that
the
also
difference
started
between
happening.
that is FBA Maroon. Like I said, I was born Nation of Islam, and you got Seventh Day Adventists, you got Catholics, you got Baptists. Man, we didn't care nothing about no immigrants. You know why? Because we was better than them. Like we was allowed to be arrogant. We was allowed to be awesome. Now y'all got this weak, this y'all generation, the millennial and the Gen Z. Y'all got this weak personality where people just supposed to let y'all get stuff with no effort. Like we had to go out there and fight. We had to go out there and be
Hey,
great, man. We didn't care about no bum ass immigrants, man. We was
well, I don't
murdering
work,
them.
Johnny. So you say I
We
don't
was
work.
murdering the immigrants.
So you
We
think
was
I don't
murdering them.
believe in working? That's what you're
No,
trying to
I
say.
ain't saying that. I'm just saying that, but I'm talking about the perspective you coming about. Like the immigrants were never a threat. We was marrying them, dude, having kids by them and stuff like that.
Right. That's an
The immigrants
issue.
weren't a thing, an issue. We was better than them, dude.
Yeah, but y'all had a bunch of immigrants in the Nation of Islam. If we
Yeah,
really
but
want
we
to,
was better than immigrant. American citizens are better than immigrants, dude. Oh,
yeah, but you
I
don't
mean,
understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about working with the YT supremacists. These people
dude,
came over
what is
here.
this? What is this fetish you got with white tea supremacy? You got a
That's
fetish,
what we're
dude.
talking about right now, Johnny. That's literally the subject. We're
The
literally
immigrants
talking about
working with the
YT
white
supremacy.
cities. Okay, so they're slaves. You got a problem with the immigrants being slaves?
They are not slaves. These people
Yeah,
can
they are
actually
slaves. Illegal
come over.
immigrants are
Okay, come
definitely
over here to North
slaves.
Dallas and let me know if you think these.
Illegal immigrants are definitely
No, no,
slaves.
no. Come over here to North Dallas. Let me see if you think these
Dude,
Punjabis walking
illegal
around here like
immigrants,
slaves. Just because
Illegal
they look
immigrants
funky
are
and dirty don't
slaves.
mean that these people act like slaves. These people
Okay,
get
let me
treated
tell
like
you
royalty
though.
over
Let
here.
me tell you this though. Fact: an illegal immigrant is definitely a slave because they're
Why
criminals.
did the Asians get an HATE
Because
crime bill?
they're not illegal immigrants. Either you're
Man,
an
you
illegal
tripping.
immigrant or
We
you're
talking
not.
about immigrants as a whole.
Okay, so
Immigration
and
as a
this is what
whole
I'm
hurt our
talking
community.
about. We was raised to compete with the elite of the immigrants. We wasn't trying to frame houses. We wasn't trying to become housekeepers. Okay, so these jobs that y'all competing with now, y'all want a roof with the Mexicans and all that. We never had a desire to clean houses and roof and do framing houses and all that. We wanted to be doctors and lawyers and scientists in the 90s. That's how we was raised. We was raised to be
We
doctors,
still doing
lawyers, and
that now.
scientists. No, I mean, we had the influence though. We had Amen. We had the Cosby Show.
Thank
We
you,
had the
Pastor.
Jeffersons. We had the Fresh Prince. Like we had that influence on television, telling us to want the finer things in life. We wanted to be rich, but socialism has degraded the spirit of these last two generations, and y'all don't want to be nothing but some bums competing with illegal immigrants, man. Be great, man. You ain't got to worry about no immigrants if you awesome, dude. You don't.
Hi, how y'all doing?
But I
Hey,
gotta
Hey,
go to
love.
child,
Wolfie.
man. God
Hey,
bless y'all,
Sweet
man. I love y'all,
Wilkie.
man.
How you doing?
No,
Nah,
no,
he ain't gonna
Johnny,
say that
please
to
No,
me.
he
stay.
didn't.
Oh no.
No, no,
Oh,
Johnny,
you a
please
coward,
stay.
Johnny.
I came up just for Johnny
Oh my
because I
God,
want
I
to
got
know
Sweet
how
John's
long he
song.
been in
That was a
jail.
drop the
Because it's
mic moment.
always these prisoner warriors who spend majority of their
Ain't
adult
nothing.
life behind bars trying to tell us how we should be and how we wasn't raised. As a person that never been to jail, never been in handcuffs. Johnny, you sound stupid. You know, majority of the immigrants before 1965 was white tea. Majority of the immigrants after 1965 is still white tea. Johnny, what are you talking about? And Asians is majority of the white tea. They come in after 1965, Johnny. So immigrants has been a harm to every Black American community in the United States of America since they've been coming over with an empty belly and flies in their face. What are you talking about, Johnny? I don't get it.
Hey, Wolfie. This Negro wanted to come up here and denigrate us and leave. No, Johnny, bring your behind back up here.
Come
Sitting
back,
up here trying to.
Johnny.
We was having a productive conversation before Johnny brought his crazy ass. Listen, ain't no new
Man.
generation acting soft. Ain't none of that going on. Let me just clear the air on that. Because a
What
lot of
Black
us,
American got a Johnny in their family?
All of
shit, not
us.
me.
I
I
do.
don't know. Not that level of plebiscite. I got some people who say some
Johnny
crazy
would
stuff
have got
about me.
jumped in my family.
For real.
I know a few Johnnies, but I ain't never
Johnny would
said
have got
that.
jumped, boy. Come on. Can we
Come on, with paralyzed, she'll be the one
Hey,
leading,
man.
hitting him with her cane.
I know,
Johnny is
right?
crazy.
He saw Wolfie come up here.
he deported immediately. He's self-deported, man. That's
He got on
crazy.
the good foot.
Self-deported.
Mm-mm. God. All right, so we still on timeline 1970 through the 1990s. School desegregation efforts continue. Affirmative action expands. Debates over crime, policing, and economic inequality become increasingly prominent. So, affirmative action expands to who? The immigrants?
To the Asian
To
community
women.
and to the immigrants. And in the 1970s, and this is when they started closing down black hospitals, gas stations, grocery stores, quietly but done, and start replacing it with immigrant class that they have given loans to. Loans that they kept away from the black American community. Not melanated immigrants, but from the black American rooted community. So yes, this is in the 70s when they quietly start closing down historically black hospitals, grocery stores, gas stations. It was done in the 70s and the 80s.
Wolfie picture look like she not finna do to you exactly what she finna do to you. Wolfie is actually very sweet. I ain't never had no issues with Wolfie ever. Wolfie's always treated me nice. Now, the way Wolfie be handling Johnny, I'm telling you, y'all look at that profile picture, think it was something else going on behind that screen. But Wolfie is very nice. Now, let me clear up something else Johnny said,
Oh,
talking
you
about some
please.
marrying a
Go
bunch
ahead.
of immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there was a bunch of tethers starting to get in the mix, but it wasn't as much as people are trying to make it seem like. Like Johnny. Johnny mixes with a bunch of immigrants. That's his forte. Now, the rest of the people from who I've talked to, and this is the generation who raised me, our generation, and also two of my grandmother's generation and different things going on. We had a couple WRs that went on that we actually lost in this country. Now, according to America, we didn't lose anything, but we lost Vietnam. And when it came to the Cuban, WAR missile, you know what I mean? I love TikTok shop. We also lost that as well. This was the first time, Nam was the first time that the military was actually integrated, even though it was signed in the 40s to integrate the army. This is the first time you had black officers, FBA officers, actually giving orders over YT soldiers. A lot of people don't know that. So there was a lot of things going on around this time period. This was actually the first time integration was really, really happening in this country.
Would you say this is also the time period when they really started pushing bi-ethnic groups in Black America? Because this is also when you get the Black GIs coming back with Korean brides and they were having children overseas and it was a real substantial generation of children
Because in
that
in
are
the early
still.
'80s, in the late '80s, and the early '90s, that jungle fever was real prevalent in our community. It wasn't really too much with the bi ethnic, to buy anything really. It was pretty much state of your own, and they was pushing that through the media because you never would see mixed race children on commercials or stuff like that. And in the '70s, '80s, and '90s,
The
that's
mixed
real
race
prevalent now.
couple, the Jeffersons.
Yeah, you would see people who was light skinned and fair, and even some and the ones that could pass, and even in the shows they would act like they were passing. You know, would be like kind of bourgeois a little bit, but in the media, especially in the '80s and '90s, they was pushing that jungle fever. You ain't have your sister; they was looking at you crazy.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this may sound bad, worse than what I'm really the way I'm about to say it, but I'm gonna just say it from my research and what I've seen. Uh, if these soldiers and stuff, and that goes for men and women soldiers, if they had a child with somebody from overseas, usually that child was staying overseas. They weren't coming back to America because a lot of those women and men over there, a lot of the foreigners, they wanted you to come over there to help build their homeland. So they would try to hold the kids as leverage against our soldiers like that. At least that's from what I've seen. Somebody else might have something else that they had, but yeah. And a lot of times our soldiers wanted to actually build with the children in the house. So some of them even stayed overseas. So that's another thing. And again, I agree. There wasn't that many. There really isn't that many.
We're watching
In the
the Will
70s,
situation right now. It's an example. It's similarly aged people. Tiger Woods is a prominent figure. Like that generation of people came during that time, and I think that there was a tangible impact.
I ain't saying it didn't happen, but I'm just saying. Oh, go ahead, Miss Love. My bad.
in the
Okay,
in the
somebody.
70s, that's when they start pushing Shirley Chisholms on us. The Democrat Party only voted 5% or 68% for civil rights. And then they put Shirley Chisholm on us in the late 60s, 70s.
And
That's
then
what
can y'all
started happening.
okay, and then can y'all also touch on the black exploitation film era?
That was when a lot of people really started jocking our style and our culture, going into the exploitation area and in the disco time in the '70s when that disco was really jumping a lot of. But then again, a lot of people crossed over too. There was a lot of people that was being thoroughly accepted, like through the Jacksons and through Motown, and just that the influence of entertainment through that time. I think that's when entertainment kind of was a balance. It was a balancing act because you had music, comedy, the black exploitation film, so it was giving people insight in on our community and the way things were happening in our community. Like, what's the movie Coolie High? Remember the impact that you had when you first watched that movie for the first time? When certain movies when you see it for the first time, our culture was just that strong because a lot of times we've heard people say, "Oh, Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood," but those weren't the only forms of entertainment that we was being pushed into our
The
dominant
Mac.
society.
Claudine. The movie
Hmm.
Claudine,
The
one of
Color
my
Purple.
favorite movies, I might add.
What's that movie that everybody seen that cried? My Imitation of Life. Imitation
Oh
of
yeah,
Life.
Imitation of Life, yes. Sparkle.
Hmm.
Sparkle School Days.
School
School
days
Days
for
is a good
sure.
one.
Yeah.
The
And
Spike
Do the
Lee
Right
joint.
Thing.
I was gonna say
X.
Spike Lee had his era.
What
Yeah,
about the
Spike.
old pimp movies? What
The
about that
Mac.
genre? Yeah.
The
That's what I
Mac.
want to touch on. This is what people in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s start taking our entertainment as literally. They start making it seem like the entertainment was our lives. And they entertainment just could be entertainment. But what we show on TV is what we're living. That's you know, that's
That's
what
what
I
I
black
agree.
exploitation was. It was all the Pam Grier stuff. It was the pimp movies, the karate, the black karate movies, like that. That black exploitation era was the co-opting of our image by Hollywood.
So
They,
was
and
that
and just like you guys said, it was like people really thought we were like that.
so do
Because it
y'all
went
think that
from
was the beginning of our stereotyping?
Yes, I
no, I
agree.
think
already
no.
stereotyping us when they was
No, I
doing
think
blackface.
the stereotype
Oh,
came back from
yeah.
the Western movies because they used to call us the N word in every single movie. You know what I'm saying? They used to promote that type of behavior towards us, and the black exploitation was a false imagery of how it was in every inner city neighborhood because it wasn't like that in every single neighborhood, and that's where the stereotype was pushed out. If you ask me,
So
That's
Wolfie,
where
Yeah,
it
was
like
that
changed.
Muhammad Ali stated, they asked him why he won't do any movies. And he was like, because y'all not going to exploit me because the movie that y'all want to portray of my people is pimps and 304s. And that's not what my people is about. He's on a whole interview saying that,
yeah. So
and go
so
ahead.
Wolfie, was the blackface, what era was that? Was that like the 1920s?
Yes. That was way early on in the 1900s.
Okay, we didn't even talk
Yeah.
about that. The
Yeah.
blackface and the
What I was
birth
going to
of the nation. That was all around the same time, right?
And what I was going to
Yeah,
say, Miss
when
Love,
did
is the
they write
70s
the
when it
Uncle
changed.
Tom Cabin? Because Uncle Tom was kind of colonized in that way too. The story of Uncle Tom.
Yep. That's the early 1900s as well. All that tap dancing, minstrel shows, Birth of a Nation, all that stuff was way early on. That's
Okay.
how they literally issued in the Jim Crow era. That was literally
Mm.
all from that, all from one movie. So,
Birth of the Nation to make the black man fearful.
hmm
But,
and the
yeah,
whole time,
their image stood in those white tea people head, even
and the
though
whole
it
time.
was a white tea man in a black face.
The whole time, foundation of Black Americans was leading the way in innovation in every single sector from A to Z. That's the part that we try to drive home to a lot of people that don't want to give us that respect for that. If they was emulating us the whole time, if they wasn't emulating us, they was doing their damnness to stop it. They was trying to stop it every step of the way.
also too, the Olympics. A lot of people don't talk about us in the Olympics on the world stage, whooping up on all these people in every single event, and how they didn't try to have us in the Olympics when it first began. Even during WW2, and then so on and so forth. And now we're today where we're number one in literally everything.
They was
But
taking our gold
look
medals
how
for protesting all the
invitation
time.
becomes their life. They started off painting their faces as Black Americans, singing our country songs because this was the music at the time. They was imitating us, cosplaying as us to get money. Now the world is doing the same thing.
Yep. hmm But I think it changed, Miss Love.
because they weren't interesting as being themselves.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Charles. My bad.
I was just saying they weren't interesting being themselves. They was
Yeah,
letting the
because
world
what
know
are
from
they?
early on
They didn't have no history.
what they want to see.
Yeah, because I haven't learned anything too much within all these hours about nothing really positive about them.
In case in
Not as far
point,
as helping us and joining forces with us and linking arms side by side. No,
I'm talking about the
But
white
how
tea
you
space
gonna
as a
have
whole.
culture when you just immigrated to a country and you see melanated people doing their thing, enjoying life? do all the hell. You see them singing, dancing, entertaining themselves, in different ways. And the first thing you do is cosplay as them, imitate them for money, make
Imitate
shows
them
about them,
and separate. How you gonna
try to
imitate
dance
somebody?
like them,
Right.
try to sing like them,
Same
try to
thing.
walk and
Same
talk
thing
like them.
happening today with these different immigrant groups. I think that's what Sweet Wolfie said.
And Miss Love, and when it comes to white tea supremacy as a whole, remember I said it was a long term thing. This was a long process of over time trying to literally try to take our culture and destiny swap with us. And now they started calling themselves the $5 in well, they didn't call themselves that, but they became $5 Indians, and then them trying to literally take our traditions, claim it to be American, like chicken wings, for example. Now, why in the hell would a YT boy during slavery be eating the wing of a chicken? Oh, he want the breast, he want the thighs, he want the neck. He not trying to eat the neck and the head and all. He ain't trying to eat all that, but that's the stuff they gave us. The feet, chicken
No,
feet.
no, 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 no. FBA Maroon. They felt the chicken was useless.
Oh yeah,
That's why we
that's
had
true.
Chicken
Yeah.
George and raising chickens and all that.
Yep.
Because they felt like the chicken and the watermelon was useless. And we made business out of it. I just want
Cream of the
that there.
crop. They got Kentucky Fried Chicken now off
I
of
was
our
gonna
stove.
say
Popeyes. Come on.
they say we love fried chicken, but you walk up in the KFC, it be everybody up in there.
Nobody but us. I'm like, God, dog, we fried chicken at home most of the time. I mean, sometimes I guess some people like,
Because the people that was enslaved frying the chicken didn't own the business, the slave owner did.
correct.
We made
Oh,
we made you remember they rented us out. They rented out our businesses.
yep.
You would have came up with a business, it would have been profitable. That white tea man would have said, you know what? That's my money. I'll give you a little. Because that's how a lot of people saved up to buy their freedom. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I just saw a video the other day, or well, not video, sorry, pictures the other day. Did y'all know that
He must have got a phone call. Or what happened?
Yeah, he probably got a
oh
phone
man, can y'all hear
call.
me? My bad, I got a phone call.
Hmm.
Okay, y'all can hear me now?
Hmm.
Okay, so I saw pictures the other day of older FBA queen mothers at train stops selling fried chicken. They had the skillet right there frying the chicken and selling it. Will put it in a napkin, give it to these people as they go on their train rides back in like, I think this was like the 40s and 50s. I saw these pictures. So yeah, to what Sweet Wolf was saying, they didn't even want the damn chicken. They didn't even want it in the first damn place. They thought it was goddamn useless. And then we took it made it into the cream of the crop, the best thing that everybody ever seen. And then they still made jokes about us liking chicken, eating fried chicken and watermelon. So it don't even make no damn sense. You want to be us, you want to take our culture, but yet you want to monetize it at the same time. And then even when it comes to social media, whenever you go to social media, it's just a bunch of people acting like us, yet trying to denigrate us at the same time. So you want to shame us from doing our own culture and practicing our own religious beliefs or whatever it is, but yet you want to try to cosplay it. One of my mom's coworkers, she was talking about she practiced hoodoo and then got some hoodoo doctor or whatever. So yeah, it's crazy, but they'll do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, y'all, let's go to our final section. I want to be done with this whole thing by 8 o'clock. That'll be 8 hours we've been on this. Okay, so let's go to 2000 to present. Continued, now listen to this. Continued debates over race, immigration, policing, education, voting rights, identity, and economic opportunities. Discussions continue about historical memory, monuments, reparations, and how the nation's history should be taught. Anybody got something to say on this period?
2000
Still
to
give a
present
broad.
is when they start changing everything over from Negro, removing the word Negro and Black and African American on everything. Museums, literature. This is when they start rewriting history that got the world confused in 2000.
A lot of cultures need to really give us thanks for the job that we did with policing and getting the body cams on these police officers, because that was one of the main ways that they was bringing drama into our neighborhoods is through the police force. Because they was bad with that. I had moved out of state, and the police was in Louisville, Kentucky. The police was pupilling people every day, and they have a large problem with that. And that's something that Foundation of Black Americans, we really fought hard for throughout the 2000s, getting equal representation in the courts and getting these police officers justice for when they do wrong in our neighborhoods, because that was a real prevalent problem in the 2000s, aside from the entertainment side of things, where everybody was still copying what we were doing with rap and hip hop. It was still copying every single thing we was doing.
Right. And then not only that, y'all see now that we in the delineation movement, we see it says here, discussions continue about historical memory. Y'all see, I don't know how many times I done heard people add to our history. Now people saying they was a part of our history. You know what I mean? They built this, or they built that, or they did this, or they created that, or they invented that. So I'm wondering, do you think maybe people trying to wait us out and maybe hope we forget our history? Because if we don't keep having conversations like this, maybe another 20 years, every year, I don't know, but I think it's going to happen. This history is going to live on. But I'm just saying, because it seemed to me during these panels, people keep trying to crowbar themselves into our history. But, I don't know. Will we survive the day that it's not one Black American here on this soil to, tell the right history?
We will, because it's 40. It's still a strong 40 million of us. We talk about it, we throw that out there lightly, but that's a lot of people. 40 million people that have been established in the country for 400 or 500 years. We really don't acknowledge a lot of the terrorism and the audacity that a lot of people come at us with. It really doesn't get our attention. We really be giving them grace by even explaining the same things to them over and over again about our lineage and our contribution. As far as waiting us out, they're gonna be waiting for a long damn time. I can tell you, don't hold your damn breath.
Just keep telling our kids and our grandkids, right?
They know.
This love, let me put in perspective. I'm 26, right? I will be damned if I leave this earth with grandkids farting, can't control my bowels. I love TikTok shopping, all that. I'm talking about old, Methuselah old. I'm telling you right now, I'll be down if I don't tell my kids and teach my kids the truth. After this delineation movement that's going on right now, no, my kids and my kids' kids, I'm going to make sure they understand you don't let anybody tell you otherwise your history. And I see why my grandma, I'll never forget, I was 8 years old. I came back home from school. They was telling us we African and all that. My grandma told me with a quickness, we ain't from no damn Africa. And she made sure I understood, and I understood forever. All the lessons I learned as a kid forever young, but I'm 26. So from me, Gen Z, from here on out, we ain't doing all that mixing with these third worlders and fourth worlders and all that crazy foolishness. We gonna be strictly, with our people and teach the correct history from here on out. And somebody said it too, we're in the age of information. That's right. We're in the age of information right now. It's like what you said the other day, Miss Love, ignorance is not an excuse, or not looking up stuff is not an excuse. Exactly.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
Yeah. There's no excuses no more. You don't know, that's on you.
I agree, because how dare you immigrate to another country and wave your flag, and as soon as the person from the home country says something about that country, you start trying to tear it down. It's like, where does the audacity come from for that? Like, that part will never slide, because what it does is it denigrates the sacrifices of our elders, and they don't understand how close we are to our elders and the respect that we show them. The way we, like for myself, before my own grandfather unalive, I was an over the road trucker. Every time I came into town, I used to go sit down with him and just talk to him for hours, for hours. They don't know how much we have our own oral history, but then we can go through our genealogy and prove it too. And this is a lot of hard work that gets put into being an American, because all these people from other countries, my thing is, I say they want to be American so bad they won't say it. Because I get it, you proud of where you from, But if you could be from anywhere else, don't act like America is not an option. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say
Right,
something
Manic.
here?
Yeah, Manic. What's your ethnicity?
Hi, I am a descendant of American slaves here in North America. Okay.
What part of
To
the
piggy,
Caribbean you from?
excuse me.
Yeah, what part of the Caribbean you from?
I am not from any Caribbean nation. I was born here.
What
My
accent is that?
family. Excuse
Wait a
me.
minute. Hold on,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Go. What? Go. What did you want to say?
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Um,
I'm trying to hear
our
you.
history is documented, well documented. Slave logs, birth certificates, genealogy, everything that deals with foundational Black Americans here in this country. My lineage, okay? And who said I'm from what part of the Caribbean am I from? My lineage not from no fucking Caribbean. Are you out of your mind?
What state you from?
I live in Ohio, but my family originated from out of North Carolina. Raleigh, Broadway, Sanford,
Hey,
sir.
Ramon. Hey,
Oh, that's
Ramon.
where I'm from.
Hey, is that a North Carolina accent? Because I ain't never heard nobody
No, no,
from
no,
North Carolina.
sir. Please
No,
pay
yeah.
attention. Sir,
Yeah.
please. Take the cotton out of your ear and put it in your mouth, sir. I live in
I'm not a punk. I don't do weird stuff like that. Now, Ramon, I ain't never heard nobody from North Carolina that sound like this.
I don't know. He's saying he's from the Caribbean. He's from Raleigh, Sanford. If he around that 421, 301 area, then he might be.
So people like from
Yeah,
North
so
Carolina sound like this.
Yeah, that's where I'm from. Raleigh, Sanford, Fayetteville, Hope Mills area. I mean, yeah, we be chilling.
Ramon, you sure you want to co-sign this nigga right here? Because he
Boy,
don't
I mean,
sound.
I
come
mean,
on
he
now,
said he
y'all.
said
We
he
had
said
this
he is. I'm
whole
gonna give him the benefit of the
conversation.
doubt.
We had this whole conversation. Look, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna swab them? I don't know. How do Wolfie, sweet Wolfie, sweet Wolfie?
sound like my boy
Uh-huh.
Clinton Wells.
Listen, hold on. How do you handle situations like this?
I don't, because when they hear when they got if they ever experience someone from like Etna, Texas, or you know, and they Black Americans and they get on here and they sound all Texan and Southern, I didn't see no questioning. Or when they see some here Gullah Geechee that might resemble a Caribbean accent, but it's all American, they get confused. But I'm not into telling people who they are. I'm into hearing what they have to say if I not their cool sample or tether. You know, the way they speak is gonna tell them themselves.
Okay, that's what I did though. He said he from North America. Now, how many of y'all say y'all from North America? I'm just trying to see something here. Let me
I
see
thought he
something.
said North Carolina, to be honest.
He said North America. He
I
said
think
my
he's
family.
clowning with you.
Okay, he pulling my chain, Charles, because he got to
Yeah,
be, because he's sounding all funky right now. I don't know what's going
yeah.
on.
No, he's no, he was just joking about the North America part, but I think he's Carolina because he
Yeah,
sounds just like my. I had a trainer that sounds just like him by the name of Clinton Wells.
real country. I'm talking about
He
real
FBA
talked like he was
country.
reading a
Maroon,
story time book.
Maroon,
Yeah,
FBA
some ain't right.
Telegram
Some
say
ain't.
he Gullah, and every panel he go to, they call him a tether. Now I told y'all, I've been hearing
But
some
Teddy
comments.
sound like Gullah people.
I
Like I
know, but
know
I'm
it.
saying, listen, I've been hearing people on YouTube, like I've been getting comments with people saying like that's why they ain't with the FBA movement and stuff, like because they Black Americans and they be getting called tethers and
Miss
saying
Love,
that
you
that's
know
the
them people
FBA.
tethers on you
I
too.
know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's why I try not to.
I
I
feel you. I'm on the same tip. But him, he sound crazy. He sound like
that girl
okay.
from New York. We had a whole thing with that girl from New York
Yeah,
earlier.
and then remember I gave her patience and everything. Soul was like, I don't trust it. And there was a
I
weird
know.
feeling. I get a weird feeling from this dude here. It's something off. I don't know.
Oh, real?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so one and one today. You and so go ahead, Maniac. You want to go ahead and finish? I'm sorry, I had to cut you off.
But facts over feelings, though, for real though. But y'all have a good night.
No, I was gonna say because a lot of people from Carolina got a lot of twang in their vernacular. It's a different type of country. If you ever heard Michael Jordan talk, you will understand.
So you
If
saying that dude
you
sound like Michael Jordan?
no, you seen the Last Dance, right? 30 for 30. If
Right. But he don't sound like Michael Jordan, correct? Come on now, Ramon. Don't I
nah,
know you being passive right now with him. You trying to give him benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Ramon be trying to give people benefit of the doubt. I'll be the bad guy.
because
I don't
I
care.
wanted to ask more I wanted to ask more questions because when you said Sanford, Raleigh, then I'm thinking, okay, that's exactly where I'm from. So I had probably about 150 more questions where I could verify them, but
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like he just sat over here and said, "I'm a descendant of slaves in America," and it sounded a little bit like Jamaican in there. I was like, "Yeah." Like I know I ain't tripping, bro. I grew up in Florida. I know an accent when I hear. I know my people when I hear it because I'm so used to like hearing my people because I hung around mainly Black Americans in Florida from all over, like people from Louisiana, North Carolina. We had hella people from North Carolina. I'm like, I ain't never heard nobody from North Carolina sound like that.
I just found
But
out Nas' grandparents is from Rockingham County in North Carolina. There's a
yep,
lot of people from North Carolina. You're right.
yep.
A
That's what I'm
lot of people.
saying. So
But North
yeah,
Carolina's an FBA stronghold,
it
though. That's a
right,
stronghold.
right.
That's a stronghold. That's a
It don't
stronghold.
get no more FBA than North Carolina
North Carolina, because
and
don't nobody play
Virginia.
it.
I'm like, come on now.
But
There's
wait,
certain
no
things you just can't
shade.
fake it.
But no shade though, for real. Until I got on these social media apps and like social audio platforms, I hadn't heard so many different black lingos and what else you call it? Like
Like
Yeah.
linguistics,
yeah,
like
like yeah, the
accents and stuff.
accents. Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't heard. I've heard so many of us.
North
So that's
Carolina
why
is
I just like
horrible.
I don't even know at this point. If you don't sound like an African or a Caribbean, like if I can't hear a strong accent and you tell me you were such and such, unless you like what we said, I'm just gonna listen and then I can tell by your thought process. I'm judging my thought process at this point.
Right. All you
It
gotta
was
do is give them 5 minutes, they'll let you know.
Yeah,
um
'cause it's just so
Zopanti.
confusing.
Yeah, Zopanti. This is that William O'Neill stuff. No, you an agent. You an agent. No, see, I don't even be doing all that. I'm just questioning somebody. Oh, I
Yeah.
sound African now. Well, bring your
No, she
behind up here
only
with this
joking
French in your
with you. She
bio.
a supporter. She a supporter. She just joking with you.
Yeah, y'all better
Um,
joke lightly sometimes. Wrong timing, bad timing.
Maroon, like, cause the hell, I'm on it. I'm in these chicken. I don't give a damn if I
Yeah, I
gotta.
don't give a damn, talk about descendant of slaves. Because the thing is, Miss Love, a lot of people on this app that are like South American or stuff, they'll be claiming, "Oh, I'm a descendant of slaves," or they'll be saying weird stuff like that, trying to make it seem a certain way, and then they try to insert a bunch of foreigners into the history of United States
But I'm just
Black
saying we got.
Americans.
I'm just saying though we got because I've seen Black Americans get so upset about their lineage, and I think immigrants get upset too when they end up being a liar. But I have definitely seen Black Americans like lose it, getting told they wasn't who they was.
No, I'll never get to that point with somebody. I was gonna let it ride after, maybe like a couple questions from Ramon, but I know Ramon like to give people benefit of the doubt. You
Because
know what I'm
that's the
saying?
easiest way. It takes a little bit longer, but
I
once you let
feel
a
you.
person talk, you give them about 5 minutes, and they'll let you know.
All right,
All
when
right,
he
They'll
come
y'all.
let you
back, he
know.
could talk slow motion again. I'll let him,
If he
I'll
ever
let him.
come back, Maroon.
He gonna
But
come back.
listen.
They love this panel.
Okay, so then, because I'm ready to stop using my brain so much and get into something else. But let's go ahead and do these 7 questions. Some of y'all been here the whole time, and some of y'all might just have answers for them. The first question, we start with whoever. How did European colonization shape the United States of America?
Man, where do I begin? I mean, from where we went for this, how long we been streaming this love?
Shoot, we on 7 hours and 56 minutes.
I mean, I done left, went to the stove,
Almost
came
8
back,
hours.
cleaned the house. I mean, everything we done talked about. Um, I'm gonna say this: it is taken away. No, that's the wrong word to use. It's tried to misconstrue what we already knew about ourselves before they came here, and then it's tried to make it seem like to other people with the like how we were just talking about the machine and propaganda and the way they try to turn our image to the rest of the world.
Hmm.
It's like somebody that wants to be you, but know they can never be you, know that they can never amount to the level of greatness that you are. So they have to keep bringing in more and more allies for themselves, meaning more and more enemies for us, in order for them to try to keep us down. Pretty much is the what I'm starting to pick up. That's how I feel about it. I think without these people being here, we would have been way more advanced. I think we would be having hover cars. It looked like Batman Beyond. I don't know if y'all know what Batman Beyond is, but we would be having a society like that where robots could literally do all the work for us. We just got to focus on education and the next generation of building for each generation. That's what I'm starting to learn is without them, we're way further,
I
hands down.
think that, yeah, I would like to answer with saying, from what I learned here today in these 8 hours, I think colonization, it came and it stole our history, you
Yep.
know,
It
because,
really did a number on us.
yes.
Because it made it seem as though we weren't the ones that were responsible for all these inventions, all the struggle, all the banding together from A to Z. Everything that this country has and can be proud of is based around what FBA Americans have went through in this country. Is our specific story. And when you come over here and you get to know us and you want to be around us, it's a different society. We don't operate the way you see in the movies and in the media and stuff like that. That's not how it really gets down. It's not going to get you anywhere. I know so many people with college degrees, certifications, their own everything, and they FBA and they keep their head down. They work hard. They don't ask for nothing. But when it's time to get recognition, you can't dismiss the hard work that it takes, because if you want to compare yourself to FBA, it's going to take 500 years of hard work and struggle to get to where we are in this country. That's how you get $2 billion worth of spending power. And that's just spending power. So when our community focuses on the same thing at the same
I
time, we
mean,
can make anything
trillion,
happen.
trillion, right?
Yep. When our community focuses and put like with the delineation with the Asian community, they feeling that hard right now. They're feeling that hard right now, delineating and spending our money with our own people. They're not going to treat us with respect, and they always try to make it seem like we can't get stuff done, but we're the ones doing it, and we're showing how you get respect in this world. We're showing it every single day.
And
Yep.
you know what? New Era Detroit is showing them Arabs. I'm so proud of my city.
I love that,
Yes.
bro. I love New Era Detroit.
They pulling up so strong. New era. You don't want to do nothing in Detroit.
Yeah, I hope they keep pulling up on them Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the mayor of Dearborn, Miss Love? I heard he's like
They pulling up on them in the D. That's where they pulling up on them at.
I know,
They
but
they basically run Dearborn now.
the dude I heard something about the mayor of Dearborn is whatever. So that's how all them folks that came overseas over there. It's kind of like what's going on over in North Dallas. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
The whole little government setup of Dearborn got them all over it, from the chief of police to everything. The mayor of Dearborn, everything. You know, they basically, the problem is the white people was trying to keep the blacks out while they was creeping in. They got houses over there in Dearborn, y'all, that look like probably, with them big pillars and all that kind of stuff, probably where they come from. Some of the liquor stores look like you in a Latin somewhere. You know what I mean? They got all that kind of stuff.
The Middle Eastern buildings and all. I know
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about. Tomorrow I'm gonna drive by this new mosque that they just finished building over here, not too far down the street from me. I'm gonna show y'all what they're doing up here in Dallas, and I'm gonna go over to the outlets, and take a bunch of videos with my meta. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna wait till the weekend because that's when they really come out. It's like a whole little India over here. I'm gonna just start taking videos with my meta glasses everywhere I go.
It's
And
a
these,
big mosque in Dearborn too.
yep, I'm
It used
tired
to
of
be
it.
the biggest about a decade ago, but yup, they probably outdid us now. Okay, y'all ready for the second question?
Yep.
What were the biggest turning points in American history? I'm gonna say the end of slavery.
Yeah, emancipation for
Yeah,
sure.
emancipation.
I agree.
Um, Also too, the first landings of Europeans on this land. That changed the course of, of
Oh yeah.
everything forever.
I say this
That's the Big
delineation
Bang theory.
You say
You can,
disintermediation?
is changing the course of America
Yep,
I
I
agree.
agree.
big time. It really is making a
Why do
difference.
you say that, Woofy?
because it's people have to come to terms. There's no such thing as a flat blackness, and you can just see how many people is against Black Americans right now because we're saying we come from this earth, we come from the United States. We don't immigrate, we build, and we have every document, knowledge, history to back it up. So us saying you're not like us, in the music, standing on platforms saying we are our own people, is causing others, like the Europeans, to go and say, hey, you wasn't here in 1776. When did your people come? So even in that delineation, you see the Europeans is breaking down and saying the Italians, the Irish, the Germans, the Anglos, they doing their own delineation too. So delineation, anything that we do, people follow. It's going to
That's so
change
true.
America because now we have to realize we have immigrants with first and second generation of children here that's going through an identity crisis. That their kids will go through an identity crisis, and we don't need that domino effect. So the delineation is changing American history because it's keeping people truthful to who they come from and where they come from.
I agree. They gotta accept it. And I think that's why we see, more and more people coming to these spaces that's not Black Americans. I think some of them, they find an acceptance on this probably gonna be the new normal moving forward.
And another one that I don't know if people really think about it this way, but when Lincoln got pew-pewed and the things that transpired after that, remember they already signed off on reparations. And ever since then ain't been nothing but games. Ever since then ain't been nothing but games with these people. And I keep referencing back to Tellerico when he got asked twice, two different occasions about reparations. The first time he didn't get it right, and the next time he didn't get it right when the sister pulled up on him and let him have it. So, ever since then, we've had nothing but Democrats playing in our face and been trying to control narratives, playing on our heartstrings when it comes to reparations. So that's one of the biggest things as well. And the Seminole WAR showing how much our ancestors just this whole 500 years has been a WAR if we really want to be technical. But yeah, all the WARs we had are turning points as well. Very big turning points. Like Miss Nutterbu says, civil rights, all that.
Yep. All right, question number 3. Oh, go ahead, Ramon.
No, I was gonna say, and even though we still waiting on reparations, in essence, we're so strong that we've given ourselves reparations, and they still owe us. That's the funny part about it. When you really take a step back and look at it from a bird's eye view, you see how much we've already accomplished, and this is without getting recognition for our accomplishments. And I land with that.
All right, question number 3. How should Americans remember both achievements and injustices? Maybe this is a question they put in there to ask y'all to see, will we just move on and forget about it? How will
No,
Americans remember both achievements and injustices?
two words:
Is our
never forget.
reparations.
Never forget. Like they said, never forget. Never forget, because history is bound to repeat itself. And I land with that.
All right.
Pay
Question.
us our money since they love currency so well. Pay us our money.
Right. What is
Pay us our
trade?
reparation. And
Period.
they'll keep the history alive. They'll keep, pay us our money.
Boom. All right. Question 4. How much of America's past still affects the present? Hmm.
All of it intertwines. Every last second of it of
But
the past.
Marino, do you think that's only as far as we concerned? Because it seemed like everybody except Black Americans want to move on.
But they
Yeah,
haven't even let the people that grew up without civil rights pass off. Let they go 100 years. Let their bones be in earth or burned up for 100 years before they tell us to start again. We still got people living and breathing. They went through civil. I mean, they didn't have civil rights.
Right.
sharecropping too, Wolfie. There's still people who were literally sharecroppers are still alive to this day.
I've been wanting to scream to the top. Mississippi just abolished slavery in 2013. It was a
Yep.
bunch of states that did not abolish slavery on June 19, 1865. They waited to December 18, 1865, and Mississippi said no and waited to 2013. But that's the hidden history that they like to keep away from everybody. Why people be on focus on June 19th. There was a lot of
Yep.
states that didn't abolish slavery to December of 1865. And Mississippi said no, no. And they just abolished it in 2013.
Wolfie, you missed it early. We were talking about how people didn't even know that they were free. They were still going around telling people. The army had to literally go around and tell people like, hey, slavery's been abolished. There's certain people in the country even to 1869 who they were still trying to tell them like, hey, slavery's been abolished. You don't have to do this no more. You know what I mean? But just like I said, them
Again,
secret laws.
Mississippi in 1970. You remember they
Hmm.
found those slaves? They didn't know.
Yep. Yep. It's a lot of hidden stuff people don't talk about no more. But Miss Love, all of it coincides today. All of it. Every last drop. One
And
drop
don't
rule.
forget.
Yeah, we ain't
Yep.
forget nothing.
As much information as you can pass on, and anybody's willing to listen and lend a good ear and learn, we got to keep preaching that good word because we can't let it just fade away into the past because it's such a profound part of our culture. That's what makes us the tone police because we can't move forward unless it's accepted by FBA. If we don't like it and we don't like the way it's treating us, then it's not going to be able to fit into the dominant society. It's not.
Why everyone acting like foundational Black Americans made up that one drop rule? And the only reason that they're trying to get rid of that one drop rule is because they don't want to make Black Americans an ethnic group that stand by itself, the largest in the
That's a
United
good
States.
point. That's an excellent point you just made right
They
there.
trying to make a mix now, but before that, that one drop rule did not come from us.
That's an
But
excellent
they
point.
try to put that hat on us.
That's the best point I've heard in a long time, to be honest
Yep.
with you.
Hmm.
That was that was
They're looking for more numbers.
All right.
We just got to
Question.
see it as a 300-year setback.
Okay. Question number
You
5.
just got to look at it as a 300-year setback.
Okay. Okay. Question number 5. What lessons should future generations learn from this history?
When you see some raggedy old YT people pulling up and some musty Negroes from Africa coming with them and they all look dilapidated, do not help them. Let them stay whatever they out at sea. Do not help them. Do not help these people when they get all messed up. Let them crumble, right? Let Mother Nature take its course. We need to stop coming out for these people. They never came out for us. We just need to focus on in-house, build in-house, and yeah, close these borders. We're closed for business. Sorry. We're only focusing on ourselves now. That's it.
I want them to know that million of us was unalive while a million of us survived for them to survive. To have a Black American life is one of the most precious things. So for them to just to exist and live and breathe, I want them to know that it was sacrifice made.
Shout out to that. It definitely was sacrifices made, and the Black American has paid the heaviest price on this soil. I learned today. The Black American slash indigenous people. All right, let's go to question 6. How has the definition of white American changed over time?
The specks became white.
He said the space.
they trying hard as hell to be in proximity to whiteness. The Latino community, they overly doing it. Like they trying to say, hey, if you need a job done, we'll do it for you. But when all them people got deported after the election, that was hilarious. Them Cubans, oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious after
Venezuelans,
the election. What?
Dominicans, all of them. All of
Trying
the
to go
way.
against us, trying to go against us on our own land. And it's weird because we don't have the best relationship with White T, but White T can't say that we ain't been right here holding our own on this land. They can't say it.
But you know who we don't talk about that became white? The Italians. How they dark skinned asses become white?
Wolfie, please
They
tell the
are
people. I
the
was trying to say it
they are the
earlier.
specs. That's what they call the specs. They call the Latino beans and wetbacks, but they call the Italians the
Yes.
specs.
When did they hold on? When did
And
they
they dark
actually
skinned.
classify? No, hold on, Wolfie. When did they classify the Latinos as YT? I forgot. What year was that? It was like
Um,
early 1900s,
There
wasn't it?
was it was 1929 to 1940. That's when the Hispanics in Corpus Christi, Texas, you know, that's when they protest and they said we are white too, and we are white because they sued the United States in federal court because the United States said, you know, you're not white. But when Texas became a part of the United States, they said that the Latinos or whatever was there was a part, and the Anglos was white Americans. So I say in the 30s when they became
Yeah.
1939 to be exact,
And the Italians were the first Latinos, if I'm not mistaken. If
That's
I
and that
don't.
was in the
what they say.
20s,
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
ages
That's
was
what
in
they
the
say.
1919, when
But
the Irish was in the 20s.
it's some Africans who can claim white too, right?
Michael Blackson identifies as
The
YT on his
Northern
ID.
African, they all claim white American, Northern African, and
Northern.
some of the West Africans do too.
Yeah, they just claim it on paper for benefits. Scare me.
But that's where they come from.
Huh?
That's where the Caucasus Mountains are at.
Oh yeah, I did
The
learn that.
Caucasus Mountains are in Africa.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's where Moses went when they had to sleep in the ring of fire in the scripture. I don't know if y'all want to get that deep.
No, I
But
be
we.
rebuking them back to their cave with their lights and everything.
Oh
I do.
Lord. Yeah,
I
I
do
rebuke them
rebuke
back to the cave too.
to the
Let's get to
cave that
our
they
last.
came from.
Right. Let's get to our last question. Which historical events do you think have had the greatest long-term impact on the country?
Say one more
That
time, just let my bad. All right, couldn't hear you.
that Martin Luther King.
The Voting
Which
Rights Act.
which
The
historical
Constitution.
which historical events do you think have had the greatest long-term impact on the country?
The Voting Rights Act, because when my mother was born, she didn't have the right to vote in 1954, and that deeply affects me. And people, they fought for that. And now when it comes to politics and making decisions in this country, it's a big thing. That's why they're trying to get so many tethers out of the government out there in Maryland, in the DC area. I mean, the right to vote is really what shapes this country. And one of the reasons why FBA gets so much smoke is because we starting to hold the Democrats' feet to the fire, and we getting louder and louder. We've been voting for y'all for all this time, and y'all ain't did nothing. So what's the point? You see the government's redistricting itself in front of our eyes, and we don't want to get left behind with all the sacrifices we've made, if that makes sense. I know I don't want to get left behind. I work so hard. I don't want to go out there and vote for nothing. People come and circumvent us, and we say we want reparations, and you come to this country, you Johnny come lately, and you want to fight against that, and we've been here for 400 or 500 years making you comfortable. off our
You
blood,
make
sweat, and
perfect
tears.
sense. It's by time we start fighting for changes.
Yeah.
We as a whole we need to say pay us reparation or else. So you're right.
Yeah, all this time, 500 years, and black folks, we need to realize there was a time when we were as Republicans, and if we got to vote a Republican to get what we need, then what's the point? Yeah, I don't care if red or blue. I'm voting for my own interest. And that's for real. As
I,
hard as my forefathers that worked in this country, like we were saying earlier before on the show, you can go back 4 or 5 generations of people who've been in the military, worked for the government, the U.S. mail service, all these places. And you think we want to let someone come and trample on our rights here in America and make it seem like we ain't got nothing going on? Like we ain't
say
got nothing going on? Come on, bro.
I would say one of the things that changed everything for the most part was colonization as a whole. I know that's kind of a blanket statement, but with the over time colonization of the East Coast and then expanding more west, that just as a whole is, plantations being put on plantations, some of us having to go and be in the Great Dismal Swamp or other places in order to stay free, keep our freedom, and then doing guerrilla WAR fare, fighting back for so long. I mean, it's so many moments within that in itself, you know, man, like I don't think people really understand like 500 years of WAR. What is that going to do to a people? 500 years, 500 over 500 years. Our mindsets today reflects the facts that, like Wolfie said, we've overcame so much resilience, you know, we call it standing on business, but the actual term I think everyone's looking for is resilience. We're the most resilient people on the planet. It don't get no better than Black Americans. It don't get no better than us. There's nobody better than us. I'm gonna say it now. There's nobody better than Black Americans. You could argue with your mama. I don't care. Argue with your granny or something. Ain't nobody better than us. Name a people better than us. And if you don't like it, shit, I don't know what to tell you. You got to sit on a sausage or something. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with people talk about they better than us. Not one African can name an invention. Not one Asian can name an invention they did better than us. Not one. Not one person. We created a flag. They took an FBA man and an FBA woman to create the current United States flag. No matter how many more states we get, no matter how many more states we lose, we will have those 50 stars on that damn flag. 13 stripes, read them in wheat. The red on that flag is our blood and the white is our bone. That's how I look at it. So again, argue with your mama. I don't care. We're the best people in the world, and can't nobody tell me otherwise. Remember the Dave Chappelle episode when the lady said, "Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around." With your broke ass. Yeah, that's how we gonna be doing in the next 20 years to everybody else. So yeah, hide the money, y'all. Anyways, I land with that.
Y'all,
Well said.
you wanted to say something, Charles?
No, I agree with him 100%, and there ain't nothing to add to it. 100%.
And I had no idea, y'all, this was gonna be an 8 hour and 20 minute stream basically about Black Americans. That was not my intention, but that's what I basically got out of it. I think we learned a lot about us. So somebody said earlier, American history is Black American history.
Yep, that's what I said. That's why it became 8 hours, and this is condensed. Think about it, Miss Love. We condensed everything down. We didn't even really get to like the
Right.
details of everything. Like we just kind of started naming stuff. Just naming stuff alone took over 8 hours.
Wow, and we didn't even scratch the surface, Sweet Woofy.
That's what made me want to tap in today. I was listening, I was getting so much information, I couldn't help but to join in this conversation. I was like, wow, I was learning so much. And for me, that's what's so interesting about us as a people, because the more we get down to the details of it, the more beautiful of a people we really are, and that's why I'm so proud to pop my shit. I'm proud to be FBA and have a title that I can say nobody gave me, no one forced me into it, and this is my lineage, and this is everything that we've done for ourselves. I'm proud to be FBA, because when you sit back and you think about 3, 4, 500 years of struggle in this country to be where we at today, nah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm proud of who I am. Yep, that's real. The
Yeah,
little things that,
guys.
the
Let's
little
see
things
what
that we do.
Mississippi got to say before we wrap it up. Let's see if he can connect. Can you hear? I mean, oh, your background is messed up, Mississippi.
Miss Love, you hear me?
Yep, I hear you good now.
Yeah, how you doing, Miss Love?
I'm doing good.
That's okay. That's all right. Um, yeah. What was the topic? My phone went dead. You know.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute you.
All right.
So yeah, y'all, 8 hours and can everybody mute up? Who was that? Okay. 8 hours and 20 minutes stream. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Thank this amazing TikTok chat who hung in there for the 8 hours and almost 8.5 hour live stream on important moments in American history. My purpose was to try to educate some people on the history of this country to see if maybe they would learn something and change their ways, but I learned something instead. And it really wasn't a lot of the other people in here. I'm not shocked though, because it turned out to be all about Black Americans. Not all about us, but it was like, wow, it was kind of a lot of overwhelming information, especially with the whole indigenous aspect of it. I love this panel. This show we just did here, I'ma say was my best because it was highly educational.
Miss Love, I
And
got a question.
okay, hold on. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming out and hanging out and and also educating the people who came up on the panel, educating the people who gonna see this, the people in the chat who was educating the people that's here. We appreciate y'all so much. Shout out to the mods, shout out to the panelists, and shout out to all the gifters and tappers. We appreciate every single penny. We really do in every single tap. Go ahead, Mississippi.
Yeah, I just got one question. For you, Miss Love. What time do you go on live on TikTok?
Whenever I be trying to have a schedule, I'm still working with that.
Yeah, that was my only question because I love to be engaged with y'all and just and I always I always got to go to the playbacks to the playbacks when I'm at work. You know what I'm saying? So I just asked you that, like, what time do you trying to go on live? But
So I try
whenever
to.
whatever.
So it'll be probably I'm gonna be trying to do 2 days. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. But this my head, like I got information overload like a bunch of y'all probably do. Maroon, how you doing?
I'm cool, man. I feel like this was a very much needed discussion. I feel like
Yeah.
we learned a lot. We got a lot of stuff done. Um, like you said, me and Soul, we one for one.
Yeah.
We just trying to make sure everybody cool. That's it. But
Yeah.
I appreciate you for doing this prompt. You always do phenomenal prompts. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Well,
it's always a vibe.
yes, yes. Well, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and log off and maybe enjoy some of y'all lives if y'all go live. And I will see everyone tomorrow. Thank y'all so much for participating.
Hey, we love you out here, man. Love.
Bye,
I
We
love you.
y'all.
appreciate you.
I put my family
Peace.
on you.
All right, thank you,
Peace.
Mr. Cooper.
Peace, y'all. Peace.